From the top. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the next chapter of Octane Online Racing's endurance series. This morning, we are here at Kyalami for 9 hours of racing. This is proudly brought to you by Simrigs. My name is Blake Griffiths, and I'm in the booth this morning with Cam Thistlethwaite. Cam, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, Blake. We're going to have to miss out on our rap battle that we did just then, but we're going to be running down as we tick over right now for the 9 hours. Formation lap is starting away. We will have to cut things short a little bit. Apologies for that, but going to be looking forward to 9 hours of racing here at Kyalami, headed up by the Ferrari on pole position.
Yeah, it's absolutely a massive lap by those lads in that Ferrari. I know Matt and Dave were saying this is it's not the track for Ferrari, but they did it. They put it on pole with an absolutely stonking lap. So looking forward to them. Big shout out to Betty Hignett, one of our regular broadcasters for the Sprint Series midweek. He, I believe, is starting this race. Lucas Keys behind him. We all know about Lucas Keys, the infamous Lucas Keys, followed by Liam Hamilton, Jaden Rondinella, and Chris Taylor rounding out your top five. Cam, do you want to take us through the rest?
Absolutely. Yeah, so a tantalizing qualifying. Well, amazing job by Matt and David as well, and commentary as well. They were doing a fantastic work. But yeah, it looks like Benjamin Hignett will be taking the start in the Ferrari, and then the 6-9 car, followed by Lucas Keys. Should be very interesting to see. I know Lucas was a little bit disappointed not to get pole, and he is a little bit worried about the punch out of the corners, not necessarily in the first half, but the straight line speed of the GTRs and the Ferrari is not too bad down the straights here. Not too many straights here to make a move, so a little bit like Zambor at the F1 a few weeks ago, moves are going to have to be pretty... you want to get them done on the first lap. It's going to be the best opportunities. With a pair of GTRs on the second row as well, it's going to be very tantalizing. The front row have something to watch behind. Going to be looks like it's Tim Purcell and Jamie Conboy now as we the timing board corrects itself for who's taking the start. So Jamie Conboy surely going to be very punchy in the 888 GTR skill issue racing on that one. Brad Cook as well and Ben Vintonet in the Honda and Aston Martin on row 3 should be much one to watch. A very strong operators on both sides of that car. We're very much used to seeing the Super King slow Aston Martin, but last thought, Blake, from you just before we take the start now.
I'm going to be watching these GTRs. I think it's a handful of a car at times, but it is very, very good still, even in its ripe old age of like 18. So looking out for these guys. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. I'm excited to see Lucas Keys actually starting the race from the front this time. I know at times they like to do a bit of a last to first, and it's definitely viable in a very long form race, but excited to see what they can manage going from the top. But I'll let you take this one away, Cam.
Thank you very much, Blake. And yes, we'll be taking a start now. Everyone having to bunch up quite a bit from the last corner. It is quite tight, but a nice long straight as well. Plenty of space on either side as it's a long way, and we're already going along for the race start here at the Kyalami 9 hour. Not such a good start there from Tim Purcell having to block Brad Cook, but it is going to be Lucas Keys and Benjamin Hignett into turn 1. The Ferrari breaks a little bit later as Lucas edged ahead, and there's a slide there from Jamie Conboy, and he runs out wide. He's going to lose out to the other GTR and potentially the Marlboro Honda, but it looks like it is Benjamin Hignett start, and we've already got a couple of spinners there at the back, but hopefully they should get going. No need for any potential safety car. Nope, we got a safety car and going right now.
I did tell Matt Powell, one of our admins and head of stewarding, that I would tell them to behave, and I might have forgotten to relay that message to the guys on the grid this morning. So that's my bad. That's my bad. Yeah, I'll own that one. It did look like that was potentially Thurindu Tanayake in the number 100 Aston, the MRT Lost Our Way car. Turned around back there, but we probably need to see a replay to confirm that. But
we will not be re-inciting the famous words of our beloved mullet and saying that the car park. It was a few corners later, and to be fair, we only had one car as well this time, so can't really call that one. But hopefully, this race start, this safety car restart should keep things nice and calm for the second time.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's pretty standard. It's one of those tracks that's like, relatively long straight into it's a pretty tight corner. It also widens down the straight and then narrows, so it does invite a bit of four wide action. So yeah, it's not uncommon to get a bit of bumping and grinding at the start here.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll take this moment to shout out, obviously, thank you very much to Simrigs as well for sponsoring these events. We appreciate everyone out there who helps keeps these events going as well. Thank you to everyone in chat as well. Hamster, Luke, Jan, love to see it out. Resident Jan Tully as well. Clark, I believe Chris Crashes. I'm not sure. I don't know everyone's aliases to say, but we are going to be going for a restart. Hit the like button as well. We appreciate everyone out there on YouTube, Twitch, everyone. But we'll see what Ben Hignett can do now.
Yeah, he was disparaging himself on the race start, but he has managed to hold it at least for one corner. So we'll see what he can do again. I'll let you take this one away again, please, and thank you, Cameron.
Yep, looks like he was holding a bit. He didn't go as soon as out the last corner as well as he was entitled to. He held them a little bit, and it is giving them a good punch as well over Lucas Keys. So definitely going to be spaced out into turn one. We're seeing a little bit side by side. I believe there's the McLaren Honda. Sorry, not McLaren Honda, the Honda as well, going a little bit side by side at the back there, but it looks like it is all fair and square, but it is between Soper King Slow a little bit there. We see Sasha Death now in the green, MRT Ferrari making their way through the pack, currently 13th. We've got the McLaren behind them. I think that is potentially Steve Lewis, or it could be Billet. We'll have to wait for the timing board to get a little bit up to speed as things go on, but we're seeing a couple of the cars go outside, the McLaren and the Ferrari just a couple of cars ahead. I believe that is Ren and Billet. We're going side by side into the sunset corner, but it looks like it's going to be one up for the McLaren as well, with the Porsche just behind these two as well, with the Aston Martin. I believe that is Tim Gerb and McDowell as well, and the Porsche comes atop of that battle. Fastest up as well for that McDowell, but it won't really matter as we were under safety car conditions. And the climb up now to Luke up the hill, the tricky braking zone. The Porsche obviously mighty under the brakes, but I think a bit of a better line here for the Ferrari of Chris Wren, and a nice punch out down the straight as well as the camera struggles with this elevation change, but it is going well. It is going to be Hignett from Keys, I believe, with Purcell and Convoy. So really not too much of a difference up at the front of the field, and it looks like Cook has fended off Vintner as well, but Herbert there and the Ferrari one to watch as well, as a gaggle of Porsches make up the top 10.
I will just say a big mover, unfortunately, down is that 416 car that's well off the main pack of cars here. That was the Crystal Persuasion team with Michael Clark and James Parker. They started this race in P7, so that's really unfortunate. I think those guys they were our Pro-Am car in the top 10, so rough start for those guys.
Very much unfortunate, but there is plenty of time to still get a result and still have some fun out there as well, the key thing. But it looks like Lucas there was really punchy down the straight on the Ferrari, giving him something to think about, edged out a little bit and try to fill the mirrors of that Ferrari, but Ben Hignett did not succumb. But it looks like the early statement of pace there from Lucas Keys, have to say. Obviously, the guy who took second position in qualifying, so definitely up to speed. We saw obviously Connor Hind pilot the 296 as well, doing the 39.955 for that Ferrari as the pole time, but it's definitely a very solid car come the race as well. So tough work for Lucas in the Porsche. But I imagine they might be doing their classic Porsche Enduro strat of running in the lower fuel map, as it doesn't make too much of a difference when you, let's say, a little bit horsepower limited as they are in the 911, and they can save quite a bit of fuel and extend their stints.
I do also just want to point out the 153 that pitted that first lap. That's Tim Gobe and Nathan Monks, which is interesting. Those guys not qualifying as high as I think they would have liked and as I would have expected of them. Not sure if there's been an issue there or if they just really wanted to. I mean, I don't know if getting out of traffic this early on is really the go. So hopefully they're at least right to go for the rest of this race.
Yep. And I said it as well when we were on the safety car. See, Lucas gets really close, despite the Porsche's really tucked under the gearbox of the Ferrari into turn 1. But we'll see how they can. It's going to be tough to get a move done, but definitely Lucas wants to get into the front and kind of dictate the pace right now. But he also likes to scrap, does Lucas, as well. We're seeing Brad Cook now starting to close up a little bit to the tail of the 888 GTR of Jamie Comboy. Let's see what he can produce as well. I'm seeing JC not a fan of this track. And Desley, I'm not sure if the GTR is the best car for it when it comes to getting the lap down. It can produce a good lap time, but it definitely feels a little bit ill-suited to some of these corners, particularly these two right now. We're coming up to the S's of the Kyalami track, but done a good job. And definitely the GTR punch up the hill as well makes a big difference.
Yeah, it can feel a little bit hairy at times. The lack of aero just makes it feel a little bit skatey out there. Something might be up with our race control system, but we did just see a 15-second penalty for causing a collision for the number 100 car, Atanayake. So that was, I believe, at the start, lap 1 T1. So, rough start for those guys, but as you said, plenty of race to go. But wow, these guys are on like a bit of a tow rope. They all look just in sync right now. Just a bit of a reset there for our race control system, so those penalties do come through for all you guys out there.
Absolutely. Yeah. But it'll be just a bit of housekeeping as well. It'll be me and Blake for the first 3 hours, and I believe we'll have Matt Madden and Mr. Jaden Rondinella, Mr. Loopdy, in the box come after the first 3 hours. So come hour 9, not hour 9, I'm thinking we're doing a 12 hour and hour 6. But you know what we mean. But yeah, thankful to everyone who's here. Thank for everyone who's volunteered their time for commentary as well. We do appreciate it. And thank you to Blake. And of course, Mr. Glenn as well. He's here, gonna be here, peeing into mason jars as always for the next 9 hours. We appreciate everything he does.
Giving away secrets of the trade here. What's going on?
Have we set up the shop for those jars as well?
Yes, you can buy souvenir jars on the Octane Online. No, you can't.
No.
All yours.
I don't think people need to know how the sausage is made.
It's made with love.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my. Thank you, Cam.
Anyway, it's already begun. The descendancy into madness that is already my midlife crisis. But we're going down the hill now.
We're 10 minutes in. Get ready for 2 hours and 50 minutes more of me and Cameron.
See, I bring the late night commentary to the very start, as always.
I'm pretty sure Cam didn't actually sleep last night. He's just been going since whenever.
No. I woke up like a normal person at 8 a.m. Can't remember the last time I did. But right. We are going to follow things through as we get a replay here from the start. Thank you to Glenn, as we're seeing the Aston Martin here. I think one of the other skill issue racings, not the GTR, but the Aston Martin goes up the inside. I believe that is the Tim Gobe car. And there's already a spin. I believe that, the Honda there's already been spun round. Didn't catch who that was. And I believe that was, it's the Aston Martin. That is the McNeil car that already had a 4-second penalty. Was also involved in that. So from bad to worse for the car 700, I believe. That's absolutely rough for those guys. Matt Nippers at the helm.
Oh, okay.
So the Honda, we can see just ahead, the chrome Honda brake stake goes alongside the other Honda as well. And we didn't quite see it as the camera changed. It was already kind of rotating by the looks of it, whether it was assisted or not. And it looks like the Aston Martin just kind of kept the camera cropper and all of that. So I dare say really unfortunate. But I believe that Rob Underwood 3-4 to McLaren Honda. I keep saying McLaren Honda. It's in the McLaren colors. It's the it's the GP2 engine car as we see from the livery. But we know how things go. But we see here Matt Nipper is already making a bit of recovery up into, I believe, 23rd right now. So one to watch.
Yeah, it looked like it had a little bit of the Honda had a little bit of a help around the outside, potentially from one of those Kovacs Porsches, and then just a bit of a pile up there. I do wonder. We saw Tim Gobe in that skill issue blue Aston Martin. I wonder if they came in to pit for damage, not thinking suffering too much damage and potentially think it was going to hamper them over the whole stint. So rough start for those guys as well. But, interestingly, I did think it was the Tanayake caught up in that in the 100 MRT car, and they did get that penalty, but that was not them, as you pointed out. It was Niferus getting fully turned around. So everyone getting in on that action, unfortunately, at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely quite unfortunate. We not really want to call, but we'll use this opportunity as well to thank you all our stewards as well, all volunteers as well. I'm sure the guys will be going along there, and one can't not expect an incident on a turn one of enduro, I have to say, but I dare say things have been somewhat clean from what I've been seeing as well for the rest of this race so far. Obviously, only 12 minutes really into the session. But we'll find out anything as well from the start. But it is still going to be Ben Higner ahead of Lucas Keys at the start. Still 10% ahead of Convoy, leading up the GTR duo for third and fourth, and Brad Cook on the tail of them with Ben Vintner to follow off. Brad Ellis? Brad. Yeah, Ellis is definitely going to be one to watch as well, as he is currently the fastest lap holder in the Porsche, the 987, I believe, piloted, but also with Layla Bell, as well as a few others for that car. So interested to see as they come through the field. They will continue along there. So it looks like we are going to have some fair weather for now, but it is Kyalami. It is the heart of South Africa. So potentially rain could come knocking any hour. To see the Ben Vintner gets really close to the Honda, come down the straight, but not enough. The straight's just not quite long enough to really get a good run into turn one. But I have seen that Cook and Vintner have actually gone ahead of Jamie Conboy right now, so we'll have to get a replay of what happened to the normally 117 running car, but is obviously for AAA right now. We'll see what happened to Mr. JC. But that is going to unleash Cook and Vintner obviously into fourth and fifth, and the bright blue GTR, I believe another MRT, MRT car, I'm not too sure, number 124, but Tim Purcell's going to have something to think about right now.
No, that's the 124 is the HPNT car. So it's a very, very stacked lineup. It's Liam Hamilton, Moyen Taufik, Amal Naim, and Tim Purcell. So all regulars at the front of our sprint grid. It's a very, very stacked lineup in that car.
It is very weird to see Taufik in anything other than a 296, I have to say. I'm not used to it. And even Admiral 9, they're normally like in the McLaren or Ferrari or something along those lines. To see him in a big GTI is great, but also kind of very unusual to my eyes. But yeah, definitely very stacked car. I thought they were an MRT car because MRT likes to run a blue, yellow, green, and often a red car. So you get the full collection, but definitely not. But yeah, I want to watch out. The GTRs did show some rapid pace I have to say, in qualifying, but we'll have to see what their race pace is right now. We're seeing they're not as close to the front as they probably would like to be. GC there, very close on the brakes, really up to the back of the Aston Martin. I'm not sure if he had to kind of take a little bit of avoiding action, but he does have Regan Herbert on the back of him as well as they come up the run into Barbecue, and now the little mini straight down to Sunset. Also, we'll find out what happened as well to what caused JC to lose 2 positions.
Yeah, we're just lining that one up for you guys now. Here we go. So on board with JC, Brad Cook just getting it up the inside of Lukop. That looks like a little bit of argy-bargy, nothing too untoward. But yeah, maybe just getting a little bit deep. That's like I would say that's the most difficult corner on this track. I don't think this is over actually. So moves to the inside to defend from Vintner. And it's just a little bit tardy, and Vintner's going to get around the front for Cheetah, and he's just kind of offline here and loses out the most. So doesn't look like anything too untoward, but a bit of a when it rains it pours down here at Kyalami today for Jamie Conboy.
Yeah, it was a little bit rough. We see, as Regan Herbert finds the first one to hit the bump there at Cheetah. Unfortunately, doesn't go spin around, but just goes for a hop and does lose 1, 2, 3 positions there. And I have to say that's undone one of JC's errors to lose that position, but he's fallen behind Breno Ellis there in the 987 Porsche. But yeah, but unfortunately, I dare say it's not the last we're going to see of the cheetah hops, to say.
Yeah, that was a very large bit of airtime there for that car. That would have been absolutely terrifying in real life. We do just see, actually, while we're on board with this car, they have got a 10-second penalty for a collision. I'm not quite sure that we saw that one, so might have to scrape back through the replay to find that for you guys.
Looks like Regan Herbert, I think, is not Regan Herbert. Sorry, Ben Vincent. Did I call Regan Herbert? That went over the head. Sorry, it's Ben Vincent. I've already getting my Astons modelled up and we're only 20 minutes in. But yes, Ben Vincent there was the one that fell back. And looks like, speaking of Regan Herbert, he has gotten ahead of the Jamie Comboy into Sunset as well. So already following through on Brad Cook as they press on 124. Apologies for calling that MRT earlier on. My error is already starting to creep in, but we'll see how things go. But it's all chop and change right now for this whole Gaggle pack as the front two are still escaping away. 7 seconds lead they've got above Tim Purcell for the Porsche and the Ferrari. Yeah, I think JC got a little bit lucky when he made the error as well at this at that corner. As he just gone through, is he got that little bit of slide, and the GTR, it doesn't mind sliding, but sometimes the TCR will bog down as it does on any car and just kind of halt the progress as he's already sniffing the rear, to say the least, of Regan Herbert right already, and he'll have to be one to watch as we come now down the straight. GTR likes a run, but the Aston Martin's already got the run on the Honda as the Honda goes defensive going now into turn 1, but Regan has got the inside line in the Aston Martin. He breaks deep and looks like he's already clearing them. No switchback from the Honda as well, but he's giving it a bit of an attempt, but it is going to be single file through here. Surely is a small, ever so close moment between the two, and the Porsche there, Breno Ellis, looks like going inside of Jamie Comboy as well. So potentially things all coming up a cropper, and yet the Breno Ellis has gone ahead of these two as the Aston Martin as well, already clearing JC as well. So bad to worse for the GTR driver.
Absolutely cutthroat from this secondary.
Tim Purcell.
Oh, Herbert's in front of Purcell now as well. Wow, Herbert just absolutely moving up the pack. Purcell also losing out to Cook.
GTRs are sinking like stones right now as they're all coming a cropper as everyone has to move offline and take the slow line. The Porsche goes up the inside right now, giving the GTR something to think about. It gives him the space. And Jamie Comboy now trying to come back as well on Ben Vincent as these two, as a drag race down the train. Surely the GTR is going to have the miles, but it's going to be on the outside line as the Porsche runs sideways a bit, ever so close. But GTR is going to have the inside line now for Crocodiles, and looks like he's going to get ahead, but he bogs down on the exit as well. The Porsche has an excellent run around the outside. I'm not sure if it was still within the line, but he's going to be on the outside now. Still holding it around the outside now for Cheetah, and surely going to have the superior line into this corner.
Far out. That is crazy. Breno Ellis and Tim Purcell side by side through there in a part that is so risky. Great racing room left there. Ben Vincent are almost getting through on Purcell as well, but having to tuck back in as they march down the pit straight. And we're going to do it all again. Jamie Comboy having a bit of a look around the outside of Vincent, but he's going to be forced the long way around, has to come in single file. But now I believe that's Carl Johnson in the Corvex red car is getting involved there. This pack is just getting ever so bigger. And the Pidgey Racing car, I believe that is also getting involved potentially. So Jamie Comboy just falling down the order a little bit here. He's an outspoken hater of this track, and it is looking that way for a reason. So Carl Johnson getting up the grid there. Vincent is still glued to the back of Purcell.
Looks like Curley's coming through the field as well. How can we forget Chris Curley piloting the Pidgey Racing team, Aston Martin, already getting ahead now, JC, and going to be set on the heels of the rest. The Carl Johnson you mentioned there as well. And the Pete Viney painted Porsche colours, and going to be on the back as well here, Brent Vincent and Tim Purcell. So all chop and change right now here for everyone from third down, but he's going to be Regan Herbert as well ahead of Brad Cook, definitely making their marks on the race. Unfortunate for these GTR drivers, they're really starting to struggle a little bit. I'm not too sure whether it's just the fuel in the car as well, like they don't have that single lap magic they seem to do in the qualifying. But we'll see how things develop in. But Ben Vinton now, they've seen this Aston Martin's actually got a bit of poke down the straights, but I'm not sure if he's going to have anything really to attack the GTR with. We'll see. The GTR's already got a car length on him, so it might be have to take an expert Daniel Ricciardo send into turn one if he wants to get this move done. But Ben Vinton, he's a safe operator. He knows what it's done. We're not even half an hour in, and he's going to play things safe as well. No point throwing the race away from here.
Yeah, already carrying a 10-second invoice, doesn't need to get anything else to his name. Apparently, the Aston is one of the cars to be in here at Kyalami, and you can see down the grid we have quite a few out there today. So probably feeling pretty comfortable right now, probably looking to play the long game more so than trying to get something done and dusted right now. Carl Johnson just under fire here from Chris Cooley, jumping on board that Pidgey Racing team with our brothers Madden. Big shout out to the Maddens, great new commentators here at Octane. But for now, focused on this race, they are, as they're everyone's picking a bit of a different line, and there is a touch. Vintner has spun Purcell around. Purcell, oh, it's a bit of a dangerous getting going there again. Well, might have to see that one again, but they have lost quite a few positions to that incident. But yeah, just getting turned around there, that is a rough going for them. And now they're really in a gaggle of cars that are probably not quite at the same pace they were, but still very, very fast operators. Through barbecue. Sorry, that is Crocodiles. My bad.
Yep. I've done a real number. I've cursed. I've talked about Ben Vinton being a safe operator for Ken. He already had a penalty and dare say he might get another one for that small touch into the Lukop turn at the top of the hill. But between him and Tim, so unfortunate. Tim's obviously come off worse. We'll have to leave that one to the stewards and wait for their judgment on that one. But unfortunate for Tim. He looks like he's spun around quite a bit, and he's not going to help the tyres that much as well, going for a slide like that, as he has to take him for still quite a bit longer into the race. But he's fallen back to P11 right now, so about 5 positions lost. Chris Cooley as well coming through the field, so he'll be the next one to take on Ben Vintner, as we see here, Sasha Def and Tim having a bit of a battle right now, as obviously Sasha wants to clear this car. It's got penalties, is off pace as well, and does so into Sunset Curve as the McLaren and Aston Martin as well, but just behind the Carpenter and Billet looking to stake their claim as well on the GTR as Tim tries to find any semblance of pace and get back his rhythm.
Yeah, he's going to have to try and settle down a little bit here for Tim, looking a little bit ragged right now after getting turned around up here. It's rough going. Yeah, just needs to settle down. Just Kafil Slade in the chat just mentioning that Herbert is closing that gap to our top 2 runners, closing about half a second a lap right now, which you can see reflected. That's 5.8 on the live timing. It is about 5.8 still as well. So one to watch out for. We'll see if Herbert can challenge those guys at the top. Coming through the middle part of this stint.
Yeah, definitely one to watch. Though I did think the timing had a moment, but no, actually, he has actually just dropped 2 seconds, and now it might be still a moment to let us know. We're not too sure with ACC's live timing, but we're going to go for a replay in here now on the back camera point, looking backwards from Tim Purcell as we go through the S's and then pile up the straight to the GTR. So definitely close enough to make a move from this distance. The GTR, and it wasn't even really going for a move. It was just missed the braking mark a little bit, and I think a secondary contact there. I think it was the Carl Johnson Porsche just clipped the front splitter of the GTR, and we'll have to one to watch as well for the leave it to the stewards in case that was an unsafe rejoin, but the cars got through A-OK. I think that was the John Hislop, the Wally Porsche as well. So yeah, quite unfortunate, but lucky that only really one car was really affected in all of that. But yeah, I think that's a hard case to defend for the number 90, the Ben Vintner car, I have to say.
No, I think that's going to be pretty slam dunk. Yeah, that was a pretty immediate commentator's curse for us on Herbert there. Mentioned it, and then, yeah, they dropped about 2 seconds. But we look forward now to our top two runners. These guys are still dueling it out. Hignett currently holding off this offensive flurry from Lucas Keys in that 777 car. It's a bit of a doozy, not quite a looker, I would say. This one, but Lucas Key is known for a bit of an outlandish livery from time to time.
Yeah, he was telling me that I had to wait to see, and he gets closer and closer. He's actually going to go for a move, and he breaks late into turn one, side by side foot between the two. They're going to try and muscle him out wide, but Ben Hignett's still there on the outside, going to have the inside for the next corner, and surely going to retake the lead again for Barbecue as well. So amazing thing there, I have to say, from Lucas Keys, but unfortunately the track kind of just dictated the other way, but he's still going to have a fight now, giving him something to look at. He's going to put Ben on the offline into Sunset, try to get a clean line, carry the speed, but Ben does a good job to wrestle it through the corner and still maintains his lead there. That was amazing there from Lucas and from Ben as well. Great racing.
Yeah, nice defensive line there from Benny Hignett. That Ferrari just staying planted, able to get it through there with enough speed to hold off this advance from Lucas Keys. But I don't think this is going to be done anytime soon.
Yeah, definitely about the 10. I did think he was like getting closer and closer. We've seen that he's been on the tail of this Ferrari pretty much since lap 1, since day dot, and he was definitely a little bit closer that time and did go for a move. It was a good send, and Lucas didn't run him out wide, didn't just brake so late and just force him off the track like they do in F1 these days, and with that silly ruling. But I'll have to say, to go for intent, probably, if he did, it'll be 10-second penalty for Lucas, if anything, or the other car, or whoever car it isn't fault. But we'll leave things at that. But yeah, valid attempt. But that has given Regan Herbert a little bit of time back as well. We did say he was we promised, we weren't lying. He was 5.5 seconds behind, but he did lose 2 seconds somewhere on the timing board. So he was making big progress, and then unfortunately didn't make it, lose it with a potential error somewhere, but not so much that he fell back behind Brad Cook. So, but they are 6 seconds behind right now, and it is coming down, especially with these two are going to battle like they did last lap.
Yeah, looking at their last laps. Big shout out to Scott Rockford for the live timing. This is the first time I've had it beside me, and it's really, really useful. But Herbert lapping over a second quicker the last lap, so the pace is definitely there. These two obviously slowing each other down as they're having to try and attack and defend, while Herbert Cook keeping him honest, but it's not quite the same level of pressure that, say, Ben Hignett is under right now.
Yeah, big shout out as well to Scott Rochford, like you said, for the live timing as well. It is pinned at the top of our YouTube chat, twitch.tv, Annie Halonik. There's his username there for the live timing. You can get all the deets as you need to as well. But we are seeing there Chris Cooley and Breno Ellis starting to get very much a little bit closer for P5 and P6. And, speaking of it, as Chris Cooley goes up the inside, but surely going to be the Porsche plants the power down and going to have a bit of an edge coming down the hill now into mine shaft, and he's going to be a car length ahead, but he has to take the wider line, give room for the Aston Martin. Going to have the inside line though for the heavy braking of Crocodiles, and surely going to be over and under for Aston Martin, but no, he can't get it done. But it was a solid effort there from Cooley and from Bellas. Good driving.
Yeah, great door-to-door stuff between these two very, very veteran operators here. Good to see Breno Ellis back in the car, jumping on board the Team Iris car. I think we've got, as you said, Layla Bell, Aiden Squires, and what more person that eludes me, Blake Brenner as well, rounding out that team. So nice 4-person team, going to be nice and fresh legs every time someone hops in that car. Yep,
absolutely. As he's fighting, we obviously got Ben Vincent there just in the background, and I believe Carl Johnson and Jamie Conboy there in the background of these two. As I see Brad Cook there in the yellow and red. Oh my god, I'm getting everything wrong. Get my eyes checked, get my ears checked, get everything checked. Get checked, everyone, especially for those who are of a certain age, of a male disposition as well. As Glenn fills my ear with a hearty chuckle. But it's public service announcement. Think of it that way. But everyone get checked as well. Like, everyone stay healthy, stay hydrated. Like, which I'm not doing right now, I have to say, as my voice is already starting to go. But you see JB Conway going now into the top of the hill and a run down the straight. So it looks like he has gone ahead of Carl Johnson in the other Kovacs car. Obviously, all kind of Kovacs operators, but under different racing guys. This Skill Issue Racing, I believe there's Sean Muller's kind of outfit as well. Speaking of Sean Muller, we won't hear him on the mic, sadly. I mean, as he said, first enduro he's going to miss for quite a bit. Obviously, Carl Johnson gets really taily out the outside, classic Carl Johnson style. But we won't have Sean Muller on the mic. I believe they said they're two-manning their race, so it's going to be pretty tough for him to join the commentary. So he opted out, unfortunately. But we're glad to happen. I'm sure he'll be keen to get back into it next time.
Just hearing from Glenn that Chris Cooley actually started from 28th position in this race, which is wildly absurd, running with the Brothers Madden this time. So very, very big effort there. But just touching on the legend Sean Muller himself, he did actually message me this morning and said he'd like to try and jump in towards the end of the day.
Can't help himself.
Yeah, he literally can't help himself. He loves it, and you can tell he oozes passion for this and for real racing and any sport really. Big shout out to Muller. But so we might hear from him a bit later. But I want him to focus on his race. He's had a bit of a tough go in the last couple of enduros, having technical issues and I think some health issues preventing him from really, really competing. So I'm hoping to see him have a good result today.
Yeah, definitely. We all love Sean Muller as well, and we know he doesn't like to be the center of attention, but we all love him for it. But one to watch as well. One to watch for this race for the viewers as well. Yeah, 991 Josh Stewart in the Porsche. That is Sean Muller's car. So yeah, him and Josh will be two-manning this race. So 4.5 hours each at the very least, or depending on how they split their driver stints. But 4 hours of driving is no small feat in one day. I'm not sure I'd had any energy left for commentary after that.
No, just touching on that actually, because we have someone, shout out to Connor Bernard in chat, just asking a little bit about the format today. So there is no driver stint limit. However, drivers can only complete, I believe, 60% of the race, which is about 6 hours. If it's a two-team, obviously that changes a two-driver team changes the more drivers there are. But yeah, so they are free to double stint if they want, or triple stint if there's two drivers. You'll be looking for these cars. Most of them will be running for about an hour 15, an hour 30, depending on their fuel consumption and how aggressive they are being. But yeah, so most of these cars running anywhere with 2 to 4 drivers. 2 to 3 seems to be common, with a couple of teams running 4 drivers. Bit of a luxury, I guess. But yeah, so we will see drivers hop in and out here today.
Oh yeah, as well. And things are getting really close up the front as well between the leaders. But definitely a few. Most teams are going to be at least 2 drivers, but a few teams with 3s and a few teams with 4s as well. As like we mentioned, the Brenner Wells car is a 4-car team. Some teams are looking to consolidate. If they don't have 2 cars, to consolidate into 1. Things getting really close up the front as well. But you see Austin Carter here on the back of Tim Purcell, one of a few of our Americans. And I have to say we have to cut back maybe to the leaders right now, because I think this might be a bit of a lead change going on, as Lucas Keys has taken the lead up to the inside, and we apologize for that one, but going up the inside, and he's already taken the lead from Ben Hicknett, as Regan Herbert has arrived on scene, as we were alluding to before, and going to get a replay on that one as well. Thank you to everyone.
Yeah, so Herbert actually caught the back of this pack. He wants a bit of this action, wants a bit of that smoke. And speaking of smoke, Brad Cook is not too far down the road either. So if they keep squabbling, they're going to keep inviting people who have this free air on track to catch up to them and get involved.
Yeah, we're looking at Lucas Keys seemed to be getting closer and closer to the back of the Ferrari, as I think maybe the Ferrari's tyres are starting to fall away a little bit, and Lucas looks a little bit more at home right now on his set, and obviously maybe happier on his fuel. Maybe he was taking the opportunity to fuel save a little bit as well at the start, and not too sure on his strategy. Whatever we say, it's normally going to be the opposite anyway. But looks like he's already starting to clear ahead a little bit from Ben Hignett, so it's maybe the car is starting to fall out a little bit from one of our other broadcasters. But it got to have Regan Herbert all over the back of him already. So yeah, we'll have to watch what happens with the Ferrari.
Yeah, I think he's going to be having to look backwards more so than forwards already. That's a good 4 or 5 car lengths here as we do get this replay. So heading down pit straight, looking into T1. Hignett has gone defensive, but Keys has managed to pull it up alongside. Looks like he's going to get the braking done very, very nicely, and that's pretty much move done just through T1, and it is. So a very, very nice move there from Lucas Keys. Broadcaster's curse. Herbert has gotten in front of Hignett as we were looking at that replay, so we're going to have to jump back and look at that one too. I'm not sure if that's a competitive move on track, or if Hignett's just had a bit of an oopsie. Just getting the jitters a bit after getting mugged by Keys at the start there. Sorry, at T1. Just reporting down the grid a little bit, I did have Zach Jensen, shout out to Zach, just pointing out that the 333K Motorsports car did unfortunately drop quite a fair bit down due to being spun out. I don't think we'll get eyes on that one, so sorry. Just looking forward here, so Herbert, I'm confused. Oh, this is the, yeah. So kind of a similar move there. Ooh, very, very close. Hignett just taking a bit of a wider line to get a bit more speed through the corner exit there. And I think that was a very light touch. No, not too much harm done there, but God, it was a little bit dicey for a second. But yeah, so Hignett just losing out a little bit, maybe not quite ready to defend that one.
Yeah, it looks like he lost a bit of time, and Hignett's unfortunately losing back, but we're seeing Regan Herbert really on pace now and already starting to actually close a little bit on Lucas Keys, so definitely a statement of intention from the number 8 car. This car piloted obviously by Mr. Regan Herbert, but will be Nathan Henderson who takes over later in the race depending on how things go. Obviously these drivers are probably pitting around the 1 hour mark. That's the kind of minimum you want to really get to, but you know, anything can happen. If weather comes into a factor, it can throw things off kilter, it can throw up your strategy. You'll have to change tires because the weather conditions might necessitate it, but we'll see how things go. It's still bright and sunny right now. We're 24 track temp right now, so all looking fine on a little bit of overcast, but not too bad here in South African Saturday morning, have to say.
Yeah, it's a lovely day for it. But yeah, the weather's pretty friendly right now. We'll see if that changes throughout the day, but not too hard on the tires. Oh, yeah. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Brad Cook also still pretty close there to the back of now Hignett. So 1.5 to Cook from Hignett, and then 1.7 to Cooley. Cooley, very, very quick. I will say, no disrespect to the Maddens whatsoever, but Cooley in another stratosphere to those guys. So I'm not sure if we'll see this car battling all the way at the front the whole time, but I think they'll be in for a very, very good result regardless.
Yeah, it's he is a silver marked car for a reason. That is really clearly propping up that car, like not disheartening to the fellow drivers in that car, but clearly is in in a bit of a different league, and we'll see if this car can maintain its lofty highs that it will climb to. But that's it's got to apply for every car, and there's a few out there. There's a few cars out there. We've all got very strong drivers in them, and sometimes the other drivers they don't have that pace, and there's nothing wrong with that. It takes it takes a team to tango. Can't do the whole race on your own, so we'll see how things develop, and never know. There's what can happen in the race. There could be many incidents to come, rain, who knows. So plenty of positions to gain.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this car is almost a bit more representative of like a real life pro-am team, where you have a pro driver who is paid to drive and an amateur driver who is doing it for the love of the game kind of thing. Not that pros don't love it, but yeah, that kind of that gap in skill. But the Maddens, I mean, they're very quick in their own right, but it takes a lot of practice to get to the level that guys like Keys and Cooley and Herbert and Hignett are at in this game. I'm at myself about 330 hours in just this game, and I think I'm only I'm probably about the level that Matt and Dan Madden are as well. I'd be right in the middle of this pack, so it's definitely not meant to disparage. A little unit in chat, just as you mentioned, the weather, asking how much of a factor the weather could play in this race. I did hear it would be roughly a 20% chance of rain today, roughly. Very, very big asterisk there. Kunos weather settings are always very, very, very fickle. I do find that at this point in this update, this build in the game, it does seem to kind of loop on like a sort of 2-hour schedule. So what we often get sort of just repeats itself throughout an enduro, which is a little bit frustrating, but that's what we have to work with. So we'll see if it stays fair weather throughout the whole race. I know some people like to see, well, some drivers like to see a bit of rain. It's always called the great equalizer, but we shall see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's a little bit hard to predict, even with all the tools that everyone has these days. And yeah, there's not too sure on the state of ACC as well. And there things are all kind of focused on ACE Evo, despite things looking a bit rockier a bit there by the looks of things. But we'll see how things go. We've kind of been had the camera trained on Carl Johnson right now, and he's losing a little bit to Jamie Combi with Sasha Depp closing in on the background. But it looked like, I don't know, I dare say his Porsche looks a little bit understeery through some of these corners, I have to say. And I'm not sure whether that's just tire life or setup or potentially driving style as well. But it looks like he's doing a lot of turning, but like the car just isn't rotating, I have to say. And it looks like the rear isn't kind of stepping out. It's just, yeah, he's kind of like not really having the car straight early, like kind of late into the corner. He's having to do a lot of turning even at the very end of the corner, not really getting on the power as early as he'd like to, I have to say. Watch this car through sunset, I have to say. Like, watch it, you'll kind of be able to tell the front tires are turning, but the car just isn't rotating as well as he'd like, I reckon.
Yeah, which is a bit of a interesting thing to be happening in the Porsche of all cars. Obviously, with the engine slung across the back, is very, very predisposed to oversteer. So maybe choosing to set it up like that just to keep it in check.
The fuel could be burning off as well, which makes the front light a little bit. And
yeah,
not too bad for that this time run through sunset, but I feel like he is kind of losing time to Sasha Deff rather than gaining on Jamie Combi, I have to say.
Dan Madden in chat with a bit of a jest. He can neither confirm nor deny that Chris Cooley's a paid driver for the Pidgey Racing team.
What are you paying him in? Beers, yeah, probably.
Beers is customary, a slab. Maybe 2 for an enduro. As we do look back a little bit towards the midfield, we do have Carpenter here having a bit of a look at the HPNT GTR. Right now, we did see this car get turned around earlier on in the race, now running in the midfield, getting very, very close through Crocodile, but move is not yet to be made. A little bit of grass there. Nothing wrong with that. Everyone does a little bit of lawn mowing at Cheetah at some point throughout the day.
Just speaking of lawn mowing, not really necessarily lawn mowing, but I'd crack open the window. You know, it's a nice sunny Saturday morning, and of course someone fires up a generator outside my room.
The standard leaf blower on the weekends. It's one of my least favorite noises, to be honest with you.
It's not even just the weekends. I feel like just every day.
There's always some bloke out there with a leaf blower at like 7:30 in the morning for some reason, and it's like, what leaves are you possibly needing to blow on Monday at 7:30?
I don't even have a garden. Like, I don't understand what they're blowing out there.
You got to keep the footpath really, really clear, okay?
Yeah. Anyway, gardening talk aside, but yes, Austin Carpenter are really catching on the back of Tim Purcell right now, and unfortunately this car was up in P3 at the start of this race and kind of petered out a little bit come unfortunately under a cropper, I think, from Ben Wittner at this corner many laps ago, and hopefully not trying to replicate that as Austin Carpenter goes around the outside, but struggling to make a move done. But good line and good run there. Still got to try and close in. Touch again on the back of the GTR as it was a little bit of a crisscross, but unfortunately nothing coming across it so far as the GTR going and takes the traditional line. Austin's going to look up the inside, gives him space from the GTR, but surely going to be it runs out quite wide, up to say, but it's going to have the lead coming into the car. And yeah, I think Austin needed to get out of that one as well, because GTR was just going to come across his nose, as we saw. And McLaren there, Billet, still following this Aston Martin pretty much since the start of the race, going strong there in P14.
Oh my god, I flinched at that. That was so close. Carpenter really, really wise to just pull out of that one, because that was about to end in tears. I was surprised that that slight touch in the back didn't send Purcell spinning with the way that physics works in this game. Oy, oy, oy.
Yeah, absolutely as well. Never too sure on what AC's physics are going to do as they come across now. A bit wide there from Austin Carpenter. But what about the Convicts and Colonials car? I believe is piloted from a whole bunch of the guys on the American side, normally competing in the NA Sprint Series as well. I'm sure if we had Nick in the booth right now, Nick Aon, he'll be championing those guys, as he's the one who normally does the broadcast on NA, but obviously time permits, life gets in the way of things, as we know. We're hoping everyone's all well there on the North American continent.
Yeah, these guys having a pretty good run in this first stint. I believe they started in P19, so up 6 positions. Can't be too mad about that. Just looking just a quick update near the front of the field though. Brad Cook within 1 second of Benny Hignett. That's 6/10 now. So that battle is heating up too. Breno Ellis not quite able to keep pace with Brad Cook though, falling off about 4 seconds back as we do watch these guys come through Ingwe, the last corner, onto the pit straight to do it once more for once more of many times more today.
Yeah, it looks like, I'm not sure if we caught Ben Hignett has been passed as well by Chris Cooley, who has the fastest lap, so that Aston Martin really piling on the pace. I'm sure they will be catching Regan Herbert and Lucas Keys as well. We did say the Aston Martins are pretty strong, and dare say with Herbert and Cooley behind the wheels are definitely some of the best Aston drivers out there, chasing one of our other best known Aston drivers in Lucas Keys, although he doesn't seem to I think he likes the bit more spicier cars these days. He's obviously championing the 911 right now, but he really likes the GTR as well. So it's been a while since we've seen Lucas in the Aston Martin, I have to say. But still at the front no matter what he pilots.
Just getting a bit of a pit lane update. Liam Hamilton in chat just updating us on the 124 GTR that Tim Purcell is currently piloting. Having a bit of tech issues. It seems like the brake dead zone has reset itself, so probably just struggling a little bit with that car right now.
Not optimum, I have to say, for that. And yeah, depending on what he had his dead zone set to, whether he, because dead zone is kind of what you add on to the, it kind of moves the maximum, the 100% input kind of further back in the travel of the pedal, or further, actually I don't think you can go any more forward, but it kind of makes the pedal throw shorter, I have to say, unless it's the minimum brake zone, which it kind of I like to set the min zone a little bit higher, because if you're on the pedals, if you kind of rest your foot on the pedals, you'll still get a small amount of input depending on what pedals you have. So I like to set a bit of min dead zone. I don't know. What about you, Mike?
I think I have a tiny bit of minimum dead zone, but yeah, I think if it's affecting him in a noticeable fashion, I would imagine it's in the more maximum area. I don't know what kind of gear Purcell has, but particularly on the old Logitech G29s, you had to press them bloody hard without a dead zone if you wanted to get 100% braking. And that really would throw you. It's never very comfortable when you're really having to stand on the brake just to get it stopped. So yeah. Hamilton, though, making me look like an idiot and saying it is the minimum dead zone. So I guess, though, if you're used to resting your foot on the brake, and then now if you've got a really good set of pedals and it is picking up just that slightest bit of input, you're slowing down where you really, really don't need to be. So I guess that also makes sense.
Yeah. If any consolation is, I'd rather have my min dead zone reset than maximum, to say the least. That way you just keep your foot off the pedal. But can be unfortunate. That said, Zossen's going to send it from a million miles back and gets up the inside, and it gets so close. I'm so worried for that GTI. It's had a few knocks today, but still going. It was a very wily attempt, but definitely valid from the Aston Martin there, and doesn't get the move done, as the GTR held the outside line and gets to run out into the next corners. But definitely things are heating up a little bit between these two right now. And we got Josh Struick in the Porsche just behind, as Regan Herbert, our number 8 car, number P2 car, in the lead, P2 position, is now already boxed. Maybe looking for it's quite an early stop, I have to say, undercut.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, he's already going again.
Yeah,
that's really short. That's a fuel stop, surely.
That's odd. Yeah, someone in the chat, I think that's Chris Taylor, questioning a underfueling strategy in a 9-hour. That is a little bit odd to me.
They did start a bit maybe out of position. Kind of, I'm not too sure who did the lap time for that car, but like they were in, I think, sort of like the bottom half of the top 10, so maybe they were short fueling. Just to kind of have a bit of a pace advantage to get through the field. It's not out of the realms of possibility. It's not like F1 don't refuel anymore. But anyway, Josh Struick now going for a move on us. Austin Martin. It's Aston Martin with Austin Carpenter at the wheel, but not getting the move done so far. I'm sure Sean will be egging on his co-driver.
These guys actually cut through the field really, really efficiently, because as I mentioned, they started in 30th. This car did have a 4-place grid penalty as well. So big gains for this car. Now kind of fighting in the middle. Do see a penalty coming through for the number 10 car, with Xavier Eden piloting that one right now for causing a collision. We're not going to show that car because it's incredibly garish. But interesting. I do think that in regards to the number 8 car, that would explain that serious pace advantage, because it is a bit odd that it was a second faster potentially than our top runners, and being underfueled would explain that. But we'll see how it works out for them. We've seen some oddball strategies here and there that worked, and sometimes they don't. So still 8 hours to go, so we'll see. Jason Teo with a 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 20 as well. So that was about 11 laps ago. God, this live timing sheet is fantastic. Big shout out to Scott Rockford.
Yeah, absolutely as well. And doing a good job so far. Speaking of live time, we can say that obviously Chris Curley with the fastest lap so far, but he's a 40.985, so rapid pace considering how much fuel they go in the cars at the times in comparison to the qualifying pace. But potentially the fuel tanks are going down, and it tends to make up for the tyre delta. So, but I'm not sure we're going to see anything remotely near the pole times But things are going on so far. Josh Stewart and obviously these three still fighting along. Looks like I think that's a lap car just ahead of him. But we're cutting now to Ben Hignett on the outside. Looks like he has been passed up the inside by Brad Cook in the Honda. And another move done. So unfortunately, Ferrari loses another position down into P4 for our pole car. A lap car just behind him, so don't worry about them. But Brad Cook making moves as well in the Honda. But interesting to see how things go for this the Ferrari, and see what Brad Cook can produce as well.
Yeah, Ben Hignett just getting past a few times into T1. I wonder if he's just sort of taking it a bit easy and looking more at the long game rather than trying to fight for every single position that happens thus far.
Yeah, the same. Obviously, it will be, let's say, net P5, because obviously we can have it, but we go for a replay now, and the Honda, yeah, really getting some, getting the move on, getting some power down, and getting past the Ferrari. It looks like the kind of, I don't know what it is with the Ferrari. It looks like it's kind of just like running out of grunt, kind of midway down the straights, and not too sure what's happening on there. Obviously, no real engine issues, I imagine, unless they've done too many downshifts. But yeah, a little bit weird to see. I'm not sure. I didn't hear anyone like talking about the Ferrari's kind of straight line pace, or whether it is. Could be engine map, could be anything, or maybe it's just depending on what kind of TC settings or what kind of punch Ben Hignett is getting out from the last corner, because he looks like he's been passed down the straight a few times now.
Chris Taylor again just coming in with that juicy info. The Fez capable of a 6-stop today, whereas the Honda is going to have to stop 7 times potentially. So Cook definitely needs to be aggressive and getting ahead if they want to finish ahead of this Ferrari. And allegedly, Team Secrets, the Ferrari is running a pretty high wing setup, so that would explain the lack of top-end speed. I do just want to introduce, speaking of Vine Devil, Scott Rockford has joined us in the booth. Scotty, how are you doing, mate?
Good morning. Sound check?
Yep, we got you loud and clear, mate. How are you doing?
Oh, brilliant. So my ears were burning for a reason then. You've been talking about me, have you?
Yeah. It's just this is the first time I've had your live timing thing up, and it's been really helpful. So big thank you for doing that. I know you've been doing it for a pretty long time now, haven't you?
I have. It does tend to run into problems if I get disconnected or something, or have an internet issue like I did last race. But yeah, most of the time it's pretty good. It's a bit of a hacky solution, but it works pretty nicely, I think.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of a chopped together solution. Are you racing today, Scott?
I am indeed. I'm in the 19 car. We're down in P22, I believe, at the moment. 21. It's been an interesting race so far. We got a bit mashed up in that turn 1 shenanigans, but we've carried on with the 16 seconds or so of damage that we got. The car seems to be fairly well balanced, so Fox is doing a good job.
Yeah, it looks like you've got damage on the front and the rear, so yeah, a little bit balanced in that regard. Does look like you are ahead of where you started this race at least, so that's something to look on the bright side for.
It is. I think there are a few faster cars that have ended up behind us due to bad luck. I'm not sure what happened to the 500 car early on. Is that story made it to you guys?
The 500 car, the MRT, that's the Porsche guy's car with Damiano here and Josh McLaughlin. I don't think we didn't
ended
quite
up in the pits on that one.
No, we didn't see that. Do we still have them?
Yeah, I
Looks
definitely
like,
saw
yeah,
them
they're just
over
ahead.
nice. Yeah, just near us.
Oh yeah, okay. So not quite getting down that one. I'm sure everyone has a story to tell from the beginning of that race. Pretty much, there was quite a bit of action at T1.
Did see a car leaving the pit lane when we were watching that incident of turn 1 replay. So yeah, potentially they had a partial disconnect, or they pitted lap 1. So potentially someone's either not put race fuel in the car. Who knows? I'm hoping they have their race set up at least on that car. So we'll see on that one. But the P20 right now, so things could be a lot worse.
Another interesting one was the 153 car, which is Tim Gobb and Toto. Nathan
Yeah.
Lutz, they pitted very early. I think they also got a bit of a bing bong in T1 and obviously decided to repair the damage, so they're quite a way out of position.
Yeah, we see them now down 2 positions from you guys right now. We did sort of catch on with that. We did see them a little bit in that original T1 kerfuffle. I do think we are about to get a replay of that 500 car, what happened with them. Pictures potentially momentarily, just bear with us, but yeah.
Hey, but wait, we're going to see 1 hour down into our race. We're going to see a replay here. Yeah, looks like they were doing the formation and just, stopped on track as I believe that is going down the hill, potentially, and an RTG to the garage. So, yeah, a little bit odd. Maybe one of them in chat can allude to what's happening there. Is the Porsche guy's car, Josh McLaughlin, and McDowell, and one more that eludes me right now. But where could we when we can expect you in the car, Mr. Rushford?
I'll take the 3rd stint. So Dave Neighbours just getting his setup ready to take over from Pete Viney.
How's the Porsche? Obviously, it's a pretty great endurance car. Are you guys able to run like an hour 30 as usual, or?
Yeah, we should be able to do it with the 6-stop quite comfortably, and put it into map 8 to really burn some fuel when we need to if there's a battle on, as Tarquin did for the first few laps as well. So it's quite flexible for this race. And clearly, Lucas Keys is taking that up the top of the grid, so it must be a good choice.
I don't know. Lucas Keys does what Lucas Keys wants, and I think sometimes it's just for the fun of it, well, most of the time. But I do think the Porsche is a really, really good platform for endurance racing and sprint racing in general. But definitely a lot of positives there with that car. Just looking back up the grid, Cooley in P2, 2 seconds down the road from the aforementioned Lucas Keys. Brad Cook about 6 seconds off the back of Cooley. Hignett still within 1 second of Cook, but I think he is slowly falling down as we sort of are getting into this potential pit window for most of these cars. We shall see who's really saving that fuel, who's just going hard from the get-go.
So remind me again where Chris Cooley started, because that's like a pretty incredible performance so far.
28th. So that car also piloted by the Madden brothers. So I know obviously in this race a silver car, but it's a Pro-Am like in spirit, in real life kind of thing. But yeah, really, really great drive from Chris Cooley thus far.
Yeah, it's going pro drivers. Aliens do what aliens do, and absolutely carved his way through the field. And we're going to give Lucas a little bit of a fight as well. But I wonder if Lucas is really reacting to Chris Cooley. Maybe for fun, but he is maybe might know. I guess what is there any point reacting to Chris Cooley when you know that car isn't going to be able to maintain that pace throughout all its drivers? Again, no offense to the Madden brothers, we know they understand, but I think not too sure if this car will be in the running for the actual win, to say the least.
I think Lucas Keys will probably defend it a bit, but he's not going to put his life on the line or the car on the line to stop Cooley from getting through. Did you see one of our first scheduled sort of pit stops, Carpenter and the Convicts and Colonials car coming into the pits? We might see a driver change here. Jason Tier getting another 5-second penalty for ignoring blue flags, so might have to get, I think it's one of the, probably like the second blue flags penalty we've seen. We're only an hour in, so RD might have to get on the horn and remind those guys to shuffle on over for some of our front runners.
Yeah, not ideal for car 75. I think they're P27 at this moment, and just ahead of Spenceley. Not actually just ahead of Spenceley, but yeah, in the timing board, to say the least. But we're looking at Steve Lewis now as well in the China Spun car, and that car is kind of a bit of a staple of all our endurance series. And obviously, Steve Lewis does a lot of work for us as well behind the scenes, race directing and kind of just general admin as well. Piloted also by Neil Wood and Craig Dale for that car, interesting to see. And the McLarens are a pretty good platform. Looks like they've got Regan Herbert closing in behind them for position, as Regan did take that, do one of his stops already. It is pretty scary though that the Porsche, like Scott was alluding to before, can basically do one less stop. Was it the Porsche? Not the Porsche. The Fez can do one less stop from the Honda. My apologies, but it is crazy. Some cars have got that advantage in their pocket if they're driven in that in mind.
Yeah, from memory, the McLaren's not super duper great. It's kind of middle of the field in terms of the fuel consumption, but
it's a bit of a sprint car.
Yeah, but you're not getting that kind of advantage of having one less stop, definitely, unless it's not mathematically worth doing fuel saving in the McLaren. So these guys are just going to have to go hard the whole time. So you see in our sprint series, which is starting up 2 weeks from now, by the way, get your entries in. You'll see plenty of McLarens, but here in the Enduro, you can only see like 3 on the timing board. I think that's actually all three of the McLarens in this race, so not quite as handy in the endurance format. Herbert having a bit of a look on the inside of Sunset, but tucks back in, not quite close enough to challenge Steve Lewis thus far. I do also. You touched on it. I do want to give a shout out to all of our volunteers here at Octane. Octane runs on the spirit of volunteers and people putting in a little bit of effort here and there, like yourself, Scott. All of our stewards and our commentators and our race directors, and obviously our admin team. So big thank you to everyone for getting involved. It is a really, really great community. If you're watching and looking for some good league racing, I definitely recommend joining up. If you're new to sim racing, we do have the Academy series that teaches you sort of the fundamentals of racing, how to get better and how to actually race politely, if you will. But Herbert just getting past Lewis there, but there we go. Our Thermal Take Sprint series starts on the 24th of September. There is prizes to be won from our great partners and sponsors, Thermal Take. And every week that you race, there is a wireless mouse to be won. So just, get amongst it.
Absolutely. Thank you, everyone. We will keep saying it until we're absolutely bored of it, but we will keep saying it. But we're going to just clearing one of those cars, and Sprint Series will be getting off soon as well. In the late September as well, and we got our last part of the endurance series in a little bit way off, 15th of November, our Silverstone 12 hour, so it should be fun to watch, and everyone will have half an eye on that one coming later into the year as we build up to Christmas, and hope everyone has a lovely, safe second half of the year. And kind of we're pretty much into it. We're already pretty much well into this year. I don't know where the year has gone, I have to say. But thank you everyone for being here. New faces. Need a few more sims in the lot, as well as obviously as ACC is winding down a little bit. And I keep ragging on Motorsport Games and Studio 397 to sort out LMU. One to watch in the future potentially as well. I think we are bringing LMU back for next kind of running along the sprint series as well. So get interested in that. It's not ideal right now with the server situation, but it is a bit of fun as well. I do love that sim, and I'm very much missing racing altogether.
Yeah, that's going to be running on the early slot of Thursday nights in the week. We'll be having our LMU series, so if that's something you're a bit more interested in, definitely look to sign up for that one. Don't need a subscription, as far as I'm aware, for the premium stuff. You just need to make sure you are registered week to week. We also have our Club 50 series for those a little bit more seasoned in life. That runs on a Monday night. don't hear too much about that myself, not being quite that seasoned, but I heard it's some pretty good racing there if you're looking for a bit more racing and a little bit, maybe a little bit more casual time. Academy Series runs on Tuesday, by the way, that I mentioned earlier.
Another thing I'm looking forward to is the Sprint Series finals, which we're having again after the next Sprint Series, which is based on combined results of the season that we just completed and the one that we're just starting. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, very, very true. I think, and that will have some of our bigger prizes from our sponsor Thermal Take up for grabs there. So a lot to play for. You can't be doing too many last to first if you want to have a good shot at that, even if you're Lucas Keys. Just looking to the back of our top 10 right now, Sasha Death, pretty close to the back of one of your Kovacs boys, Scott. Carl Johnson looking potentially under threat here from one of the MRT cars.
I think Sasha has been glued to the back of Carl for the last half an hour, so it'll be a familiar sight in his mirrors at this stage.
Oh, come on, don't ruin my narrative. Sasha just got to the back and it's heating up right now.
That too.
No,
absolutely.
Fair.
Got a lap car ahead just for good measure as well. I think one of the KA Motorsport cars just to add a bit of spice as well. And there's a few blue flags starting to appear up and down the field as we're 1 hour into this race. Everyone's kind of a little bit spread out a bit more on this tight and twisty track, only 4.5 kilometers to navigate. Let's see Carl Johnson now, on the back of the case. Well, a bit of a damage as well on that Ferrari, the light blue Ferrari, and goes up the inside, and hoping he clears them nice and safe. And I'm sure Sasha Def will want to navigate through them without too much trouble as well. Oh, a little bit taily on the exit as well.
It sucks in. I probably would have just let them go. I do think that's Brad Gosling piloting that KA Sport car. It does get to the outside of that corner to let Death get through there, but yeah, that was the one I was reporting on earlier that did get turned around. You didn't quite see that one, so rough going to the start. We might hear from Brad a little bit later on today, but
yep. It looks like Carl's thrown in a towel on those tires and wants a new set of Pirellis, and is boxed right now. To see Brad Gosling is also boxed as well. So Carl Johnson in the mix, as well as see Brad Cook as well, and Chris Cooley some out front runners, road front runners, I have to say. And I called it at the time. Regan Herbert looked like he was just doing a fuel stop, and I dare say some of these guys are as well. And it looks like Brad Cook a lot closer to Chris Cooley come the exit of these this first pit stop, and they're a real nose to tail on the run down. But it looks like they've clearly taken tires because they've changed drivers as well. Matt Madden in the Aston Martin, kind of crossing the line. He might get done for that.
Naughty.
Like Iris gonna be in his ear.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Kim.
Sorry, it's like not. I'm not too sure about a direct ruling, but you're going to hear an earful from Miss Griffiths as well on that one.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't think there'll be any actual penalty, but it is a little bit of a no-no in racing. You got to follow that inside that white line. You see Chris Taylor now in the car doing the right thing, but yeah, I did see. I wonder if there was a bit of a slow stop if they missed their mark slightly, which would be a bit surprising for Cooley or something, because the car rolled back slightly before it got going. Maybe a little bit of trouble getting the engine started.
Yeah, I feel like that was the reason, because they've clearly both had 30-second stops with tyres, because they've changed drivers as well. There's no reason why you wouldn't change tyres as well if you're going to do the driver swap. So, and dare say, the Aston Martin was a little bit ahead. Wasn't a huge amount ahead, but it was ahead of the Honda as well coming into the pits. So I think maybe just getting the car fired up a little bit, as we saw, might have been the issue there. I'm sure Chris Taylor obviously will be getting up to speed. There's no point really going for a mad move when your tyres are not really up to temperature. You don't want to grain them early on. We see here Josh McLaughlin on the back of Mike Crick in the GTR, coming now down into the Crocodiles. And will be interesting to see if these guys will filter into the pit stop on this time around as well.
I don't think we'll see these Porsches in just yet, as we discussed. An hour and a half, pretty breezy for these guys. I'm not sure if the GTR has that the bigger tank at Kyalami. We do actually though see as these guys pass through, we've got Vinton and Nipris and a Tanayake in the pits. So some of our kind of near the top runners, we'll say the 90 car did have that 25 seconds to serve as well. So they're going to be sitting in the pits for a little while.
Yeah, looks like Chad Pepperidge has taken over Matt Nipris as well. Atayake's in the pits as well. So a lot of pitting right now. A lot of Aston Martins, have to say, in the pits. So it looks like it's 75 minutes might be the maximum they can do. Potentially, obviously, it depends car to car. It's Brad Gosling. Brad Gosling in again, I was going to say, like we saw them in a lap ago. So something's gone wrong there for sure for the 333 car. Potentially may have meant to drive swap when, and it looks like maybe they hadn't. I guess because they clearly got fuel to go around again.
Yeah, not sure what's going on there. We might get the story a bit later today. Just checking. We are checking. No, because so the other KA sport car had to be pulled. I think one of the drivers is sick, and I think Marshy, David Marsh, is running with them today. So just checking there wasn't a duplicate car. We weren't getting ourselves twisted. But yeah, unfortunate for those guys. Doing an extra pit stop is never what you need. I don't know. It's a bit difficult because you want everyone to get their time, but if you want to be competitive, I almost would have looked at just double stinting if you're Brad Gosling.
Yeah, potentially. It seems Josh Jurek on the back of John Hislop as well. 2 Porsches in the top 10 now. Obviously, a few people have boxed, which might be helping things, but I'm sure Sean Muller won't care as well. As his boy is up into P8 right now, back of Mr. Hislop as well. That's Chupatelli there, as he's known as, piloting the car along with Michael Babb. Later on this race, another 2-car team, 2-car Porsches against 2-car Porsches, and looks like John goes a little bit wide at the top of the hill and lets through Josh Stewart, and it could have been tactical as well. He might have let him by it. I'll give Troop the benefit of the doubt, unless that was just an error from the driver there. I'm sure maybe Bab will jump in chat and say if I'm wrong on that one.
Yeah,
those two definitely seem to be running deep in the first stint. It was interesting that Carlos pitted earlier. I believe he was running full noise for the first stint, so they've obviously opted to save the fuel later in the race. But here we go.
Yeah, I did comment on Carl, like his car. I think after a while, like Carl is a great racer, but I don't think he gives his Pirellis much. There's no second-hand news from Carl's Pirellis. He really likes to send that car, and understandably sending it on first stint as well. His I did comment early on, like it looks like the front tires didn't want to really grip in anymore later in this stint, but did do the early stop. I was seeing the Porsche advantage can do late up to potentially 90 minutes. We've been hearing. Depending on fuel maps, as Mike Crick is going to come in as well. Not the last GTR to box, I believe, as Jamie Conboy is still going around, and Tempo still have yet to box. I think this is only these 3 GTRs in the field so far. So this is the first one of them to crack for fuel. Yeah,
it's interesting. The GTR is just running a little bit longer. I would love to hear any of our GTR drivers what fuel tank it does have for this one. Brenner Ellis currently inheriting P2, obviously not really, it's a bit of a formality thus far. JC still running out here, we'll see if he comes in. Does not look like it. He's going to go around one more time at the very least. Tim Gobe also in the pits. They're on a bit of a recovery mission after a bit of argy-bargy towards the beginning. The other skill issue car, as you see, Sasha Death in the pits as well. So Tim Gobe, I'm interested to see if they're double stinting. We shall see as the timing board updates. Where are you, Tim? I think it is still Tim in the car.
Looks like he's just still behind Purcell.
Well, you know, I think he's a lap down from Purcell.
Yeah, I was going to say, because Purcell hasn't boxed yet. Has he? I'm not sure, but Scarney's, I think, taken over the GTR of Cricky as well. By the looks of things, for the 39 car. But yeah, Tim, obviously, we kind of saw at the start there, the blue Aston Martin of Skill Issue Racing did follow foul at the start of the race, which was quite unfortunate. And yeah, it looks like Tim Goop is going to be stopping. Didn't really, it looks like he's going to let John Hislop go past as well. Everyone's in kind of one big chat, I think, on those cars as well, so they're definitely helping each other out and not hindering each other, to say the least.
Yeah, actually, I don't think Purcell has pitted, so I'm not sure after this first set of stops is done where that will put Purcell in relation to Gobe, but Gobe was quite a bit further down from Purcell. Very, very friendly blue flagging there from Gobe. A lot nicer than we've seen from some of the other cars, or a lot more gentlemanly. But yes, Convoy in, that's the second of our GTRs. Your car is in as well, Scotty.
I see that, yep. David Napier will be doing up the seatbelts right now.
So based on, this is the thing, like with all these extended stops, the third stint, I used to think it was just like everyone boxes on the hour, but when everyone can do like 75 to 80 to potentially 90-minute stints, like third stint is what, getting closer to the end of hour 3, like, you know. So potentially quite a while still away before you get in the car.
So Blake, does that answer your question about the GTRs, seeing them pitting at the same time as the Porsches? They've got to be 132 litre, haven't they?
I would assume so, yeah.
That's the maximum they can have, I know, like 132 litres.
It's a good car. It's a good car, as much as some of the Porsche guys wouldn't want to admit it.
I don't think Porsche guys can comment on whether their cars being good right now based on how many they are and their advantage over the, let's just say, in this format of racing. Dare say they got a lot to smile about as the boys from Stuttgart.
Oh yeah, but we like to have a little bit of friendly elbowing across the field from the GTR and the Porsche. Obviously, the Porsche really, really quality car in an endurance format.
As for how it looks when it's painted like that,
yeah, it's an interesting car, the Porsche. Like full stop, not even. Like in terms of racing, obviously hasn't changed a lot over the years, over a very, very long time. It is a very, very nice looking car.
If you want to see some nice Porsches on a racetrack, go watch the Suzuka 1000 that's on this weekend.
Oh, is that Cherry Blossom
out there?
Is that Cherry Blossom car in that? It's a really, really crisp car. Ryan Anderson in chat is just pointing out that Keys actually hit the wall on the pit entry. We didn't quite see that, so that's not.
We have to get a replay. If Lucas shows any sign of, not being any mistake from Lewis has to be highlighted. Lewis. Lexus Keys here.
I mean, yeah. Any sign of being human, we probably need to see proof. To be honest.
A chink in the armor.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see if we can find that. Thank you again to Glenn as well on the cameras for the whole race as well as doing a few other little things here and there, like sorting out the server and all that stuff. We don't talk about that.
Yeah, just small minute,
small little things. We fills up the water bottles for us.
And the mason jars, apparently.
Oh yeah. I don't. Oh, it's Ben Hignett. Not Ben Hignett. I don't know if it is still Ben Hignett, but the Ferrari gets ahead.
Yeah, Josh Holmes piloting that car right now. Oh, a bit of a blinker on. Is that allowed? But Batman.
I think they got the stream on.
Just having to fend off some of these pro drivers after inheriting this car from Chris Cooley. Currently that's a blue flagged Honda. I think that is literally the Blue Flag Express Honda ? Let me check my spreadsheet. I think you put together
at the start that unfortunately had been spun around, to say the least. So Not sure where they are in the whole thing, but yeah, it'll be a recovery for that Honda. Sorry, Blake.
Yeah. That's the 342. That is the Blue Flag Express car. It's Brock Godfrey currently. So yeah, they're a fair bit down right now, unfortunately, from where they started. So not sure how much pressure they're going to be putting on Matt. Matt running a pretty good lap right now in the 140.
Ellis
That
car
one wasn't quite good. Oh, go ahead.
I think that's Blake Brenner has taken over for from Brennan Ellis, but is petered out just behind the Honda and just ahead of Josh Holmes. But looks like Josh Holmes really ready to make some moves and recover a few positions. So we'll see what can he produce. Obviously, Matt Madden's just here, kind of following along, but looks like he doesn't have the pace and potentially on the threat from the Chrome Honda we talked about before. But I'm sure Blake Brenner will be eager to get his tyres up to pressure as Josh is really giving him a lot to think about. To be honest, I haven't commentated over Blake Brenner. I haven't seen him race before, so I'm not too sure where his pace stands out, but obviously a very quick car overall with some very quick drivers in it.
Yeah.
The 500 McLaughlin Thircolini car has just pitted, so that's probably going to be the last of our full first stint pitters because they started from the pits as we saw earlier. So it'll be interesting to see where they come out because there'll be a bit of a recovery drive from that start.
Yeah, very fair. Hopefully they can string together some good stints and find themselves in a good position at the end of our 9 hour. These guys are getting a little bit racy here. Holmes giving the hurry up to Brenner. It's going to look to be side by side through Cheetah, but Brenner's got the nice line, but then the wrong line, and they're still side by side. Brenner is ahead though as they go into Ingwe. Madden is sort of just on the tail of this battle. Not sure if he fully wants to get committed and involved. And then that Blue Flag Honda is still holding pace, so it's a little bit interesting, this situation they found themselves in. Brenner going defensive into T1, Holmes going all the way out to the racing line to get a better exit potentially. He's going to look to swoop back down the inside and get the inside for turn 3, but has to get back under the wing of Brenner, and he's still going to be behind here currently.
Yep, he tried to crisscross on there, but look, the Porsche's got enough of a run, but potentially trying to force him offline to upset his run. Gonna look to go around the outside is Josh Holmes in the Ferrari. He is holding it around the outside of Sunset and gonna have the inside line for the next corner, and that is position gain there from the Ferrari ahead of Blake Brenner. Blake Brenner did a good job to try and defend as much as he can as he waited for his pressures to come up, but wasn't able to fend off the Ferrari driver, I have to say. Great racing from both of those, and yeah, there's a Matt Madden is just trying to do his own race right now and not get involved too much. He knows where he stands, but looking at he's going to have a run here, and on Blake Brenner too as well. He breaks a bit later, gets his nose up the inside as well. Blake gives him room as well. Blake's surely going to have the better run, but it's a little bit more comfort out there as well as they get a bit worried, squirrely, and they're going to run side by side. Inside line for now for Matt Madden through Mineshaft as we come down to Crocodiles to sort of like curb braking zone. Inside line for the Porsche should be better on the brakes. The Aston's trying to hold it around the outside, but the Porsche fends him off and clears him as well, and gonna retake the line for Cheetah.
Jeez, that was close. I was worried that Honda was starting to insert itself into that conversation through Crocodile too, but settles down for the moment between these guys.
Absolutely here. Not too sure where that Honda is. Yeah, we can see now P23, the Godfrey car. The Aston's still going to have a look. Matt's scrambling for a fight, and still going to give Blake Brenner something to think about, and going to have a crisscross right now, but it's hard to get alongside for this corner. And surely now for Barbecue, still behind as well. But it looks like Blake is kind of just... It's the worst possible warm-up when you're trying to get her into a rhythm, but you're just constantly under attack, constantly having to defend, constantly have to go offline, and just slowing down all the time. Already 3.5 seconds down now from Josh Holmes as well. So just, yeah, unfortunately losing time, and we really don't know their true pace to say.
Yeah, that last lap for the both of them was quite scrappy. I'm not sure what pace they feel like they should be running at, but it was about 3 seconds off at least what they did earlier. So it is costing them a little bit, this scrap thus far, and that's probably why this Honda is all over the back. Godfrey actually they were in our top 10 shootout. Godfrey, unfortunately, disconnecting and not able to set a time there. So those guys having a bit of a rough go today as well. Bad luck continues, but they'll just have to soldier on.
Absolutely, and I think we were alluding to Matt Madden just wanted to do his own pace, but he kind of maybe realised, like, hang on, I'm quicker than this Porsche as well. I'll have a go. So, you know, sometimes you kind of just like want to hold behind, but you know, sometimes, and then you kind of realise, like, dawns on you, like, you've got the pace. Doesn't matter what other driver it was in that car going quicker than me. I can have a scrap, and why not as well? But he is having to watch behind a little bit as this Honda, which is frustrating because I think Brock is clearly got some pace, but could potentially go quicker. He's just been stuck behind these two, but never know what the true pace is now. We see Lucas Keys now. He does a mistake. He is human bonk as he finds the inside skirt on the inside of the hairpin of the pit entry as well. It was a small little tap. I dare say, I'm not sure if he would even get any real damage, maybe a sub-second's worth of damage, but surely that'd be the Miragon in real life. Yeah. Yes, one for the highlight reel. Yes, that's it. Just repeat that. Loop it for the next 8 hours.
Seriously, I feel like this is the most Lucas Keys type of mistake
Invoice.
to make, in that it's not, he didn't overshoot it and smack the outside wall. He stopped like so efficiently and turned into the wall. Like it turned too quickly and into the wall. You know what I mean?
We're going to be like some racetracks out there, you know, like Car 777 invoice for damaging our own concrete on the inside of a pit entry. I wish I was joking, but some racetracks do that. If you hit the wall, they'll charge you for it.
I think he lost at least one Pepe in that impact.
Oh, no. Luke is going to say he planned that.
It's actually a weight-saving maneuver. Scraping off a little bit of paint, it gives them, you know, an aerodynamic advantage too.
Absolutely, and yeah, probably gonna that shot's gonna appear on his livery for next race, I imagine.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Brock is still patiently waiting for these two to battle and give him an opportunity to sneak by.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like the case. He may have some pace over Matt Madden right now, but looks like Blake is starting to find their feet a little bit. And just in the background, we're noticing pass for P7 car is Jaden Rondinella. We're looking to do a few commentary stints after us later in this race, but we might be catching these two, well, at least Brett at 4th position and Matt Madden. So 1-2 watch. Should be illegal to have your lights on during the day, in my opinion, as well. It ruins things for people who like to take screenshots after the race.
And think of the environment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Cricky right now pounding the table, yelling.
That's how you don't get any screenshots of your car if you have the lights on during the daytime.
Yeah.
Or at least not from the front.
Yeah. We'll also should be hearing from Matt Madden after his stint too, alongside Luke T, so that should be good to get some driver's perspective. Yeah,
and it looks like he's about even pace with Godfrey. Maybe Godfrey has a little bit more, but it is a little bit like, I'm not sure to say it's as bad as Zandvoort, but you know, it is. You do need quite a delta, like a speed belt delta advantage over the car in front to kind of get a move done, because it's not the easiest track to pass here. Like it's mostly one line as Jaden Rondinella finds the trampoline at Cheetah, and thankfully doesn't spin around or anything like that, and does continue on as normal, but down a few seconds, and they'll just have the lap car behind him as well. That is not Sasha Def in the Ferrari. That is a different Ferrari, the KA Motorsports car, not for position. So yeah, unfortunate. Blake, obviously you'll be commentating with Luke D, so I'm hoping you bring that up as well for him. We caught that on stream.
Yeah, I'll be sure to bring that up. Luke D has a number of things that he never lives down here at Octane. Cricky in the chat also saying apparently it is a requirement for the GTR to have the lights on. It's part of the intimidation tactic, so shows what I know.
Oh, come on, Cricky. I was going to talk as a photographer. It ruins. It's not good for the shot. It's not good for the shot.
Yeah,
sure.
How are you balancing the light? It makes it difficult. Maybe Cricky just likes a challenge.
Anyway,
Glenn also joking that he should have seen that curve coming with his lights on.
Yeah.
I'll pay that one. That was pretty funny.
Didn't have a highlight strip on it. Oh, Blake Brenner, I think, are going for a move as well. Matt Madden up ahead, going side by side into the top of the hill, but looks like Blake is going to come ahead. So I said Blake was having a bit of pace off, so that's me being wrong as usual. And Godfrey still here, wanting to get past these guys who are not even in his fight.
It's such a frustrating situation for Godfrey. I think the pace is probably there, but you have to be so respectful to try and get past cars that you are a lap down on. And obviously, like, these guys aren't slow, but I think Godfrey does have enough. But as you said, without a significant delta, it's very hard to get something done.
That cheetah's been going pretty hungry today, hasn't it? I seem to remember one victim early on. I think it was the 666 KA Motorsports sports car. But there haven't been any other that I know of that haven't been able to just drive back onto the track and carry on like Whoopty did there.
Yeah, we saw the number 90 car get a bit airborne, but luckily no spinning, just out very wide. Yeah, but I'm sure we'll see a few more casualties as the day progresses. It is a very harsh curve to hit.
Yeah, the front engine cars have a bit of an advantage when they take flight like that because the center of mass is all at the front, and generally the mid-engine cars like to when they come back down for their landing, they like to spin out. I've noticed when they go for a flight at Cheetah, but Jaden Rondinella, despite his small flight a few laps ago, is closing in on these two. Not surprising when they're battling like they are, and Godfrey having to be very respectful as well in this whole fight, because regardless, he's faster, but there's a little bit more spotlight when you're a lap down car taking out a car that's a lap up from you as well. It's not kosher.
No, that comes with a significant slap on the wrist if you do something like that. So Godfrey, doing a good job thus far. We will see Loop T catch up to these guys soon. We also didn't mention, but Tim Brook, I think that's the Convicts and Colonials car, copping a 10-second penalty. So a few more invoices. Stewart's working pretty hard, so it's been relatively clean thus far.
I'm going to drop out of the com box, guys. Leave you to your art. I might drop in again later in the day, see how things go, but I need to go and start doing my physical warm-up.
No worries at all, Scott.
Stint. Make sure that they're
class.
all in for me.
Scott Rochford coming soon.
That's it.
Thank you so much for joining us, Scott. Good luck for your stint, mate. We'll keep a regular eye on you so that there's no commentator's curse. All right.
Okay. So you guys keep up a great work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Much appreciated, and again, thank you for his live timing as well, as Brock Godfrey is going to get out of the way of Jaden Rondinella arriving on screen, on scene, and into the S's, quickly catching these guys. Seen Matt being a little bit ragged here and there as well, like a little bit of Oppo lock as he turned in for Cheetah last time around, and a few errors here and there, but still keeping with Blake Brenner in the 987. This is, I guess, silver car honors for these lot. It is between these two. They are both for the silver class car. They obviously have had their pros in early. Mr. Breno Ellis, and obviously for the Porsche, and Mr. Chris Hewley for the Aston Martin, but silver runs for less. So I wonder if those guys will be making another appearance later in the day, because Brock Godfrey looks like he's gone wide there, but looks to be okay.
Shame. I was just thinking, Brock, it's definitely not on the cards anymore, but could try and sort of slot himself in behind Loopty as he potentially makes a move on Matt, and maybe Blake will see what's in store, what Loopty can cook up here. But obviously with that mistake, it's not to happen. Sometimes you can really just, if Loopty was to sort of muscle his way on the inside of a corner, you just follow right behind. You get this free position potentially without having to work too hard for it.
Yeah, it'd be ideal will be ideal, but obviously not the case right now with him falling back. We'll see what Luke D can do, and Matt Madden running wide again. Can generally get away with that. Not too great for your pressures, but dare say I don't think you get too much pressure loss, but after a few runs of it, I'm sure you'll get some. As they go up now, up to Luke Hop, and the braking for the difficult. I always hated this braking zone mainly because I had a foot of lead when it came to braking, but it should be a good run down the hill for the GTR. But the Aston's got some poke as well. Porsche trying to run away from this lot, but interested to see where Sasha Def is relative to this gaggle of cars as well, where they fall in things. And obviously Josh Holmes in a bit of a different league has run away at the front of this pack, already probably trying to catch Mr. Chris Taylor.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different stratosphere, different level for Josh Holmes. These guys, though, are still in a very, very tight battle. Luke D just sort of showing himself in the mirrors for Matt relatively frequently. Matt having a bit of a look in the mirrors of Brenner just into T1. But yeah, I think these guys are going to be doing battle for a little bit longer. Holmes just in clear air, free to catch up to the back of Taylor. As we sort of mentioned earlier, that Ferrari able to do one less stop than the Honda, so Taylor and his teammates potentially a little bit dismayed to see that Ferrari back on their wing.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit of drop-off from, unfortunately, Mr. Ben Hignett in his stint. I'm not too sure if there was an issue there or whether it's tyres or just different strategy. But it looks like Mr. Josh Holmes is really on the pace right now. Whether he'll be able to continue the pace or maybe suffer a little bit off with tyres, I don't believe that Ferrari should be bad on tyres, but I'm a bit out of the loop on sorts of things. There's obviously a lot of nuance to it. There's a lot of variables at play here, but everyone's still in the fight somewhat. There's a bit of a gap stretching off between Taylor and the leaders. Brady Adderton taking over from Lucas Keys in the lead. Regan Herbert in P8 in the Aston Martin, but did box quite a bit earlier as we saw. So we'll see when they have to stop.
Yeah, I think they're very, very out of sequence currently. Oh, Luti having a look down the inside of the last turn. Ingwe, Madden's going to have to go the long way around. I think they're still going to stay side by side. Madden going to have to be careful there not to get a track cut. See if this GTR can stretch its legs against this Aston Martin as they come through what's technically T1, but it's kind of bogus. Madden still on the racing line. Luti's going to look to cut him off and put the car in front before the turn is even done, and he has done so. Shuts the door on Madden, and that's move done.
Yeah, great move there from Jaden in the GTR. Looked like Matt Madden was a little bit slow coming through cheaters, whether he got a bit of a slide in the TC, kicked in a bit. Jaden had a lot more momentum and sent it through the inside of Ingwe, the last corner. And they did go side by side through pretty much down the straight. Looks like the Aston was starting to pull a little bit, as I think Jaden had a little bit of a bad exit out of Ingwe, trying to give space to the Aston Martin, but definitely sent it into turn one. You kind of can really break late to apex there, and it doesn't matter if you kind of go wide as well, because then you'll have the inside foot in the next corner as long as you can get the calm going.
Yeah, it's a good spot there, T1, to get a move done. We've seen quite a few moves. Sorry, Ben Hignett, but at the expense of Ben Hignett there. Again, I don't think he was firing those crazy hard, but as you said, it does turn if you take the inside of T1, you're on the inside for T3 as well. And yeah, there's so much space there. You can really send it relatively late, obviously, within reason. But yeah, really just textbook there from Rondinello, put the car ahead, and Madden just couldn't really do anything about it.
Yeah, and we're seeing very good pace out of Jaden Rondinello, sliding from the entry of Brenner as well on the Ingwe, but looks that their GTR is going good. See what the Porsche can do down the straight. It's starting to close a little bit as the distance between the two, but definitely not going to happen onto this lap from Rondinello. As he fights out, we've seen very good pace from Jaden as well, especially when he practices his balls off like he has been lately. We obviously saw this car piloted by Saxon Hayes in qualifying, put it, I believe, I want to say P3, or put it on the second row of the grid at the very least. did an excellent job in qualifying, getting so close to Lucas Keys and Connor Hind. It was an exceptional lap there from Saxon Hayes, running now through Sunset. GTR is following on strong, putting up the inside. Oh, I thought it was a bit of an intimidation tactic and alone, but I dare say maybe Blake might have just let him go there. I'm not too sure if he was willing to fight the GTR on that one, to say the least.
Of course, I looked away for half a second. He's just gotten through. Jeez, look at that. Look at that. Giddy up. It's stretching the legs on that Porsche right now. From that Porsche. Oh, what's...
Oh, sure. Like Brenner and they're saying, I want to say Madden, but we'll see. We just saw a Porsche, a little bit close. Not Tim Purcell, but Liam Hamilton had to watch out there. But not too sure. We'll try and find out what happened. But Blake Brenner there did just get passed by Rondinella a few corners before, and we saw him coming up through to Lukop, and dare say they arrived sideways and all out of shape. But I don't know, maybe, but we'll see. We'll find a replay first. Don't want to call anything before we see it. But,
yeah, I'm wondering if that's just Porsche things, because Matt doesn't look like he's lost a lot of time to Rondinella. I mean, I guess if he's just had a bit of help, a bit of a tap on the rear potentially, but yeah, we'll wait to see what happened with that one.
Yeah, so it was Rondinella. I feel like Blake let Rondinella go. Obviously, Rondinella looked at the inside, but I don't think he was willing to go for that move. But I think Blake was maybe looking at, we're a silver car, that's a pro car, they're not in our fight, they clearly got pace. Maybe their fight was with Madden in their eyes, and just was letting the GTR go, because I feel like they braked very, very early. We are getting the replay for you now, but definitely, regardless, Blake Brenner has come off worse in all the things, falling down to P9, so that's 1, 2, 3 positions lost, but still in the top 10. Not too much time lost in the grand scheme of things for an Enduro. They are still somewhat in the fight. You can see the blue GTR there of Liam Hamilton still ahead. Hopefully their tires are okay, and hopefully the damage is not too bad on the rear. Obviously, not ideal. We see a replay here. So, yep, the Aston Martin, he sees the move, and they both go to the inside to defend, and there is just a difference in braking zones, and the Aston Martin finds the rear of the Porsche. And I dare say that is potentially going to be an invoice coming for the Pidgey Racing team on that one. I think he was maybe motivated seeing the GTR get through, or the Porsche let the GTR come through. He was clear, had some pace, catching that Porsche, and I think he just we'll find out. We'll find out from Matt Madden later in the race, I'm sure.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do think this one's going to be a bit of a slam dunk coming the way of the PG guys. Brenner giving a little bit of a flash to that KA sport car. But yeah, rough going for these guys, but there's a very talented drivers behind that wheel, and as you said, it wasn't like too much time lost, and hopefully not too much damage to that diffuser, so they can carry on and just soldier on.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sizable hit, but I'm hoping the damage on the rear is not gonna be too bad, because I feel like that will be the biggest factor. Yeah, the tires wouldn't have liked that small spin, but I think the damage could be the biggest factor in that crash in terms of hitting that Porsche. But they look to be going okay so far. I'm not seeing the car snapping on entry through these fast corners, which is usually a sign with that rear. They might have lost some overall rear downforce, which could affect their overall tire imbalance. So yeah, unfortunate, but I think they should hopefully get away with things.
Yeah, I not a big Porsche head myself, but I think I have heard the diffuser is pretty important on the Porsche with that engine slung over the rear, so it's not a part that you want damaged. I wish Scott was here. You could converse with him about the intricacies of Porsche driving, but now we look ahead. Herbert is close to the back of Adderton. This is a battle for P1 on track. I do think, though, Herbert is going to be pitting significantly earlier than Adderton, but for now we will sit back and watch the show. Adderton mounting that curb a little bit, very, very, very tight line. Herbert potentially a little bit of a run here as they look to go around Sunset. Not quite just yet, but this battle is coming to a boil.
Yeah, it's going to be one to watch. We alluded to before, we obviously saw the Porsches can go, regardless, they could go longer than these Astons, and this Aston in particular, I want to say it was 53 minutes into the first stint that they boxed. So, you know, they're getting close to an hour already on their current stint, whereas the Porsche, I dare say, was only about 20 to 25 minutes ago that they boxed. So there is definitely probably a fuel level advantage. There'll be less fuel in this Aston, so that might be helping the pace a bit. I dare say we know how quick Brady Adderton is. I'm not sure how much of a Porsche head he is. We saw him with Scotty, I believe in duos at Donington not too long ago. He showed good pace. I'm not sure if he's on Lucas's level of pace though in this Porsche, but he's definitely very, very quick. But I think we alluded to before, I'm not sure if they're really going to fight this car too hard if the difference in strategy is what we are believing.
Yeah, no, I think, like, you know, as I sort of said before with Lucas Keys, and I'm not sure whoever, Herbert does look down the inside. Adderton, just not defending that crazy hard. They are still side by side. Herbert, a little bit of a wiggle there, puts him on the back foot and just pulls out a little bit of that one. So Herbert maintains. I think Adderton is going to defend it relatively, but again, not going to put their life on the line or their race on the line with this Aston Martin that is quite out of sequence. Yeah,
and we say that, you know, as well. Like, he did go for a move in a sense, but I think Herbert was just. He was kind of just so. I think the Porsche would have had to just basically just completely stop waiting for that Aston Martin to go, because while he did send it, he kind of didn't really get a good run out of turn one, and the wider line he was still alongside. The Porsche would have had to wait a while before the Aston Martin to clear him. So I think they're not going to fight this car too hard, but they're not going to wait around for him to make the move done either.
No, definitely not. Damiano would be proud of that Porsche's drive out of that corner. He's always on my butt about driving the Porsche next season. We'll see what happens, Damiano. But for now, Porsche still in the lead, still in the driver's seat of this race, the 777 car.
Yeah, and it's like, we'll see what happens as well. Obviously, I think the Porsche, like we've kind of alluded to, might be in that map 8, so it might not have the most power that it could possibly run. I think map 8 is the best map for the Porsche, so it's kind of backwards in the Porsche. It's like map 8 is the best map, whereas usually map 1 is the best map, but I think map 4 is like kind of their normal fuel consumption, aka they're sort of like saving without basically losing any pace.
Yeah, that's again one of the really, really good things about the Porsche is that level of fuel saving that it does achieve through the engine mapping. It is very odd that the race map or quali map is like map number 8, whereas I think in literally every single other car it's number 1.
Yeah. So if my knowledge were, if I can remember my Porsche ECU map, because
Mattman just copying that 15-second penalty for that bit of a shunt on Blake Brenner earlier. I say that's fair. If we do cross over to Matt Madden as well, we will see that Hamilton is all up in his business right now. Pretty much no gap between them. So that's another battle that is heating up. Obviously, though, Hamilton, a significant pace advantage on Madden, and Madden now carrying that invoice. So it's not, again, it'll be one to watch on track, but probably not quite races in the same sort of race.
Yeah, and speaking of it, he's going to go for the inside, and he's going to clear him as well. Kind of Matt Madden saw him cutting, and he is definitely not fought that one too badly. Maybe a little bit sheepish as well at that corner, based on what happened a few laps ago. I don't think not seeing much front damage on the Aston Martin as well. I don't dare say maybe damage wasn't too much there wasn't too much damage between him and the Porsche. Looking back on things, I think it was more so just ACC physics were really kind of just sent that Porsche as well. Despite it was a sizable enough heat, but I'm not seeing a lot of at least cosmetic damage on either car.
Yeah, the physics can be a bit funny at times, and it really will just I feel like with a lot of knocks, it's like kind of like the tires don't end up having any grip, so there's a big, like a really big slide that comes from it, whether it's from the side or from the back, with like any sort of hit. So we did see that car kind of really get sent, whereas in real life it probably would have been a bit more of a hop. But so back to the front, it is still being managed here by Adderton. Herbert still relatively close, not quite close enough to make him sweat too much, but he is still going to have to look back for the moment.
Yeah. And just to allude to what I was saying as well, the Porsche, it is map 1 to 4 is we see, yep, Herbert is boxing. So we did think this car was going to be boxing soon based on its first pit stop, and we are seeing here now. So they've nearly made it to the end of the second hour. I wonder if they'll maybe resort to, or kind of go back to a bit more of a normal strategy of trying to run the stops, as long as, they did stop a bit early and had to move forward a little bit, so a little bit of time lost there as well. They do have a sizable, and they're going backwards as well. It's a disaster. They're going forward and back, side to side, and hopefully up on the jacks by now. But Blake Brennan is getting a 5-second penalty for unsafe rejoin on lap 61. I wonder if that was that unsafe, the rejoin from that incident.
Yeah, I would imagine so. That's feels like insult to injury, but it was a little bit spicy. Obviously, I think it was Purcell nearly caught up in that, but I think that's a bit of it's a warning shot from the stewards to keep everyone on their toes, make sure they're behaving. Even when you're not at fault, you still have to rejoin the track safely. Did also just see that 500 car, the Porsche guys, with Damiano behind the wheel now in the pit. So those guys obviously a little bit out of sequence after that, I think, disconnect the beginning of the race. Jumping back to the 959 car, this has been handed over to Neil Wood. They're currently contesting one of our commentary brethren, Sean Muller. He's looks like having a pretty good race thus far, and it looks like, who's this Porsche behind them? That's the 19. Where is that?
David Neighbor, I believe, is in the car. Car 19 is in P24.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dare say something's gone wrong there for that car. Haven't been keeping tabs on them too much, but I don't think they were that far down, but we shall find out.
Yeah, a bit of a Kovacs Porsche, the Kovacs flagship cars, currently sandwiching.
Good morning to Dale as well in chat. But thank you to everyone who's around in chat. We appreciate y'all. Hit the like button as well. We appreciate it. For brownie points from Blake. How many stars we got to give out, Blake?
I have a whole sticker sheet of stars to give people, so anyone who smacks the like, I'll give you a star. So please do. It helps us out.
Me going to look up as well. Yeah, not too sure what's happening there. Ooh, wide there from Sean Muller, and he's going to give Neil Wood something to think about. He's going to have the inside line coming down into mineshaft. Drag race between the McLaren and the Porsche. The Porsche's actually got a bit of an edge. Both giving each other space. Hopefully that understeer wide. The downforce should be sufficient enough. Braking in on the inside line for Sean Muller. Got to defend that position into Crocodiles and keeps his position for Cheetah as well. Gave the McLaren a sniff, but didn't let him through at all.
Yeah, just recovered there pretty nicely. Neil Wood having to fall back in line behind Muller. So, looking up the field, we've got a few penalties there after everything. So Madden with that 15 seconds and Brenner with the 5 seconds from that incident we saw before. Tim Brook carrying a 10-second invoice. That's that Convicts and Colonials car. Again, I think it's still been relatively well behaved as we do just cross over into hour 3 in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and yeah, Pro-Am honours right now for Sean Muller, but with Neil Wood right behind him as well. The other Porsche of David Neighbour in car 19. I dare say if this McLaren wasn't here and if David was showing the pace on Sean Muller, he probably would let him go considering they're a lap ahead, but not in a position to do so right now with Neil Wood in that fight, with Josh Holmes now just ahead of a GTR, but not the GTR for the lead. I believe that is Eric Scarni in car 39, P20, a little bit wide there. I think he was just okay. As long as you keep two wheels on the red and white, you're okay when it comes to track limits, but it's a little bit wide, I have to say. But Josh Holmes now still locking down P3, 1.8 seconds behind Chris Taylor right now. The Honda, there it is, the white and red colors. And yeah, definitely trying to chase it down. We saw a lot of great pace from Josh, but it was relative to cars that, dare say, weren't on his level. But Chris Taylor will have a lot to do with Mr. Josh Holmes, and definitely you know, I don't like to say I've done it once. The one time I've beaten Josh Holmes, and it was a lot of work to do to keep him behind. Normally he's way ahead of me, to say the least, though.
Was that at Alton Park?
Yes, the track was not a factor at all.
That was a cracking race. I remember that one. It's an interesting track. But yeah, Josh Holmes, I think doing pretty well right now. I think they'll be relatively happy with where they are. Obviously, they did start on pole, but if they maintain with that stop advantage that they have, they should find themselves at least at the end of the race, fingers crossed, no incidents or anything, at least ahead of this 695 Honda. Yes,
I believe Chris, I dare say, I want to say it was Chris Taylor in chat. Chris Crashes, ACC, that's his username. I'm commenting on his driving. But he was in chat giving a lot of info from that car, so I'm safe to say that it was Chris Taylor in chat saying that the Honda would have to do one more stop than this Ferrari. It can't save to the same amount. And I'm not sure if did you catch when the Brad Cook car pitted? I feel like it wasn't on the, it was definitely, they got at least like around the 75-minute mark, I want to say.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't early, but it wasn't like super duper late. Like
nothing like the Porsches and the Ferraris, surely.
No. I think those Ferraris are pitting around that 75 to 80 minute mark, whereas the Porsches and the GTRs are getting to that hour 25, hour 30 sort of situation. Speaking of the Porsches, we do see Brady Adderton, our race leader, now coming up onto a bit of lap traffic. This is that group we were looking at before. So that's Neil Wood and that McLaren getting out of the way-ish, but they are going to be... it's good enough into the first corner.
That's a good way to do it. Just offline, lift off the throttle, and then kind of don't... At least give yourself a good line into the next corner as well.
Yeah, it's always a bit of a tricky game. Trying to let a car through but not hampering yourself too much, because obviously that 19 Porsche isn't actually in this battle, but he doesn't want to lose time to the car ahead either, so finding that spot and that balance between letting this car through diligently and not hampering yourself too much is a tough line to toe at times.
Absolutely, for sure. And looks like Brady is still going along strong. I didn't take a marker when this car pitted either, but it was close to the 90-minute mark, so we're going to see a while before it boxes again. Sean Mullett gets out the way, goes deep on purpose, and just lets him have the inside line and minimum time lost as well. So yeah, those are people who've been around for a while who know how to let a car go, and without too much time lost as well. It is a fine art in itself.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a dance between the two cars, because you sort of, at times, I think with like newer people, we generally tell them not to do it at a corner, but when you see someone like Brady Adderton, like you can see them sort of lining up the inside, and you go, okay, I'm gonna leave plenty of room here. And like as you said, it's an experienced driver and they know how they race. And yeah, you have that dialogue and body language between the cars, and you are able to let them through in a place that's maybe not normally super optimal, and it goes off without a hitch.
Yeah, Absolutely, and we're seeing now Chris Taylor really under the threat now from Josh Holmes. 3/10 between the two. We'll see what the Honda's like into turn one. I think a better run overall as there is a 10th gain. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Josh Holmes tackles this one. We've seen carve through a few cars right now, but this one's going to be a lot harder for sure to get past the smokestack Honda. Definitely a good result in potential for this Honda. I don't think they're really going to be in the contention to win this race, but Brad Cook, Chris Taylor, they've been piloting that NSX for a long time now, and they always produce a good result, or at least in contention for a good result.
Yeah, I don't know how these guys do it. It's such a finicky car. I do think they will defend this relatively hard. Obviously, being an enduro, again, not putting the car on the line too much, but they don't want to see Josh Holmes get down the road with that pit stop advantage that they potentially will have. So not needing to defend thus far into Lukop. It is still line astern as they come down the hill through Mineshaft. See what kind of exit Holmes can get and potentially line something up into Crocodiles. Not thus far. That looks like an advantage Taylor.
Yep, and yeah, definitely a decent platform for the Honda as well. It's yeah, it is hard to drive. Is it? Yeah, I don't know. I kind of just realised what I said for a second there, but
I think there's a reason you see two of them on the grids, and that's it.
I think the Honda's been a bit of a weird one over the years in ACC, but I think it's a mid-engine car. It's actually quite a short wheelbase, and generally that's kind of a good thing around this track in particular. You need good rotation, and it's got enough poke in that twin turbo V6 as well to kind of looks like keep ahead of most cars. But yeah, short wheelbase and mid-engined. It's a good thing to have around Kyalami, but definitely an aging platform. I've always found the Honda was a bit weird because I think mainly because the road car has electric motors in the front wheels, and it feels like once they've taken it out and made it a GTR car, it kind of just feels like a bit disconnected in the chassis. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's one of those cars that's suffering from the aging of ACC as well. Obviously, in real life, an aging platform for sure. But some of the cars haven't had as much love, and I think some of its potential physics are a bit outdated. I remember the suspension just feeling really, really, really funny in that car, and it does lead to just really hairy moments. And I think it's one of those cars that when it fights back, it really, really fights, and it doesn't really let you know that it's about to lose it. You just lose it and you're done. So seeing these guys run this thing for 9 hours, 12 hours, 8 hours it's very, very impressive to me that they are able to fight at the top in this machinery.
Absolutely.
Whereas that Ferrari is the opposite. It's one of the newest cars in the game. It's one of the cars that has TC and ABS that actually works quite well. You're able to run the TC a lot higher, and it doesn't actually intervene as improperly as some of the other cars. So
yeah, Ferrari and the Mustang, I feel like are the only cars where the TC actually works as intended.
Yeah, it's rough. This game, I really, really love this game, and I'm not nearly as fatigued as some of our other more veteran players. But it just got a little bit of love. It would have I could have such an extended life to it, but obviously the devs a little bit more focused on AC Evo right now. Yeah,
and I think it's a little case of the game suffers from having a very small studio as well.
Yeah.
I think they might have a bit more now. I know Kunos they use a lot of outside freelance talent, but the last time I heard they're a 40-person studio.
Yeah, that's tiny. And it's how many devs are you putting on a game? It came out in 2016, 2018?
Yeah, around that, the very early parts of early access, around maybe 2016, 17. Yeah, without really getting to stride into 2018 or 19 even.
Yeah. So, I mean, nearly a decade old, and definitely, 7 years of good gaming experience. It is getting towards the end of its lifespan. But, yeah. These guys still battling it out though. Holmes caught to the back of Taylor, but we always say it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass.
A lot more overcast has been coming in.
You're not wrong. Weather Wizard.
Not so sunny anymore.
Yeah, not
in South Africa.
Filler, South Africa. Ooh, Henderson. Henderson behind the wheel of this car, taking over for Herbert, but having a bit of a look at Chalmers.
Chalmers with Brooke and Brenner heading up. Awful position, despite a few penalties, but it's awful position. But Nathan Henderson here taking over, I believe, from I want to say, this is the Regan Herbert car. It's just those two as well, drop piloting. But yeah, he's going to have at least, I imagine, fresh tires and also fresh tires, full fuel, and maybe have an advantage on Mr. Chalmers as well as they look into turn one, turn two, whatever. And through this point, no real move can be done through these corners. And through to Barbecue as well, down the run to Sunset. We'll see if anything can happen here, but a little bit of dirt, but no one's really close enough. It's Porsche Aston again. Saw a few lights flashing there. Dare say I don't know if that was the correct or it was a bit of a lighting bug, but we're seeing Henderson catching in again now. I dare say he probably is the quickest car out of this bunch, but hopefully he can get through without too much of an incident as well. Not to give Pete Chalmers, Brenner or Tim Brook any, not to say anything about the pair. He looks the inside, he dives up the inside as well. Hopefully he gets a stop. I think he's just trying to scare Chalmers out the way with a few false dives, but didn't fall for it on that case. Just trying to distract in the mirrors the best he can for Henderson. And the run down now through Mineshaft into Crocodiles. But no one's really close enough. And I think, oh yes, Tim Brook has just gone ahead now of Blake Brenner. So that is the Aston Martin of Convicts and Colonials unleashed now. And he will be selling off ahead of Blake Brenner. So between Blake, Pete Chalmers and Nathan Henderson now between these three. So we'll see what the Aston can produce down this straight. A little bit wide there from Pete Chalmers as well. Going to be in the slipstream. And I think the Aston is closer to the Porsche than the Porsche is to the other Porsche. Helping a run down to turn one. Is he close enough? He's gonna look to the inside. He's gonna brake late, and Pete brakes late as well, trying to combat ahead, but he's gonna be on the inside line. But a slide on the exit, which is gonna give Pete Chalmers the inside run over the curb as well. A small touch on the rear as well. Hopefully, looks like they're both going okay and didn't find that horrible curb at Jug Sweep. But dare I say, a big battle between those three right now. But it is still Pete Chalmers ahead of Henderson with Blake Bennett just up the road.
Just looking ahead of this pack as well, Liam Hamilton onto the back of Rondinella. So there's going to be GTR and GTR violence coming our way very, very soon.
Yeah, for sure as well. So Dylan King, I believe, just behind this as well. This is Sophie King slowed the Ben Bittner car, which did amass a few penalties in the first half of the race, and trying to recover from that as well. It was a good, it was a solid effort from Henderson, and I think he would have got it done, but he just got a little bit squirrely on the exit, trying to get the power down, and it was, less TC can work, but unfortunately when it's, if you get too much of a slide on, the TC will just bite down and won't let you go. And we saw the Porsche get a better run around the outside. He wasn't going to sit around and wait for the Aston Martin, but he knows he's got that in his pocket there now. And but Chalmers will know as well. He'll go for that inside move. Chalmers tried to brake late, but he had to kind of avoid going into the back as well of Blake Brenner. A bit more of a tighter line and a bit more of a squirrely exit now from Pete Chalmers, and it's surely going to be a perfect opportunity now for Nathan Henderson. Cut to the inside camera on the other side of the car, and he's going to be edging closer and closer, going to be edging alongside and into turn one. Should be day done as well. Falters out wide to keep the get the power down easily on the racing line, and move done there for the Aston Martin.
Yeah, nicely done there from Henderson. Shades of we saw Luke T2 a little bit earlier. Just send it down the inside, close the door, neat and tidy. Chalmers not fighting that one crazy hard, but yeah, Henderson in the driver's seat now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you have to remember Henderson is a pro class car, and Chalmers is fighting Brenner for silver honors, with Dylan King behind also for silver honors as well. So it's got to be one to watch. Oh, Blake Brenner surely really like. He's let him go. He indicated right. I was going to say that was a weird line to exit out, but he just let the Aston Martin go. That's actually very tactical and very good there from Blake Brenner, because he didn't lose his position as well to Chalmers. Small blink there as well. Hopefully nothing untowards from that, but Henderson has been unleashed, and I'm sure we'll catch Matt Madden, who has actually escaped from this lot as well.
Yeah, Madden doing a good job to hold pat, being handed that car from Chris Cooley thus far. Still carrying that 15-second invoice though for the push into Luke Hop we saw earlier. Just looking ahead, I reckon if we look to Liam Hamilton, we're going to see a little bit of spice shaping up. If we could ever... there was a move happening there as I asked us to change. Oh well, it's GTR time now. It's GTR time. No, it's not GTR time anymore. The move did get done. Far out. So Chalmers ahead of Brenner there.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it looked like there was a bit of a run going on there, and I think also, Brenner has that penalty, which I think that's why he didn't fight Henderson, but I don't think he really wanted to let Chalmers go because they are in the same fight. But Jaden Rondinella under threat now from Liam Hamilton, but holds the inside line for Luke Cup, and I don't think he's going to run out wide enough to give Liam anything more to think about. I don't think these guys box too far apart. I want to say the blue car boxed later, but it wasn't by much.
Yeah, I think this is definitely like for position and in sequence, so this is important, rounding out our sort of top five. Hamilton just applying that pressure now. It's very, very close. We'll see who gets that slightly better exit. I think a little bit cleaner there from Hamilton through Cheetah, and he's just glued to the back of Rondinella as they run it down the pit straight.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll be interesting to see the move between these two. Same machinery, so there should be no difference on that regards. And so I don't think can't use GTR power against GTR power. We'll see what their tires are like. I dare say. Obviously, Jaden Rondinella has improved a lot, very wide there. But he gets a little wiggle. I was going to say he can get away with it, but he got a little bit of wobble out there as well. I'm sure the TC kicked in a little bit, but effectively he's just enough ahead, coming in through sunset and going to maintain the position he's got. Looks like he's got two lap cars up ahead of him as well. So this will be decisive for this battle, because it's really close between Luke D and Liam Hamilton right now. As I say, Rondinella, he has improved a lot over these years, but we know how quick Liam Hamilton is as well. I believe we used to say, I think Liam Hamilton is sort of Rockets Evolved. I'm not too sure if that car is still Rockets Evolved, or maybe it's a bit of a, like some teams like to collaborate as well between their drivers. But yeah, we'll see what who comes out on top for Pro GTR honors at the very least.
Yeah, I think that Rockets Evolved car is part of the endurance series, but not racing in this race. We're not seeing. I think it's Brian Kong, Luke Johnson, and one other driver who's not
missing.
Missing in the Nissan.
Aaron Lee as well.
Yeah. So those guys just not able to make it down here to South Africa for the time being. So Rondinella and Hamilton will be our top pro honors of the GTR right now.
Yep, and like I say, it gets close. It gives it a little bit of a look, just to give Jaden something to think about. Speaking of GTRs, there's a one up ahead as well. Eric Scarney and I think that is the Aston Martin of Isaac Price Davis as well. So that is the battle between P20 and P21, and we'll have the fight between P4 and 5 arriving on soon, seen soon to say the least. But going well so far. I did comment it's a little bit more overcast. A little bit later in the day, or around noontime. 21 ambient, 27 track. So to be honest, pretty fair temps. It's not too hot, not too cold, to say the least. But things are going well so far, but will this stand? Will we see some wet running later on? Will it, well, the track will surely, if it does rain, we'll lose a little bit of that optimum running a little bit, but it depends on how things dry up, because this late into the race can get back to optimum pretty quick if the rain does stop, if it even comes down.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I feel like with this overcast weather, I don't think it's gotten as hot as potentially I would have thought, at least ambiently. The track has gotten a fair bit hotter though, 27 degrees currently. These guys are getting ever so close to these blue flags. We'll see what kind of spanner these guys throw in the works. I did also just see they are out now, which means they will be just ahead, but Tim Brook in that 676 Aston opting to pit, so a little bit out of sequence again with the rest penalty of the field. Too. Yeah, and copping that penalty, so they will potentially play a factor into this battle.
If I'm Isaac Price-Davis in that white and red Aston Martin, I've got a bit of a gap to Scani, so I'd be thinking about letting these guys through soon, because you're not really close enough to make a move. You can't really hide behind I want to go for a move. But these guys, they do need to close in a little bit closer, I think, to Price-Davis. You shouldn't let ideally, I kind of wait until the car is actually close. This is why too far behind to really let the car through. But see, Leo Hamilton getting so close, gonna force Loopty offline onto the inside line, and he's gonna try and hold it around the outside. He is holding it alongside. They are mirror to mirror pretty much, but he's gonna be outside for the first part of the S's. He's really trying to hold it. He's got the speed. He's got the nose ahead. He's actually gonna clear him around the outside. Amazing move from Hamilton is there, and he's gonna clear Jaden Rondinella. See if Jaden can come along around the outside. He's going to try and look at the inside again. He breaks late, but doesn't let through. But actually, Liam Hamilton goes wide. It's going to be GTR again, side by side, going down the hill. 2 mine shafts right now. And it's going to be Jaden on the inside line for the line. He gets close, doesn't give him too much space. Liam's going to have the outside line, does fall a little bit ahead, but he's going to have the inside line now again for Crocodiles. Got to break late, try and run it out wide and have the better line for Cheetah. And I think the move is done. That is a great job by those two.
Yeah, really, really great respectful racing between these two. Hamilton with a slight mistake into Lukop allowed Loopty back into that battle, but ultimately able to get that done, finds himself ahead. Really nice stuff there from both of them.
Yeah, that was absolutely great. We did see Liam kind of get a little bit lucky, because I think he had the move done, but he kind of just he went too deep, too late on the brakes into Lurkop, looking in the mirrors from that distraction from Jaden, but Jaden wasn't able to really get the move done. He tried to go alongside, but then being on the outside for Crocodiles in particular is really hard to make the move done unless you're actually kind of a nose ahead.
Yeah, definitely. He sort of looked to get that sort of switch back, but in the same sort of machinery, they both got a pretty good drive out of that corner. It just wasn't quite going to happen. So nice car placement there from Hamilton.
Yeah, and Isaac Davis and Scani have obviously not had to worry about these lot. And looks like Sasha Death in the background, but I don't think it's for a position for any of these stars. I'm not sure if that's still Sasha Death in that car. But going along well. I don't think they're actually in the... No, they are in the fight. My bad, of course. They're actually biting... there will be P6 in position. So, obviously gained on these guys as they found time. But Liam Hamilton looks to be going for him. Car 700 yellowed at Cheetah right now.
Yeah, that's Chad Petherbridge in one of those MRT cars. So having to wait. They should be able to get going just before this pack gets to them. But that doesn't look like a car that's ready to get going. So maybe technical issues for that MRT car. If this was real life, that's a very dangerous spot to be in. Sim racing, it should be well, it's not dangerous, there's no lives at stake, it's not a great spot, but it isn't quite on the racing line, so something's gone a bit astray for these guys, unfortunately. Yeah,
that's that looks like a hardware issue, because that car is just stationary. It's not it hasn't really even cleared the corner. He's fired up again, the engine's running again, and he's found drive. I wonder if it was a wheel disconnection, and there's now come back. The V8 fires into life, and I wonder if he is gonna go into straight in the pits. pit limiter on, maybe switch this car over to someone else. We'll have to try and find out what happened on that front. But yeah, it looks like, dare say, that wasn't an incident, to say the least.
Yeah, no. Bit rough for the 700 car. Scott Rockford just pointing out we're not seeing the 666 on the timing sheet, so I do think that second KA Motorsport car has potentially retired for the day, which is a little bit rough. I do know we had one of our Academy guys, James Gaze, foraying into endurance racing for the first time, I believe. So unfortunately, might not have gone their way, but we continue on.
Yep. And it looks like Scarning has fallen behind Isaac Price Davis in in all of that. And looks like unfortunately might have blue flags come into factor there, as he does give way for Sasha Def in the green Ferrari. Not too sure where this car qualified, but I know it wasn't in the top 10, so it's been on a kind of a good, I don't know, recovery drive, but a good side through the field. But we obviously have seen how quick Sasha Dev has been in the past for in previous Enduros and even in sprints. Obviously piloted with Chris Darth as well for that car, just a two-person team. We'll see what they can produce. So that car prize there is started 20th and almost finds the wall as they were a bit too wide on exit there. Scarney looking to maybe get the position back, but knows he really didn't have the right to do so as well. Didn't lose too much time, that Ferrari. But that was a bit of a close call, as that mid-engine, the rear wheel just dipped down onto the grass and just grounded out the rear a little bit. But thankfully they caught it. Had to lift off the throttle though for sure.
Yeah, a little bit of a hairy moment there. They do seem to be catching slowly but surely onto Rondinello, but can't afford too many moments like that if you do want to catch them up.
What a wonderful track. Mr. Jean-Pierre Sanikas says in chat, why are you not here? Why don't you race with us anymore? Either of you two? Where's the love? Why are you not here?
Home turf as well. Where are they? I mean, as well, that incredible showing at Kota. I wanted to see more of that action through our endurance series. Missing you, Peach.
Yeah, and on a bit of a transformative journey as Mr. Jean-Pierre. So, yeah, life dictates all things. It is all for fun. We're not all doing this because we ain't getting paid. Only the very, very best can make a living out of this one. Not getting paid in money, that's for sure. Getting paid in love and exposure. Esports contract.
Mason jars.
Wow. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. You can't talk.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't talk. I've got an actual reason. I don't have I do have a rig that's gathering dust, but it's because the wheel's broken. Peach has got a functioning rig.
Hey.
Yeah, why don't you send your wheel? Anyway, I do have a controller, but that was I did a race with a controller. It feels.
It's not really the same, is it?
No.
I think, doesn't Price Davies still rock a controller?
I don't know. I know there are a few out there. I don't know if Atanyaka was one of them. I could be very wrong on that, but
It might have been Pascal Armstrong. It was one of those guys with the double barrel name. I'm not quite sure. But as it stands, a bit of a refresh. We've got Adderton ahead of Holmes, ahead of Hamilton, Rondinella, Death, Madden, Henderson, Chalmers, Brenner, and King. It's been a commanding race for the 777 Porsche thus far, getting ahead relatively early doors ahead of that 69 Ferrari. Holmes, a good second stint here to put it back into P2, getting past the 695 Honda, I don't think we actually noticed, has pitted because Bob now behind the wheel of that car. And Hamilton, a pretty great recovery drive after a bit of an incident earlier, finds themselves in P3. We do see the Pidgey car, Matt Madden, in the pits right now, so we might hear from Matt shortly. The number 90 Astronaut also in the pits, so it does look like we are sort of getting into our second round of pit stops. James Gase, just reporting from the pit lane, they had an issue with their driver swap. It wouldn't let them swap at all, so they weren't really able to continue. They would have eventually been disqualified, I guess, if they couldn't swap whatsoever. So that's a rough go. Sometimes the tech is a little bit fickle with ACC.
Yeah, unfortunate. I'm not too sure what's happened on that one, whether, there's the minefield with driver swaps in these games. Design a game with driver swaps in mind. Don't just add it on later, people.
Yeah.
Look at you, LMU. Oh dear, as Godfrey goes for a flight at Cheetah and straight into the pits as well. Get it stopped.
Yeah, just that's a bit of a wake-up call, a bit of a jolt just before you get into the pits. Do see Price Davies as well, one of our front runners in the the Pro Am class, peeling off into the pits.
Oh, it's always annoying when a car just boxes in front of you. It'll be disappearing on the side, but for a second it wouldn't be.
Makes it hard to make sure you stop like right in the correct spot.
Yeah, can't do that on LMU either. It's always hilarious to watch people box in LMU, thinking they're used to collisions not being a thing. Never gets old watching stuff.
Oh, yeah, God, that would be a little bit silly.
Anyway, Damiano Fercolini. We haven't seen this car too much. Can't remember if they had a bit of an issue at some point. My memory's already falling apart. But
Damiano here.
24, sorry.
Yeah, so remember in the outlap, they had a bit of a disconnect and return to pit, so they've been a lap down. Yeah.
Buggers.
Yeah, rough go for Damiano, but they're soldiering on currently in P24. That Porsche should hopefully, keep things fresh for them, being able to run so long. They are finding themselves in a little bit of a Porsche Cup here, with Neighbor ahead. Yes, that's correct. Neighbor ahead, and then McDowell a bit further down the road from them, with Lim a little bit further behind.
Yeah, this car had McLaughlin in it before, but I feel like it was still higher up even before the pit stop, so I feel like something else has gone on as well with this car, but hey ho, could be wrong on that one. Because obviously we saw a few cars that have started towards the back as well, obviously Chris Curley being one of them, so it's definitely the side through the field, but it looks to be really on pace right now on the back of David Neighbor. And I'm not sure if that number 19 Porsche is still rocking damage from the start, or whether they've found new damage. Because the front looks a little bit scratched, to say the least.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit secondhand. I think that might still be the damage from earlier in the race. When we were talking to Scott Rockford, we were saying there was a balance of damage and the front and the back. So hopefully the aero is not. Well, the aero is probably kind of shit, to be honest, but at least it's front and back.
Yeah.
If we flick over to our battle, I think this is for P5 ? We do have Sasha Death very, very close to the back of Luke D here now. That's 10. Can we get half of that? Yeah, there we go. So Luke D doing his best WRC impression, getting a little bit on the grass. It's going to invite Death here, but that GTR obviously a monster down the straight. We'll see who got, if there's anything to do here for Death. Oh my god, that looks a bit sad if you're in a Ferrari.
Yeah. Thanks to any no damage on the car 19, just visual. Yep, so just synchronization on the virtual, on the spectator cam. But yeah, Sasha really starting to catch on the now. We did see him running on, maybe pace has fallen a little bit away from the start of his stint, but obviously Hamilton, Def are very, very, very quick operators. Yeah, and just a note as well, while you're enjoying this as well, do remember next month we're going to have our another round, our third round, I believe, of our Duos series, October 18th, I want to say, and at Spa for our Duos series. So come one, come all, and get signed up if you want to compete. It'll be obviously a Duos series, I believe, 3-hour races, 2 drivers, put in the Duo Enduro series. Who'd have thought?
Yeah, I love the Duo series. I think it's one of our best, to be honest. It's kind of like a mini endurance race. I think the 3 hours is quite tantalizing because it does make for some interesting strategy decisions you have to make. And a lot of our best and brightest are out there as we do pass a car that's chilling on the edge of crocodiles there.
Yeah. Oh, that man in the head. No, the brakes for the brake. Oh no, and Jaden Rondell finds the PG Racing car as well, and unfortunately that is a considerable front damage. You can see the bonnet's up and he manages to get into the pits. Oh, absolute heartbreak for Skillerus Racing and Jaden Rondell, doing so well out there. Dan Madden, unfortunately, as well, looked like he had his own moment through Cheetah, and unfortunately came back across the track as well. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah, that's rough. The car was rolling like a little bit, and I think Jaden thought that it might keep rolling backwards, but it kind of ended up stopping, and he just collected it totally. This car as well actually just came out of the pits. Dan Madden taking over for Matt. So this is, I mean, obviously it's extremely unideal, but they also literally just pitted, so going to put them significantly on the back foot. And I'm not sure that Jaden actually would have wanted to pit just now. I think they probably have a little bit more to go, but opting to come in now to fix that damage, it looked pretty significant.
Yeah, I think there would have been kind of towards the end of their stint regardless. It's been, I think, about an hour 20 since their stop, so I think they would have been very, very close. Well, obviously Benchmark will know when the Hamilton boxes. Yeah, really unfortunate. I think before we see the replay as well, I think the Aston Martin, it did look like it caught the inside curb, it fired into the inside wall, so on the right hand side of the car rather than the left, and rebounded but kind of just rolled. So I think Jaden he wanted to go left, but he saw the car was rolling to the left still and tried to go right, but it was just too late, too close. I'm really, really gutted for Luke D because he puts his absolute heart into everything, but I feel like he was doomed in that scenario.
Yeah, for sure. It's a difficult corner as well because obviously it's kind of over that crest. You can't really see what's happening up there. Also, with like another car that was off a little bit earlier, you might think you've already cleared this sort of yellow. It was double yellow, but like I wasn't expecting that whatsoever. So you come over that crest and there's a car in the middle of the track. It's still sort of rolling. It's
and
really, really hard.
With Sasha Def as well, who was kind of almost blindsided. So I don't think they came out of that with any damage, which they're quite lucky to do. Liam Hamilton here just getting past the 500 car. It was blue flagged. Going okay so far. Yeah, that's gutting for everything. We'll be finding out what happened. Don't worry. We'll be getting that up to sure. But unfortunately, that really puts a massive dent in car 888's race. But I think they can. I think they can recover into a good position. But I think they're not going to be running for P4 at this rate for a while. But we'll see what they can do because they got pace. And that's what matters.
Yeah, Jamie Conboy back in the car. Interestingly, Saxon Hayes not opting for a stint early.
He works nights, so I think he'd be doing the later stints anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I'd heard that he works nights, so going to be probably doing the graveyard shifts for that car towards the end. So we might hear from Luke T sooner or later. We'll probably want to take a breath, get a drink or something, because a good stint. It was a good stint. Regardless, some good fighting there with Hamilton. We do see Josh Holmes and Sasha Death, two of our Ferraris, into the pits as we do see this replay. So this is on board with Luke G. Oh, I think that was sped up slightly. That was very, very, very fast.
Yeah, replay bug.
We'll get that one again for everyone.
Yeah, so so the Aston Martin rebounds off the front corner. So we see Jaden come out, see the car spinning. So you can see the car spinning. It doesn't hit the inside wall, but it just stops. Yeah, it looked like it was rolling back and then stopped in the middle. So he really couldn't really judge if that car was going to stop or keep going. And that's just really unfortunate. There was a bit of rollback. There wasn't as much as I thought, I have to say, but there's still rollback. He kind of stopped at he had spun to the right side of the track and then rolled back to the middle, which I think was unfortunately going to be enough for the stewards as well on that one. Unfortunately for Dan Madden, really unfortunate as well as he took over that car. I'm really hoping Jaden, the Triple Eight, as I said, it was close to their pit stop anyway. I imagine that's at least 20 seconds of front damage. So that's 20 seconds of loss, but at least the strategy hasn't been affected. Yeah, so it looks like he was a bit wide of the apex, a lot of rotation and rollback, and now, the brakes just kind of came a bit late. Even so, if he hit the brakes, we're seeing Lewis Hamilton's in as well right now. And and that might be an unsafe rejoin as well. I think Scarney's GTR just flashed past there as he tried to get out the way, but the cars were coming through. There might be an unsafe rejoin as well.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, you can be like, oh, he should have held his brakes, but that happened really, really quick. Like, the car turned around, we started rolling back for a split second, and then Lupti's already there.
That's why I'm a bit hesitant on that one, because even if you hit brakes, the car doesn't stop when you hit brakes. The car momentum will still take it somewhat, but I think
Lupi had a split second, and you see, like, you choose one way or the other, and, like, what's the saying, 10 of one and 5 of the other, or whatever, like No, I got it perfectly right, Glenn. Don't worry about it. But who knows if he would have been able to duck to the inside anyway. So I think that's really just an unfortunate thing. I think Madden probably will cop a penalty and potentially 2 for the rejoin. But it's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, that's it. It's gutting, I have to say. I dare say, I think if you'd gone left, it'd be okay, because you have the pit entry, so you actually have a bit of tarmac. Like, you have more track on the left, so I think that's just unfortunate and I think he would, in hindsight, he would have wished he'd gone left. Obviously, not to state the absolute obvious, but it was such a hard situation to read, because he saw the car was rolling, so there's nothing to say in his mind that car would have kept rolling. But anyway, it is done, it has happened, it is unfortunate. Rest in peace.
The consolation, I guess, is that they were pretty close to where their pit stop would have been anyway. They just had to tack on, I don't know, 20 seconds, 40 seconds or whatever. So we'll see what they can manage here. It's a very quick team, but not what they needed right now.
Peach being considered. Peach's consolations, as always. JC's been in the Kovacs purple before, so he knows how to do recovery drives. So, dare say, we're maybe kind of used to it from now on. But I think they were lucky. There was a big hit, big damage, but they were closer to maybe doing their stop anyway. They were close to, they were right, kind of the best place to have an accident, because you can just go right into the pits from there. So, but anyway, Michael Babb now on the back, up into P5 after all of that, in the Wally Porsche, on the back of Blake Brenner. Those cars, I'm seeing a bit of visual damage. I'm not too sure if that still is. I think that might be still the Aston Martin damage from earlier. I'm not too sure where this car is still in, where it is in the standings. I don't know if they've snuck through the field a bit, or if their strategy is a little bit different. Sean Bubb now is taking over from Brad Cook in the 695 Honda. Taufik in the GTR for Liam Hamilton. So we did see a lot of pit stops as well in all of that. since that when that collision was going on. Liam Hamilton we saw, Brad Cook in the red and white Honda. So there is a lot going on right now.
These guys qualified P10. I think they would have moved up potentially, but so in terms of this, Michael Babb in this Wall-E car. So they're definitely in the fight up near the top. It's been quiet for them thus far, which isn't the worst thing in an endurance race. We haven't seen too much of them. Luke D just jumping in the chat. Ooh, drive through for Dan Madden for that one. Yeah, so well, there you have it. Luke D just saying 57 seconds of damage, and they were about 5 laps off their pit stop, which is what, about 10? It's not 10 minutes. It's probably more like 7. So close, but they still had a bit of running to do. But at least, as you said, they also didn't have to limp around the entire track.
Yeah. I wonder if that was 50 seconds, whether it's a 57-second stop or 57 seconds of damage, because 57 seconds of damage is a lot, even for as hard a hit as that.
Yeah, true. It was a pretty solid walloping, though. I don't know. We'll get the full story a bit later, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a big loss. But I think it could have been a lot worse as well. But we'll see. They're in P13 right now. They've got a fresh set of boots, fresh driver, and a full tank of fuel as well still to go, and 6 hours to address things. But I think they've shown pace in that car clearly with Jaden, with Jamie Conboy, and obviously Zach as well. We saw him qualifying, clearly got pace, as well as the GTR have been pretty good around the track for the most part.
Yeah, for sure. Just adding on, I guess, to the misery though, he's saying they might need to do a bit of a splash at the end for fuel, which would not be ideal. Maybe they can try and opt for a little bit of a fuel saving thing. As it is with every endurance race, shit happens. You have to adjust your strategy a little bit. I would say it'd be very unlikely to find a team that doesn't have at least a little bit of a story to tell through their race. I do see we were just on board with Michael Babb. They are in the pits now, which is interesting. That's one of our Porsches. I would expect them to be pitting around in a couple more minutes time. It does seem slightly early, knowing what those Porsches are capable of. But yeah, I guess it's a bit of a weatherstone for what we're going to see in the next couple of minutes in terms of the Porsche pit stops.
Yeah, and Luke did confirming that it was a 126 pit. So it was, the damage did reflect that. I was a little bit wrong to doubt that one, I have to say. I was just surprised you can get that much damage from just one hit, but I don't know whether Sasha Def, I don't think Sasha Def hit the rear as well, but just completely annihilation to the front of the GTR. Not the best car for front downforce, but so it would have made a big difference if they had to go around again, to say the least. I'm sure steering damage was probably a factor in that as well.
Yeah, I mean, if it was real life, the race would just be over, because the front would be obliterated, and we'd probably be nearly red flagged.
Oh, even in LMU, that's the thing. ACC, the mechanics in ACC are amazing. They can take a car from being absolutely C-word, and they can put it back in sub 2 minutes. It's pretty remarkable, considering other sims. Let's say that kind of collision is a lot more punishing, but won't be much commiserations, because I can imagine the guys, it won't make them feel any better really, because it has taken them a little bit out of the fight, but I think they've definitely they can get in that top 5, I reckon, by the end of the race. But we'll see if it's going to remain dry the whole race. Yeah, they might have to splash at the end, but it's getting darker.
It does look really dark. Like, I'm not seeing weather on the widget, but it does look quite dark. The track, though, the temperature hasn't changed that much. It's still gone up just a touch, which is interesting. So Brady Adderton, our leader, and Porsche in the pits. So as I was sort of alluding to before, we are sort of starting to see those Porsches come back down to earth.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, definitely wrong on my damage calculations, I have to say. Like the Hollow Note song, I'm out of touch. Vice City FM, best Flash City radio, I have to say.
So Heck in chat saying that the Pidgey car got a stop go as well. I haven't seen that come through yet, though. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Drive through, they have to serve it within 3 laps at the very least, that's for sure.
Yeah, I can't imagine they got a stop go for the rejoin. Like, it wasn't good, but it wasn't like horrendous.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was an all-encompassing penalty for.
Yeah,
if it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just to put a frame things, obviously it's actually been chop and change at the stop as well. So the leader, 777, has boxed as well. Is now Patrick Johnson in the car. From Nathan Henderson in car 8, 13 seconds behind, but definitely on a completely different stopping strategy, that's for sure, on the different cadence. Connor Hind has taken back over the 69 Ferrari. There's a guy who did the pole lap, so we'll be interested to see what he can do. He is 15 seconds behind Henderson. There's Sean Bubb now in the 695 smokestack Honda. Just going to replay now. So Sasha Def now. See Jaden there now, and yeah, it rolls back. Yeah, I can 100% see why he went to the right, and they're just perfect. If Sasha was any closer to that GTR, it would have been 3 cars surely into the pits. Yeah, perfect for the Ferrari, not great for the rest.
I'm sure Jaden, who's just joined us in the booth, is really happy to just see that again.
Look, it was a great moment in racing history, but I can't complain. Look, it was in probably the best spot that it could happen, so I really can't hate on it. Hoping that
you can hate on it a bit. It's all right, man. No, like it's just racing, but it sucks, you know.
Probably a miscalculation by Dan, thinking that maybe you could get out of the way, and then realize 2 cars were coming up very quickly. It worked out the way it did. We'll come back. JC's on a good recovery drive now. We're probably a little bit off, so some positions to make, but it's not bad.
Yeah, hey Blake.
Yeah.
Can we change the schedule so Dan and Loopy have to do commentary together?
Pretty sure we're supposed to be already.
It'd be like those team principles, like the FIA press conferences, where it's just like, oh, it's random, and we just put 2 drivers like beef together into the same.
Oh, it's going to be so fun.
No, we are expecting Matt at some point, but. Yeah, I don't know. You can pretend it's Dan if you like, but I guess this is it reminds me of the Coda Enduro, where at the end of the race we were watching this team, the HPNT team. I had Liam Hamilton in the booth and the Kovacs purple car. Shout out to Peach in the chat, and I don't actually remember. I think it was Pete Viney was in with me, so I had a representative from each team watching them battle it out. That was It was very simple, but the humor wasn't lost on me at all.
Definitely would have been cooking underneath all that, but now how's the race been going? Have we been enjoying it in here?
Been absolutely praising you, we promise.
We actually have, though.
We actually have, though. I just say it that way. But yeah, it's been an interesting race. I dare say the skies are looking long, I have to say. And yeah, any potential. You got ACC drive? Can you see rain coming?
Don't have ACC drive, but I can tell you it has been getting darker and darker. But the weather on the little blip has not changed at all. So I'm starting to think that the rain's going to come at either the very end of the race or maybe in the practice session after, which would be very funny.
Classic. Yeah, as going through the results, it's in the background.
Yeah.
As always. But yeah, that's classic Aurora in Octane Online Racing endurance websites, just like the F1. But yeah, it's been a good race. See, like, there's obviously strategy. Your strategy is mildly affected lately. But how was your strategy going?
Strategy was going great. I think we were pretty much on point for what we wanted. We were definitely hitting the marks that we needed.
132 litres in that tank?
132 litres, doing a 2.8 litres a lap. So It worked out that we'd only have to do 7 stints, I think it was, but I'm thinking it might be 8 stints with a little splash and dash in between because of that little offset, but we'll see what happens. No, but it's been like incredibly good, especially being in that traffic. Everyone's driving super clean today with everyone I've dealt with at least, so I've been enjoying the racing against these people, and it's helped with our strategy a bit, being able to just sit in the slipstream.
We did see carving through a few of the guys earlier in the stints, but Connor Hine, it was Josh Holmes looks like he was a bit too much at times, and obviously a Honda as well kind of came through. Was it just tires to kind of starting to bleed off a little bit towards the end?
I think it's our brakes more so. The brakes just aren't very healthy on the car at the moment. We've got probably too loose of a setup, so it's just letting us lose a little bit of that time into the braking zones and everything, and setting us up a little bit for failure. But we are working around it to push the car a little bit better. But yeah, not much more that we could do at the moment.
Yeah.
As we do have our representative for Pidgey jumping in the chat, so state your defense, please, Matt Madden. Oh. No. Yeah.
You do not have the right to remain silent.
Yeah, we need to hear from you.
Have you got me now? We should have it.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to plead the fifth and not say anything, and you all called me out on it. Good to see you, everyone. And yeah, it's been a rough last maybe hour for us. I had a really unfortunate incident with the wonderful Blake Brenner. Chased him down for ages, had a fantastic battle, and was really doing everything I could to get around him. But unfortunately, I ended up chasing him on a defensive line. Now, we don't really know whether he was letting me past or whether or not he just took a very conservative drive into the corner. Lifted and broke probably about 50 meters earlier than I was expecting, and I just don't have the skill to combat that. So unfortunately, ran up his rear, flicked him a message before just to apologize. He drove so well, and I was annoyed with myself that I took him out like that.
It's funny because I think Jaden was somewhat involved in that, because earlier I think Blake let Jaden go. He didn't fight Jaden into Clubhouse, but I think he was fighting with you because you guys were both for silver cars, and I think he was just actively he was letting the GTR go, but he wanted to defend from you. Yeah, it's just unfortunate. Right. Like breaking on that inside line, I can see it maybe been a bit conservative, but yeah. It happens. It's done.
The good thing is I don't think we mucked up their race too much. I checked as I pulled into the pits and handed over to my brother. Blake wasn't too far behind and has been driving super well. So glad to see they're out there. I don't think they would have copped a heap of damage either, which is really good. But yeah, we've also had there's been a bit of drama in the Pidgey team. Everyone, we've had Danzo had a bit of a we'll call it a professional whoopsie or a lack of judgment over Cheetah Corner. Didn't catch the big yellow Narnia curb, but managed to go sailing out the other way anyway. And then gave Loopty, Rondinello, gave you a lovely little kiss on the way past as well. Mwah, I believe it was you.
Mate, a kiss.
Yep, just a little kiss, you know?
Well, okay.
Mate, that was macking. That was tongue in throat. That was nasty business.
Okay, it might have been a French kiss, but...
When's the wedding?
I wasn't a fan of that kiss, but they'll take a kiss any day from you boys.
Absolutely, and we'll give you another should you wish. Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate. And then poor Danzo, when it rains it pours. He went into the pits to serve a drive-through penalty for not holding brakes and an unsafe rejoin. And I quickly smashed through an ACC drive pit stop. For anyone at home that may not know, the ACC drive pit stop turns off your pit limiter. Very interesting. Minor speeding infringement in the pit lane in a school zone, well over the legal limit, $400 fine and a 30-second stop go.
That's
was that his outlap that incident happened on as well for Dan?
Just a couple of laps after he was just starting to get into the groove.
We did think it was close, yeah.
Yeah.
I saw you Oppo locking into that corner as well. Like your setup seems a bit at least on turn in, you guys seem a little bit on the spicy side.
have you met Chris Cooley?
No,
He's a spicy boy. We prioritized the setup to say, okay, Donk, we want you to make this. Donk being Dink Donk, aka Chris Cooley, for anyone that doesn't know him. Yeah, we wanted it to be as fast as possible for him so that he could do the maximum amount of damage. We just didn't know that it would actually end up in us causing maximum amount of damage as well. But it's good fun. The car is, to be fair, the car is really fast, and it's definitely, I've learned a thing or two over the last week in terms of just how hard you can push the Aston, which is normally a pretty safe car.
Yeah, but you can really push that car fast. Having driven it before, it's just very much an unstable car if you try to push it to its limit. But definitely a safe car in most other circumstances. And yeah, as you said, you're driving with Dink Donk. Those setups are a little bit crazy.
100%.
I do just want to cut in here. We do have a bit of an update from pit lane on one of our sort of top running cars. Aiden Squires just letting us know in the chat that he jumped in the car and had a bit of a software issue, and it meant that none of his bindings were there, including, I presume, pedals and stuff. So he's had to jump immediately out. Breno Ellis is in the car. You don't see them on the timing tower because they are actually in dead last now, which is really, really rough.
Sucks. I tell you what, I've been there on the software issue side when we had the Academy Enduro. Well, we'll call it software. We'll call it human error. We had the Academy Endurance a little while ago, which is one of the best events I've actually taken part in. It was awesome. I was paired up with the wonderful man, Benny Vintner. And when he went to jump in the car, he'd accidentally joined the server as a spectator. Man's used to doing some stewarding. So I had the spectator password in there. We went to hand the car over to Benny Vintner, who was still in spectator mode and was wondering why the hell it wasn't going when he was pushing the big pedal on the right. Found out later. Yeah, spectator password issue. So I know what it's like to be out of the race through to just technology, you know? It's
Yeah, it was it was like watching my dad trying to work a microwave. Anyway, but it is gonna be, sorry Dad, he doesn't watch this.
you say
anyway, so yeah. Anyway, would love spinning the yarn to yapping the clouds off, but I think that's gonna have to be it from me and Blake as well. Blake will be jumping in later, but it'll be done from me. We'll leave you lovely gents to calm the rest of the race, and good luck.
Very awesome. Thanks for doing that start.
Thank you so much, Cam. Huge stint from you there, and great stuff. But yeah, I'll be back a little bit later.
I got it easy. I'm putting my feet up.
Yeah. I'll be back in a little bit later. I'll leave it to these two. Someone at me if they start punching on in the booth after what happened before. But
absolutely,
in more danger of French kissing in the booth, I think.
Love you, gents, and love you too, Glenn, as well. Amazing job, and Blake as well for managing everything. Have a crackers.
Bye.
All right. Let's jump back into the epic racing that we've got going on right now. We've got Taufik currently in the 124 Nissan GTR. A little bit of a gap now building up between him and who's he fighting right now? Death and...
Yeah, fighting Death, 0.2 behind. He's putting down some pretty good laps. I think we've just got Bub now as well taken by Taufik. Taufik surging up with a 30-second gap now to Hind as well. Lupti, I know that you guys have sort of been sitting mid to high pack as well the last, sort of first bit of the race. How's the race been from where you've sat?
Look, very nerve-wracking, I guess is the best word for it. Everyone's kind of running different stints at the moment. You got, for example, the number 8 car pitted, it seemed very early. I'm guessing that's from trying to offset their pit stop so they could do a bit better. I'm not too sure. But everyone seems to be running somewhat similar pace throughout. But it's very hard to fight anyone there. They're so consistent up there at the front. So I'm not too sure if I could keep up with them all this race. How about you guys? I've seen you guys have been slowly just falling down, I guess, with the switch from Dink Donk to you too. How have you been feeling?
Correct, yeah. I mean, he's an enigma, man. He's incredible to watch. So he had, for anyone that wasn't sort of tracking it, we started the race at 28th and then pushed all the way up to 2nd when he pitted. Put me back in, and I think we dropped to about 7th position, but obviously with we'll call them the glitches, the human glitches. We're sort of right at the back now, but plenty going on, and it's just insane to watch the field move and shake around. We're watching some of the fastest guys in the cars now. Obviously, Connor Hines setting that terrific lap in the Fezzer the other night in the top 10 shootout. For anyone that watched it, I believe it was a 139.9 in the top 10, following up on a 139.8 just before in the initial qualifying, which is incredible. So what a bloody stint from him now that he's putting in. Patrick Johnson as well, leading the race at 106 laps. This is such a good track. Holy cow.
No.
Agree to disagree?
I think that's an agree to disagree. Well, I'm not the biggest fan of this track. I think I think it can be good. I think it's just got too many problems with it for me to say it's one of my top tracks.
Yeah. We're going to watch a replay here. We've got the Honda. Was a death copper. Bit of a hard one, actually, to figure out what happened there. We just watched the Honda of I believe that's Bub now in there as well, just sitting on the outside of that little spot. We're going to watch it again here. Bub now seeming to pull away a touch. This is quite convoluted level endurance racing. This is runs wide, allows the Nielsen and the punt. There we go. Just a little tap, little tippy tap from Sasha Deeth there. It's Deeth death. Either way. Might it? Yeah. Sasha looking to follow Taufik through, but Bub now saying computer says no. I will have that spot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, look, Bub now's definitely a quick driver. We've seen him in. Oh, there's a 15-second penalty for Sasha Death there for the. I'm going to guess that's the collision with Bub now. But yeah, Bub now's a really fast driver. Only recently really moving up in the enduro wins. Started, I think, back at Imola with Lucas Keys. So he's on a roll right now, just pushing through. So very good to see him still holding up that pace and pushing ahead. I hope he didn't get much, if any, damage from that collision with Death there, though.
Yeah, it does look like he's hot on his tail, though, is Death. Really sitting tucked in tight now to Bub now in that Honda. Tell you what, it's such an insane car to see it on track, just courtesy of the fact that it looks so different to everything else. I'm a massive fan of the old livery. It's like the Marlboro style car, right? Smokestack shell. Look at that. We're not supporting smoking, but God, it looks cool when it's done up like that. So they managed to keep it in touch around Lukop, the top hairpin there at here at Kyalami. It's such a tough one to get right, mate. If you're not planted on the exit, if you miss that little rub-it-in strip, you can drift basically the whole way down there. Particularly in cars like your Fezzers and your Maccas as well, the really high-level downforce cars. You miss that ideal line, and you are sailing down around the outside. No good.
Yeah, and I agree with you. This car is definitely a very different looking car to the rest. It looks, it's one of my favourites to see out there, and it's got some of the great drivers in there that I like to talk to. So they're doing exceptionally well, and I think that all the teams currently have had a decent race. There's been some, well, like a few incidents here and there, but across the board, everyone's been pushing quite hard, and I haven't seen too many incidents since the start, but
watch Sasha just looking for a bit of space up the inside. He's not going to get alongside, but he is going to try and live rent-free in the head of Bub now. Coming into Sunset as well, mid-track, not an ideal line, but the Ferrari high downforce car can hold it there. Goes a little wide left onto the turn, but manages to stick it. Coming into now the left-hander of Clubhouse. Exit speed is paramount here when you're coming down through the S's. If you miss out there, you basically lose out on the overtaking opportunity through here. Such a tough series of corners to stick, but when you get it right, you can get such a good amount of overdrive up here into the hairpin. Looking for a really good overtake here, but not this lap. Sasha Deeth's just going to sit there and tuck in behind the lovely Honda there. Now, Lupti, you and I haven't actually spoken before. I think I obviously see you around everywhere, and you know you're a popular man in the OOR space and on the Fruit Bowl team. Tell me a bit about you and sort of how long you've been doing this, because you've got some pace, obviously as well. Like you're up in silver class, been doing this for a while. Give me the story, man.
I've been racing for about a year and a half now. sim racing altogether. So a little bit of a start there, and then just slowly worked my way through academy, and have been pushing to get better and better every day. I do way too many hours of sim racing a week. I spend probably a good 4 hours a night on ACC just trying to learn tracks. But yeah, not the greatest yet, but definitely trying to be good enough to beat at least some of these guys.
That's a sick amount of dedication. And I need to know, do you or do you not own a lawn mowing business, or is it purely just you enjoy driving over grass?
Look, I just enjoy the driving over grass. It's fun to get a few drifts in every race, especially in those GT4s. But I really do enjoy drifting around everywhere, so it adds some enjoyment for me and provides some great content for the streams.
Oh, mate. Davo and I watched you, for anyone that hasn't seen it, in the glorious season that we had, the Porsche Cup and the GT4. We're just watching Sasha Deeth as well, just sticking the nose in there, reminding Bub now that he's there. Yeah, we watched you in that GT4 class during that entire Porsche Cup GT4 season, and it was hysterical. At any point in time, whenever wonderful Benny Hignett running the cameras for that series was flipping to you, we would watch you off track somewhere, 2 wheels in the dirt, skidding around, but managing to hold it together. Very, very interesting and engaging content, and we can't thank you enough.
I'm glad I could provide something to that series, but yeah, it's always fun doing that. No, what about you? You how long you been doing the sim racer stuff for? I know you're pretty new to here. Oh, that's managed to get around. I didn't see where that happened.
An incredible move down, coming around from Mineshaft into the Crocodiles as well. Takes a lot of gonads to sit there and actually stick your nose up the inside, then try and hold the inside line, as we just saw. Impeccable move there from the wonderful Sasha Deeth. Great racing. Holy cow.
As I said, everyone's been very, very clear and clean on their moves today. There's obviously been the here and there, but like these drivers know what to do. And this track is, I'd say, wide enough for the moves to be possible pretty consistently. So it's very good. And the blue flags as well have been some of the best I've had so far. Not really had any issues with them. It's such a good track for that as well.
Yeah, agreed. Kind of like Coda, I think that there's a lot of straights after tight hairpins, so you can move really easily off the racing line, out of the way, be super predictable and allow the faster guys through. We haven't seen too many problems with it at all so far. There's plenty of track out there to get out of the way, allow those faster boys through, but not lose too much time yourself.
Yeah, and like I think that's a very good thing for a track to have, those smaller tracks like where you have Snetterton and stuff like that, where the tracks are so tight. There's only like 2 spots you can let people through safely and consistently. So no, it's good to finally be on a track like this, but can't tell you enough how excited I am for Silverstone. I'm so ready for this race to be over. Oh, we got a replay here.
We're going to watch here. Sasha Deeth is just going to look around down to the inside. Yeah, look at that. Late on the brakes, comes in, gets alongside. Interesting, it's actually, he wasn't fully alongside into the turning, the sort of turning point there, but Bub now just looking to move aside and let him through. I think probably preservation of life. Put your own oxygen mask on before helping others, sort of stuff. Can't keep racing if your car's out of play. So, great awareness there from Bub now, I'd say. Right on, Shauno. Oh, we've just had Bub now with Glenn's whispering in our ears, sweet nothings, but also a lot of information, letting us know that Bub now has actually just had a really brief off track. We might get a replay of that in a few seconds. So you'll see that gap increasing now to 3.5 seconds to the back of Sasha Deeth, who is also still carrying that 15-second penalty. So the main thing for Shauno is just to try and sit in close, stay inside that 15-second gap ahead of the next pit stop.
Just watching these, I feel like people haven't pitted yet. I thought a lot more pits would be happening by now, but I guess the offset from the pit stops has already shown a decent amount of time. But JC slowly catching up to his lot, but I'm not seeing much of a change. I'm just waiting for the pit stops to happen, man. I want to see where everybody's supposed to be at.
When everything clicks over. But bringing it back, mate, while we sort of settle into this next little bit, I only picked this up from October of last year. So for me, it's been a process of just learning everything, getting across the way that you drive and the different types of cars and how you respond to it. So it's been absolutely awesome sort of getting to learn it, and we're surrounded by so many not just fast individuals but also people that are happy to instill a bit of knowledge and teach us a few things. So that's, like exactly what Danzo and I are doing. Oh no, there we've got the off there. It's such a hard turn to make stick. It's all really balls to the wall to try and hit that one. But yeah, it's literally just been trying to learn it, make it stick, get a bit of time on the wheel, and I'm not spending 4 hours a night yet, but God, that's the dream.
Look, I do it because it's fun. I really enjoy the sim racing, and I enjoy this community. So I like to put some effort in, try to be up there at the fastest. I know the game's getting close to end of life, but I still want to be one of the fastest when it comes to the end. Is Bub now letting Herbert through there? Looks like.
Yeah, Herbert's going to go sailing through in that very pretty looking Aston there. Bub now maybe just taking a breath, having a breather, trying to focus on a clean couple of laps rather than trying to lay down the hammer, particularly now with Herbert just going past and Johnson 22 seconds behind now. Focus on just trying to keep up with the front pack and not to drop too much more.
Yeah. And look, there's reasons for why everyone's doing different things. I'm pretty sure the Porsches at the moment, you might see them going a little bit slower. I think they have to actually fuel save to make the 7 stints rather than the 8 stints that a lot of the other cars will be on. The Nissan also doesn't need to fuel save, but will be doing about the same amount of stints as the Porsche. So that should line up interestingly. Another thing to mention is that the Skill Issue Racing, the team that I kind of am a part of, is running a second car this time around, which are our rivals, Toto and Gobby, which is an interesting thing to do, but I thought that it would be fun to do, and it seems they've had an interesting start for themselves with the first part of the race not working out too well for them, but they seem to be on a very good recovery drive right now.
Yeah, Munksy's there, currently placed in 12th, sitting right behind the other Skill Issue Racing car of Jamie Conboy, JC, sitting in there, cool, calm, and collected 17 seconds ahead of Munksy. But Nath seems to be, laying down the law a little bit, making the Aston look quite pretty. This is a very classic livery. It's quite dulcet tones, I'd say. It's very pretty. Well done. Do you guys do your own stuff or sort of outsource it?
We have to go to the one and only legend Cricky every time we get our liveries done. I know Gobby made a couple of changes to the livery, just added some shaking fefes at the back, I should say. But we get Cricky on it. It's supposed to be kind of like the opposite of the Skill Issue we have on the Nissan. It's the blue version of it. So, but I think it's a beautiful livery. I think it keeps it nice and simple, but also shows exactly kind of what we want.
Yeah, sick. No, it's looking pretty damn tidy there. Always good to bring out all the liveries in these events. People put a lot of time into them, and I think it's absolutely sick that you can make this happen in this game. It definitely adds to the immersion and the connection that people get to the cars. Obviously, you get the sort of meme liveries, like you've got everything that Lucas Keys produces, but also then you get these really quite tidy little classic looking liveries like we've got on Munksy's car here. Who, eating into the gap a little bit. Sitting pretty level, actually, with JC. 17 seconds behind, just kicking down lap after lap. Doing a good job. Now, I know JC was talking as well about the setup in the GTR. It's fast for Saxon, and it's okay for you and him, I think. He said that he wasn't loving it too much of late.
Yeah, look, there's a couple of problems, which I mentioned about the brakes are kind of already going out, but it's almost too loose. Like it can get over the curbs really easy and is really fast through the S's, but it just doesn't have that stability of it. It's not stiff enough to keep it on center, so it's super easy to go and oversteer the car, especially on exit. So we're just trying to work our way around that and maybe make some changes for the next time I race on the Nissan.
Yeah. We're seeing the car 342, Rob Underwood's driving at the moment. This is the car that had the dramas the other night with the disconnect during the top 10 shootout. So started in 10th, has dropped back a fair few places, but Rob seems to be tucking in quite nicely here, sitting hard on the tail of Atanayake there. Silver class, he's obviously got a bit of pace under him as well. Should have the overtake on Atanayake, but Atanayake, whenever we sort of were driving around him as well this morning, he's been driving pretty well, laying down the law there a little bit and pushing his Aston really quite hard, which is good to see.
Yeah, he's definitely not one to give up. Sorry, he's definitely one to not give up easily, Taniyake. So he will probably defend pretty well for a while. Hopefully I don't curse him with that. But yeah, he's very good at just holding down where he wants to be. And you can see he's starting to build a train with Underwood and Thurkalini. And I believe that's McNeil catching up in the background as well. So might have a battle for 20th position with this 4 cars.
Yeah, well, it won't even be 20th. It'll actually be 19th. So Taniyako sitting there in the front. We'll see where we end up here. With a big dive down the inside as well there from Thurks. That didn't look like a missed brake mark. It actually looked like a half-attempted sort of move on the inside, trying to take 2 for the price of 1. As they come down mineshaft, we're going to watch them go. They're not going to be side-by-side at all going into the Crocodiles, but we do have a lot of pace, and these cars are pretty close. Thurkalini goes for a dive around the inside, but then backs off to allow the car of Rob Underwood to stick where it is. The Honda, the second Honda in our field. Very rare that we actually get the two Hondas in the one field, so it's really good to see. Coming now into Ingwer, their final turn there. Underwood sticking the nose down the inside, but allowing a little bit of room there for Taniyake to just stay ahead. Got to be feeling the pressure here, mate. Are you much of a rear vision mirror driver, or are you just trying to keep eyes forward?
I did a JC and I turned my mirrors off. I drove too much in my mirrors during academy, realized that I was doing it, turned my mirrors off, haven't turned them back on since. I rely on that radar to tell me where cars are and just hope that I'm quick enough to understand where they're going to be. But it's worked out for me. It's helped me improve my racecraft and keep my head forwards pretty much the whole time. I'll give it the occasional look back just to see where they're at, if they're going to go for a move or whatever. But you've got all the signs without the mirrors to be able to kind of figure out where you're going to be.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Just a quick note as well from our wonderful sponsor here today of the Endurance Series. We've got Simrigs. You can go get 5% off in store if you're an OOR patron. Go have a look. Go inquire. If you're not an OOR patron, you should be, because these races are free for you. So go all free, included. Go pay that money. Get in, support a good thing. Going back to a really interesting point that you actually brought up. Actually, before we do that, we've got the ACC Sprint Series and the Academy Series starting, not next week, but the week after. Very, very excited. Loopty, I think you're in Split Blood, aka Split Red, Thursday night, late night. Is that correct?
No, I'm split yellow with the with a few of these guys who are currently at the front. They're scary to drive against in that one.
Yep. So much for split Kovacs, eh? I thought we had all you guys in the one place. Okay, cool. So, well, I won't be seeing you there, but I will be looking forward to watching the streams and keeping a close eye on where you end up this next season. Very much looking forward to being in the sprints as we just watch Thurkalini there go diving into pits, freeing up a spot there for Austin McNeil, who is now hard on the ass of Rob Underwood.
I can promise you'll see me a lot of the time sideways. So that's going to be some good fun.
Sideways or in the grass?
Yeah, no, the red split's just a little too late for me, which is why I'm glad we still have the Wednesday early split. So that's the one I'll be sticking to for now. You'll be able to see me versing my own teammate in this one, Jamie Conboy. He'll be in split yellow with me, I believe. So that'll be some fun to watch. But I'm excited for the new sprint series. It looks like some good tracks to go around on, and I'm interested to really watch that pro series that's coming, or the pro race that's coming afterwards. That looks like that will be a fun time as well.
Yeah, talk to me about that one. I know very little about this, so I'm all ears.
I believe, if I'm getting my information right, and Glenn will be able to yell at me if I'm wrong, it's the top 20 drivers from the 3 splits will be put into a race, and I believe the top 3 of that will come out and get prizes. So I believe first gets a wheel. Their new wheel, the thermal tank is released. Second will get the case, that's the one. A nice thermal tank case.
Okay. Ooh, look at this, we're going side by side into Cheetah. Ooh, that is not a place that you want to go side by side. That's terrifying, but Austin McNeil makes the move stick, laying down the Law, which is his pseudonym that he sort of goes under. Second Law, putting it down, made it the first Law there in the overtake as we just see the tail end of the Underwood Honda there just falling back behind. Austin McNeil now surging after an earlier race incident. Looking now, all eyes ahead on Ataliake's position, sitting 0.9 behind.
Yeah. But yeah, that series is going to be exceptional, and very looking forward to it. But back to the on-track action, Underwood losing a few positions. That's a bit crazy. And Ataniake also now starting to lose some positions. Who's this Porsche that we got here? Is that
It looks like Rockford has gone through. Must be Rockford up the front there. Now sitting 22nd, has just gone sailing around on the inside there of Underwood. Oh, sorry, hang on. Abby's there. We're having some tower dramas.
Oh,
It's
so
not going
I
sailing
believe
through,
this
it's a blue
is
flag
he's in
up.
the middle of the blue flags, yeah.
Glenn reporting and keeping us up to date, giving us the Daily Bailey, the updates as we go around. Speaking of Daily Bailey, no rain on the horizon. Could we have a completely cloudy / sunny race just like we had at Coda? Be very interesting to see whether the weather sticks out or if it changes. But yeah, we've got the car of John Hislop here just sitting in Bin Chicken Racing, tucking in between a couple of cars. We'll be looking to make up some ground really quickly down this main straight as well, following Ingwer. Looking to get around Ataniake pretty quick and continue on with his race. This is the Wally car from the other night. Quite a cute little throwback. I think someone said that movie released, is it over 15 years ago or something?
We're getting close to 20 years since that movie released.
Holy moly.
I
getting
think
old.
I believe it's 17 years, almost 18 years now since that movie released. But yeah, it makes me feel old. That's my childhood right there.
Felt like that was one of those movies that needed a sequel.
Really? Oh, yeah, I probably did, but I'm kind of glad they didn't with the way sequels go nowadays.
Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it. We're getting some call-outs in the chat looking at where the number 69 car has gone. 69 went off at Cheetah earlier. Thanks for bringing that to the attention there. Dog Ryan Anderson in chat. Thank you very much, mate. Keeping eyes on the track while Luke, just natter away about Wally and movies of our childhood.
Yeah. 69, I love the livery on it. Great livery. Definitely also sitting pretty well after a good qualifying yesterday, but that Porsche has just been keeping a very good pace throughout. Those three drivers in there, obviously very, very quick, all race winners in the sprint series, so definitely have the potential to win this endurance, but obviously still a lot of time to go. Can't count anyone out who's currently in the whole race for a win, because anything can happen in the next 5.5 hours.
Particularly when Cheetah Curb is involved, mate. It's probably the biggest death side of anywhere on this track. Such a tough corner to take right, and at least for me at my skill level anyway, there's a completely different way that I take that corner when I'm trying to qualify and lay down a heater, and then when I'm racing here in a perseverance style event. Really, quite ginger around that corner today, trying to make sure that I prioritize life. It's that old Sid the Sloth thing. I choose life. That was me earlier this morning, just trying to survive.
Yeah, and survive, you did very well in your stint, so I was very glad to see you guys get a bit of a penalty and stuff, but
we earned it. I earned it.
Yeah. but it was also kind of like, yes, now I don't have to worry about Curly too much when he jumps back in the car.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, he did say today that he was looking forward to a bit of a fight, and a fight he's been left with. I think I've just got my ACC drive spotting up to the left of me. Dan's currently sitting in 25th place behind Joel Teo, Academy man that is not Joel, sorry, Jason Teo, who is moving up to sprints, I believe, this season. But laying down 1:42.9 is pretty respectable time, I'd say, for an Academy level driver. Dan's doing pretty well.
Absolutely, but also just want to bring up the weather radar. Currently now gone to just cloudy. There's no sun in there at all. So I'm thinking maybe within the next couple of hours we might get a little drizzle of rain.
A little drizzle. So we've got the Loopties on the Daily Bailey bringing you the updated weather report. I don't mind that, actually. I tell you what, like, rainy races are not my favorite, but I do love when you get a little bit of variety in there. It just forces everyone to break out of that lockdown strategy and brings a bit of Hail Mary moments into the race. Just thinking back to two of the endurance races that we've run this year, one of those being the Bathurst 12-hour earlier this year, which was just one of the most ridiculous weather events that I've ever seen in IRL or on this damn game. But we've also seen the event at Zolder, mate. That was, I think you guys elected to start that race on dry tires?
Yeah, bad decision.
Yep, I started on wets. Very good decision.
Good decision.
Yeah, very good decision. I really enjoyed it. I actually felt like for a minute I had my Lucas Keys moment where I was like, oh man, I'm just flying past everyone. This is easy. And then I was brought crashing back to reality once everyone else put wets on. But, you know, it was had a nice 10 minutes there.
Yeah, you missed out on Monza, which was also a great race for weather, where it was, I think it was wet, and then it would dry for just enough time for the track to get like dry enough that your tires would get very, very hot, and then it would get wet again. So you're constantly on wets, but like a lot of people had punctures that race because the tire pressure difference constantly, like the cycling of the tires. So this game, as always, has had very interesting, I guess you could say, weather. So I'm hoping with these new games coming about that it just improves as time goes on.
Yeah, it gets a little bit more, emulating the way that it works in real life. But it's a good point that you sort of said before. Like ACC is coming definitely to the end of its lifespan, but like as an outside perspective, and it'll sound like I'm buttering OOR up here as we see Saniakis is Sakanis. My goodness, Sakaniar. Leave that one.
George, call him George.
Georgie boy in the Macca, just going wide there, going up and out through the S's. Yeah, mate, like, if nothing else, this game will obviously, peter off into the well-respected games that have been out in existence, but the brilliant thing that's come out of this and F1 and everything else is the OOR community. So there's so many people that I've talked to that basically just sort of answer with a shrug as to, what's going to happen after this game. It's like, I don't really care as long as OOR keeps doing its thing and it gives me somewhere to experience this thrill and this rush of racing. Mate, the fact that you can, and I've got my watch on me now, I can check. While I was driving, my heart rate got to 124 beats per minute, and I was sitting here in my home office staring at my computer screen. So anything that can, make you have this amount of fun while sitting down is a pretty good event. And doesn't matter where we go, whether it's LMU or iRacing or whatever the hell comes in the future, Project Motor Racing, who knows, we'll be here in the community will stay. So I think there's plenty more to come for OOR.
Oh, 100%. What was I going to look at? I was going to look at something there. Oh, Struick and George, they're getting very close here on the track right now. Only a second and 3/10 between them. Struick driving with the one and only Sean Muller. He's a great driver we've done a fundraising event for before. A bit of a medical history there, but he's putting in the effort to be here today, and I know that he's really pushing himself for this race, so I'm hoping they come out of this in a decent position. But 13th right now for them too is doing exceptionally well.
Yeah, perfectly respectable there. And yeah, Georgie boy, our new favourite name, Saki, we'll call it. He's sitting tucked in tight, going to look for probably trying to get that gap of 1.7 seconds down just a little bit over the next couple of laps. Start to make a look at overtaking, but we've just come across to Carl Johnson. Sitting tight in there, Kovacs boy. We got 0.3 behind him is Brookie. This one's going to get pretty tight coming down through the S's. The Aston really accelerates through here, gets great drive out of that mid-speed right-hander. And then you're going to have a really good look at an overtake coming up into Lukop, this top hairpin here. Yeah, going to sit tucking nicely behind, try and get a bit of overdrive coming down mineshaft. Where's your overtaking corner on this, Luke? If you could choose anywhere, what's the ideal outcome for you?
T1 every time. Really good corner to overtake on. You could probably, there's a chance you can get them on the outside, more likely if you're going to get them on the inside, but that series after is really dependent on how well you do through T1. So it's an important corner and a great corner to get an overtake on. That event ended very quickly from Brock got into the pits. So
much ado about nothing there from Tim Brook.
But the American police car. Do you want to talk about this one?
Can you hear the sound of freedom? Look at that. Rumor has it that on the internal speedometer of this car, it only has bald eagles per second as the only metric of speed. Fuel is measured in gallons of oil burnt in the military war efforts, I'm sure, or something. But mate, this is a classic reference not just to the American Mustang, which is a horrific car to drive in Enduros with the way that it manages its tyres, but this is also Team America World Police, a hilarious movie that is aimed at offending basically everyone. No one is safe in that style of movie. Hilarious, a great flick. Surely you've seen it, Jade.
Yeah, and it definitely suits these two drivers as well. I won't get more into that, but it suits these two drivers just as good as this movie does.
Yeah, it's cool. We ran something quite similar. One of our PG racers ran the Camaro in the GT4 series earlier this year, and he asked me to make him a livery, and I took some liberty. And gave him a freedom-style flag to sit on it. It was hilarious. We stitched him up really well with that one, and I was quite pleased. It's hilarious. Look at this. Hobbsy would call it a big block of American cheese. Team Obamacare. That one's a little bit delayed. I don't think we've had Obamacare for quite some time, boys. But good on you, bringing back the classic government policies. I didn't know that we needed a marry up between government policy and sim racing, but look at us go.
I believe this is two of the 3 Americans in this race that we're currently on, and they're holding themselves pretty well. I know they're pretty new to the whole sim racing as well, and then that's our other American, Mr. Bartlett himself. So that's
Colonials.
So it's quite a lot of Americans in here for this race, which is good to see. Is spreading out again back to the Americans. I know we used to have a series with them, part of our sprints, but they kind of disappeared off after a while, I guess, with the games kind of going out. But it's good to see that they still come and join us sometimes. Oh, that's an interesting way to let Bartlett through.
Yeah, I believe that's Chris Wren has just run a little bit wide. Let him through, he did, but maybe, just try and stay on the black stuff there, mate. He's been watching too much of you, Loopty.
Yeah, look, I'm going to tell everybody not to follow what I do. Can't drive on straights, can't keep it on the track. What's next?
Surely you must enjoy a lawnmower. I feel like you'd be a prime candidate for a ride-on mower in your personal life.
Oh, love a good bit of lawn mowing. Got to get that grass nice and even on the fields and stuff. So,
the fields and stuff. Are you regional based?
No, but I've got a lot of family who are, so do a bit of it for them sometimes.
Oh, well done. Glenn, we've just had a request from Toto in the chat to check on the car 153 pit entry. Something interesting might have occurred there. I don't know whether that's on the exit out of Cheetah. Maybe you can get some pretty interesting moments in there. Or we just had the Aston as well, Skill Issue Racing, just clip a little bit of that Narnia curb, managing to keep it on the road though. So while Glenn's bringing up that replay, we're going to watch Connor Hind here, who is currently 26 seconds behind the leader of Paddy Johnston. Paddy Johnson also performed extremely well earlier this year in the wonderful GT4 and Porsche Cup car series. Really quite holding it down pretty well in this Sydney Sweeney livery. You a fan, Jaden?
Oh, absolutely am. Big fan of that livery. Just want to also point out how close they are. That is first. So first has already gotten past, but second is very close to passing 10th place right now, which is Jamie Conboy in the Nissan Skill Issue livery, but that's second, about to overtake 10th. That's how quick these boys have been driving, consistent as well. So very, very quick drivers in there in that beautiful livery.
I had said as well, and I ate my words during the qualifying session, I had said that this is not a Ferrari track. And Connor Hines said, okay, hold my beer. Laying down the law in that Sydney Sweeney livery, using all the power and the worship that he has of that wonderful actor and starlet, and now laying it down on the track. So well done Connor from Valkyrie Motorsports there.
I do know the Ferrari does struggle to have a bit of a pass as well. It just has no pace on those straights at this point. So oh my God, I'm excited to see this replay after seeing it. You guys will be looking forward to this replay. That's a good entry from Nathan Monks.
Oh, Monksy, I'm watching this on the second screen and I can't look away. We're going to bring it up for you. You're going to watch it here. 2 wheels in the dirt, slip and slide. We've got to drift in and around. That is one way to make sure that you don't break the speed limit heading into the pits. And if
I'm going to say it's not the fastest way.
it's not the fastest way, but pretty safe by the looks of things. If nothing else, that's a pretty good time to put a flat spot on your tyres.
If he managed to speed into the pits there, I was going to be very disappointed.
Oh, mate.
It'd suit the name, though.
I'll tell you what, there'd be someone in this league that would be talented enough to basically send it in and drift around the entire corner, make the speed limit, and then make their box full drift the whole way. Very impressive, Mugsy. Yeah, Chris Cooley, probably. Went around, did a last-second practice lap, just making sure the tyres were warm, and did so by sending it sideways on every corner. Did Cooley.
Look, I don't know how we're going to go with the rain here. I feel like a lot of drivers are praying for it, but we've had so much dry. I think a lot of the drivers are not going to be kind of ready for that wet weather to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. My team in particular hasn't put a wealth of time in the wet, but we did make sure that we had sort of tyre pressures and everything ready to go, given that basically OOR Enduro's almost always right. But so far, it's been pretty safe. So we'll see the temperature is actually climbing still as well. We now got a 28-degree track temperature. So got to think that some of these cars will be having some pretty high PSIs as they come around towards the end of their stints.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, our tyres were starting to get a bit orange at times throughout my stints, and that was earlier on, so it's not going to work out too much greater as it keeps going. And it looks like Gibbo's gone for a move on Clark there. Might be pulling. Oh my gosh, pulling out just at the last second, but that is very close. I'm going to be expecting a move very, very soon to actually be pulled off by Gibbo here.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're coming into a tough series of corners where they're actually going to have some blue flags up ahead. We can't tell what cars are up ahead of them just now, but we can see the blue flags waving on the side of the track, but very much so Gibbo in the Nissan and Clarkey in the Aston here are racing. Got to think that the Nissan is going to try and use all of its straight line speed here to try and send it down mineshaft coming out of Lukop, tuck in nice and tight behind here in the S's. You did say that you can get some pretty healthy curb action here in the Nissan as well, Loopsy in your car, so we'll watch him there. Sticks pretty center of the track. It's nothing too extreme, but probably going to try and suck in nice and tight here and look for a move down mineshaft.
And look, you're not going to believe it, but I managed to get a track limit warning on this track, and that is a very difficult thing to do here unless you're doing it through, or maybe sundown. I've just watched my car slide. That was a nice slide by JC, good save. But it's like one of these tracks where it's very hard to get a off track and gain time in certain corners. There are definitely the corners that you can, like this one you probably could, and same with the one before it, but sorry, I'm just real nervous watching him.
Yeah, you have a lot riding on this one, so I'm happy to take the wheel here while you bite your nails. What corner did you get your little track cut on?
Through the bottom of the S's where you're coming, where you're taking that right and you're going up towards the hairpin. I just managed to go just a little bit too wide there, and it was probably an inch, if that, out of the track limits, but that's enough to get you a warning apparently.
If it helps, I had the exact same thing, went a little wide going up the hill. We've also just seen, we've still got the blue flags there, but the Porsche that's just sitting in front of Clarkey here is probably going to get a penalty given how long he's doing that. We're going too wide into sunset almost. Gibbo just showing the nose of the Nissan there. Luke is here biting his nails, can't look away but can't watch as well with the ultimate conundrum. We're going to watch Gibbo just tuck in nicely in the Pixel Racer Nissan. Just going to sit in tight, going to try and suck in close to the S's, going for that same move that I mentioned before. We've seen this a couple of times this morning, and the Savo already. Sucking in nice and close here, trying to get under that wing, pop the boot and sit in it if you can. Stick nice and close through the Lukop hairpin, brake late, tuck in. Get maximum overdrive out of that corner, maximum speed, go left here. He's going to try and get a little bit of a toe. There's not much toe in ACC, but you do get just enough down these straights. He's going to come in. There's not enough room there to look for an overtake. Late break here, but he'll still have to sit behind going through the Crocodiles and the Cheetah next couple of turns. Really tough turns to even be close to another car in because the braking markers are so fine, but they sit there and we let them go around another lap.
Cheetah is not a great one to be sitting behind another car. I find myself going wide a lot more when I'm right behind someone. So being able to hold it through there and staying stable is an achievement on its own.
Yeah, too right. It's such a scary turn when you're on your own doing hot laps, let alone trying to tuck in nice and tight behind anyone. We just had Brandon Webley in the YouTube chat. Anyone know if Nathan Henderson is in the team with Herbert? Not sure. He is. We've got that. Yes, so confirmed for you there, Brandon. Two boys.
It's those two running it. Yeah.
Yeah, Henderson was driving really well earlier. I was struggling to hold him off, watching the Delta creep up as he was getting nice and close to me.
Now, I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure they started the race on a smaller tank to kind of try to do their almost splash and dash early. So I'm wondering how that's going to work out. But it seems to be working right now. They seem to have been almost caught up on pits, and they're what, 2-3 seconds off of Taufik. So they're in fourth, running pretty well. I'm very interested to see where their race ends. And then you've also got Death up there running quite well at the moment as well. Just only 4 seconds behind them, which you can see them making that turn back there. With a 15-second penalty, so that will drop them behind Carl, I'm going to say, after the pits, because John Hislop is 24 seconds behind them, so...
Yeah, we're starting to see the field sort of space out into these little battle packs now as well, seeing some pretty frequent blue flags pop up too. But yeah, Reagan Herbert sitting here, tucking in quite nicely. I feel like that's a good strategy, the splash and dash at the start, so long as you can avoid any kind of incidents. You've really got to drive super clean, and as we saw, safety car right off the bat at Kyalami, it's pretty classic for it. So you got to think, yeah, it's a good strategy, but you've got to find some headroom to actually stay safe and put the laps down.
Yeah, I was trying to do the maths in my head earlier because I felt like I messed up my what's it called, fuel calculation, because I did a calculation for the whole race, and we were supposed to only be doing about 902 litres for the whole race, which is, as I said, 6 pit stops, 7 stints. But the way it's going, it's probably looking more towards 8 stints with just a splash at the end, or even another 50, 60 litres. So we'll see how that goes as it goes on. A few drivers have done a pit stop. Brad Cook now in 9th from a pit stop. That was being ran by Bub now before. So they've moved around, and JC within 3 seconds of Hislop as well. So it's moving around up at the top as they all start their pittings now. Again, as I said earlier, I'm very interested to see where we end up after this whole group of pit stops. But 5 hours left of the race. We are almost halfway through the race. In just another half an hour is what I meant to say. But yeah, as I said earlier, really good race so far. Excited to see where it brings us, and should be good.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking at who's sort of been in the pits recently and how long people have been out. I don't have all the info as I left the server briefly when I came over, but we've got a few cars that have sort of been out there for kicking around, the hour mark now. So we've got some pits coming up for sure. I know Dan Madden down in 25, I can see him getting pretty close to pit time. But we've also got Paddy Johnson, who's been out there in the car for a little while now too. So we'll keep an eye on that little leaderboard that you mentioned there before, Loopty. Watch some people, just see where they start to look to pit. We've got some pretty good lap times as well coming here from Johnson. Last lap at 142 flat, pretty respectable when you're out here in these sorts of conditions in this sort of race with that much fuel on board. Porsche guys really doing pretty well here in the 7.7 car.
777?
Sevens. It feels like, when you can make AI read out like a long list of the one letter and it has a bit of a freak out. Watching here, the Gobby showing the nose down there, going for the classic Lucas Keys style mine punt. The yoo-hoo, I'm here. It's a little bit of a reminder as well in front of him for Billet sitting in the Macca. One of the few Maccas in the field today, just not a great track for the Macca, I personally feel. Doesn't love a curb, and there's a few of them here.
Just another thing to bring up, 161. Hislop has gone the drive-through for track limits. So, as I was saying earlier, track limits are really hard to get.
Yeah.
But clearly not. I'm very interested to see where they have gone
track cuts?
but, So that will put them down quite a few positions at this rate with how close everyone's starting to get up, and might even offset them a bit with their pit stop, because they're supposed to come in within the next, I'm going to say, 5 laps. So we'll see where it puts them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a... I'm failing to identify where you get that many track cuts at this place, but it's got to be up the S's. There's really nowhere else that lures you into that false sense of security as we watch Gobi. He's going to look to try and make a move here. He's sitting really tight on the arse there of Billet. Don't think he's going to have what it takes here, but he is probably going to show the nose, just like look to think in. There we go. He's going to brake late, but he's going to tuck in behind. Just reminding Billet that he's there. Going to probably try and live rent-free in his head for the next couple of laps. What's your strategy here then?
Well, so there's a little bit of an issue with the Aston versus McLaren here, and that's that the Aston has quite a few more kilos than the McLaren, so we'll struggle there. The McLaren's probably got a bit more speed on the straights. The braking is where Gobi's going to have to get him, because the McLaren has probably terrible brakes. So as long as Gobi's able to hold out and probably get close to him, I'm going to say T1, or even like the proper T1, or even this hairpin coming up, he might have a move there, but I don't think he's going to be able to pull it off anywhere else.
Yeah, no, completely agree. Going to have to try and sit really tight, get a toe in off any number of the straights, and then look to make a move under braking. I reckon your favourite corner of that T1 complex, Crowthorne, I reckon that's where he's going to try and make a move. Maybe even look to go around the outside if Billet starts to defend, courtesy of the fact that then the outside of Crowthorne switches back into the inside of the Juxkey Sweep. So we should be able to see a decent opportunity there as tucks in nice there. Takes a really, really great line through there, does Gobi. Look to go here, manages to keep it on track, braking late here, trying to get as much drive out of this corner as possible, sitting
right
really close now on the back of Billet. This is going to be the corner where he's going to make the move. Surely he is 0.2, possibly even less. Just sitting behind him, sitting here, he's going to stick the nose down the inside, maybe. Not defending his Billet as well, leaving the door wide open. This is such an easy turn to leave that door open too, but manages to hold it. Billet opting for the optimal line, hoping, praying that he can just keep the pace up and keep Gobi behind him.
So I'd say that was a good lap by the both of them as well. While in a battle, they did I'm just double checking my answer here. They both did a 42.3 while in a battle. So that's really good pace to be keeping side by side and trying to defend and everything. So good work by the both of them, which will definitely help in there moving up the field. Gobi really sitting behind him now. He's going to be getting annoyed. I can already hear him in my head going, "Get out of my way!" But he'll be looking for that move very, very soon.
Yeah, for sure. As you said, it's got to be under braking here in the Aston. He's going to try and look down the inside here. This is where I made my fatal mistake before and gave Blake a big kiss on the backside as well. Not too dissimilar to our wonderful French kiss with you earlier. But just from the opposite end, we'll leave it there. But they're going to come down mineshaft, pushing up now. 0.16 behind is Gobi. Trying to get maximum speed out of here. They're going to brake almost at the same place. Billet cuts in front of him. Gobi has to take somewhat of an evasive maneuver there, but still manages to keep tucked in. Has dropped, give or take, a 10th there. Going to look to make a move down the main straight. Got to think, no, he's going to go in. This is looking for room everywhere is Gobi now.
He's getting a better drive out of that third sector. I'm wondering if he's going to really pull off that move for the last turn. It's a very hard corner because it does kind of close off as you go around. So, and you really don't want to be on that curb because it completely destroys your exit. So it's one of those things where is he going to sacrifice this long straight, or is he going to try to hold out for like the last sector or even this part here?
Yeah, it's such a... As you said, like for me, I love this track, but it falls down on its overtaking zones. And I know that Donk was really scared about that before Chris Julie, who did our first stint in the Pidgey racing car. So thinking he knows he's got the pace, but how the hell do you find room to put your car in and around the others and leverage the pace that you've got? Because some of these turns are really just not designed for overtaking. As we watch Gobi four-wheel sliding straight through Sunset, my least favourite corner of the track, and I've been vocal about that. I hate that corner. Coming into the S's here. Let's drop back a little bit, but gonna have to try and play it safe for the next couple of minutes.
The thing with Kyalami is he knows exactly where to put the car when he needs to, and he will force mistakes. He will force the overtake if he really wants it. And I think this is where a lot of drivers need to learn from him, is that sometimes it's about committing to it. When you get to that point where you're already kind of like on the edge there, you need to really commit to it, or you're never going to be able to pull off that overtake unless they completely mess up. And there's a car off the track
Right,
there.
yeah, I just saw that. It looked like the back end of a white Porsche. It could have been an Aston as well. Not quite sure what's going on there. Maybe Glenn. Oh, no! He's hit the Narnia curb.
Okay, stayed off the
going
wall.
to the wall. But he's going to drop way back.
Oh,
I'm terrified. I think we both just lost it for a sec there.
I thought he was done. I thought he was in the wall.
Yeah, Kyle Billett's going to be sitting there rubbing his hands together going, see you later.
That was horrifying. I never want to see that again.
Yeah, and to be fair though, if you're going to hit that curb in any car, please God let it be the Aston. It seems to be the most receptive. You don't get the Porsche Pogo. Everything kind of sits nicely together. So, hoo-wee. He's done a good job to hold it through. I've just seen as well, Dan Madden's got a drive-through. I don't know what that one's for. That's a whoopsie, I believe.
What's he done the drive-through for?
I don't know.
I'm going to see if I can see in the penalties chat. Maybe it's a given one.
It could be a given one. It could also be hit speeding, maybe 1 or 2k an hour over.
Nothing in the penalties. So I'm gonna say it's something.
Could be game given. We don't know. We'll find out what's going on with Danzo in a few. I know, Blake. We don't know what's happened, Blake. But we've just seen you in chat. I've seen Danzo with the drive-through. In the famous words of Scooby-Doo, roll. Not good. Gobi trying to desperately make up some of that extra space now. There's the Pidgey Racing car. Big red drive-through sitting next to it. Unlucky Danzo. No good, mate. But we've got Gobi pulling in. We'll be looking still to make that time back up on Carl Billett there as well. Such a hard thing to follow through there, mate. We already talked about it earlier. It's the between the braking point, if you do touch your brakes, the turn-in point, that big curve that you can't hit, but also running wide. One of the most difficult spots to actually look to follow a car through. We've just had it confirmed from Sir Heck spitting in the pit again. This time it wasn't my fault. I'm happy about that. Last time, technically, I'll take the blame for it. ACC Drive, but Danzo... I think he learnt his pit stops from JC. Does love a good speeding through pit lane.
Also learning right now that the Porsche that was off the track was McLaughlin. I'm just currently looking to see, it might have been a failure with the wheel or even incident.
No.
So not kind of what you want in the middle of a race, especially almost halfway through. So hopefully they can get back out and onto the track and moving again, which it looks like they did. So yeah, as I said, not the greatest thing you want.
Yeah, no, terrifying. We're going to have a look at what happened in that incident. Sir Heck in the chat, give it a bit of a giggle. Yeah, I know. Poor Danzo. Hasn't been his day so far. It's currently, 6 p.m. over in Hawaii, so he's putting in a late shift after being at work all day. If nothing else, going to have some good fun. Jan's coming in saying go Gibbo as well. I've just seen you, Jan. G'day, good to see you again. Thanks for tuning in, the honorary matriarch of OOR the entire time. Thank you so much, Jan, for the support and the love in the chat that you give us. Good to hear Gobi getting dangerously close again, Loopty, to that cheetah curb. It's almost like he hasn't learned his lesson.
No, he loves that curb. I feel like he's gonna. I feel like if he could, he would have flipped the car about 5 times by now. But
yep.
I don't think the Aston's got enough of an ability to do that.
Oh, mate, the last car flip that we saw, I think, in OOR was somehow we avoided it at the full Nordschleifer. But we did see the car flip at the last. I think it was it Watkins Glen, the Porsche Cup in GT4. I think Ryan Anderson sent his car hurling off and flipping off into the corner. Yeah, something hardware related there. Yes, yeah, could be ping issues as well. We've also just seen Jason Teo. Jace has just got a drive through as well. That one could be pit lane given, or it could be track limits. We're not quite sure. But we're on board with JC, your teammate here, Loopty, just on the replay now. But we're going to be shifting through.
Hoping that's a mistake.
Working his magic on the cameras there. We love it. Thank you, Glenn, for all that you do, not just for the cameras, but also the wonderful administrative side of this. Yeah, Blake confirming in chat as well. It was Ryan Anderson that flipped his car at the end of the GT4 Porsche Cup Series in style.
Just also watching the timing board, it looks like one of the closer battles we have on right now is Carl Johnson. Again, right up behind Rashuti at this point. So we'll move the cameras over there soon, right now. And yeah, look, they're getting very close right there. Rashuti starting up very high in the list of drivers for this race, but Carl Johnson making his way through the field. So it's going well for these guys.
Yeah, the Porsche's such a good car here as well. There's a couple of turns where it really accelerates out of quite nicely, namely Ingor into the main straight and out of Lukop. It's really hard to actually get the jump on a Porsche coming out of there. So yeah, Carl Johnson, very, very experienced driver in OOR. Sits comfortably in that silver class here at the Kyalami 9-hour, brought to you by Simrigs as well. Going to tuck in nice and tight behind Rashuti, looking for a way past. Again, these two cars, I reckon, are pretty evenly matched at this track. They just seem to go tit for tat depending on the corner. Jeez, the Porsche looks good, doesn't it? Under speed with the lights on at the front, the we'll call it the cloud lights. It's not really raining at the moment, but yeah, looking quite tidy there in that classic Kovacs livery.
Also want to point out, Connor Hind and JC pitting at the exact same time, following each other into the pit. So I know we're a lap down on them, but hopefully this could be our overtaking opportunity. And if Saxon can get that car going very quickly out of it.
There he is, Saxon Hayes, coming fresh off a snooze after night shift. This man is single-handedly going to attempt to drive this car to the front for you, mate. He has been putting in the time. I've spoken to him pretty much every night, and every night it was a case of, yeah, I'm doing another Kyalami stint. Yeah, I got another Kyalami stint. Yeah, what's going on today, Saxon? I go work, and then I'm going to do a Kyalami stint. So he knows this track like the back of his hand. And you know, I think he's really going to try and put down a bit of an effort here for you guys in the glorious-looking Skill Issue Racing Nissan.
Well, he's built this setup, so hopefully it's perfect for him, and it'll work very well. The Ford, just to answer Webley's chat really quickly, the Ford was not banned. There is only one in the lobby, which is driven by the Americans. It's just the restrictor has killed it for a lot of the drivers in OR.
That, and it's not a friendly car to drive in Enduros. It scrubs the tires something fierce, and it's not great on fuel either. So it's really a rite of passage if you can make it work the entire time. Also, we've got Connor Hind coming up, looking to get around a blue flag there, going on the inside there of Austin McNeil. I don't know if he's still in the car, but it is their MRT car there, sporting the Oak Banana livery by the looks of it. Oak Banana flavour, if you like your milkshakes.
Best flavour.
Hayes, best flavour. Maybe we'll talk about this one off air, mate. I don't, we want to keep French kissing, not punching on, so.
Yeah, you're right. No.
I already angered JC a couple of weeks back by hanging some crap on the caramel milkshake, which is his choice.
That's a problem. That's a problem.
It's a problem, right? It's a problem, but he also took a problem of it. He wasn't too happy with me suggesting that it wasn't a great flavour. I'm neutral. I'm Switzerland here. You like whatever milkshakes you like. But I do wonder what flavour of milkshake Benjamin Hignett likes here as we follow him going around Crowthorne in that Sydney Sweeney livery. She's unfortunately not a milkshake flavour, so he's going to have to pick something else. But he is going to be sitting on the tail there of Saxon coming up. Going to be a blue flag as well, so Saxon's going to have to do the thing that he hates most, which is move over and let him through.
Oh, Saxon hates moving over. This is going to work out well. Also want to mention that Taufik has pitted and put Liam Hamilton back in the car. So he's very... Oh, that Ferrari scared me for a second there. But, yeah.
Hamilton's back in the car, is he? So, yeah, we've got Liam Hamilton sitting in fourth there, not to be confused with Lewis Hamilton, but does go through like him, sitting there in the Nissan car 124. We can't see on the timing tower how far they are behind, but he will be looking to make up some time as we end up in a bit of a battle pack here. Saxon running out of turns to move over. Going to have to look to let the car of Benny Hignett is in it now. It was Connor Hine. Benny Hignett's gone through under blue flag. Saxon, well played, mate. Very well respected blue flagger. Looking to let everyone out there in Academy Series know, which Saxon is an admin of, this is how it's done.
And Saxon will tell you every single time that he is the best racer on our team. Don't listen to him.
He has been talking about that non-stop. We've also just got a penalty here for Brad Gosling, car 333, ignoring blue flags. Such a hard spot for them. They've been racing pretty well the entire time, but they're looking to make up some time, and that's just it's not going to do it for them. Unfortunately, you do have to adhere to those blue flags. Also, just noticed a stop go 30 for our man Jason Teo down there in position 22. That's not going to be too friendly for him.
Yeah, I was about to mention, I'm going to guess just by the timing of it, it's probably off of a pit penalty. So probably went a little too fast in the pits, which is seeming common for the issues in this race so far, is most of them are coming from the pits. So obviously not great. Hignett's got a bit of a battle to get through as well, 20 seconds behind Herbert. Herbert's obviously not long until the pits, but we do have to talk about the Academy Series coming up. Starts Tuesday, September 23rd, which is what, 2 weeks from now?
Yeah, spot on, mate. This is, you and I have both been through the Academy Series now, and I genuinely think it's such a good way to get involved in racing. Whether you've done it before, whether you haven't, if you're new and fresh, or you're looking to sort of recap and get into your skills, there's no age limits. There's no, you have to turn up this many races, do this, have this gear. Just come and race, get amongst it, experience it, learn everything you can from the pros that actually support and run the series. In fact, I know a few people are actually, did start in the Academy Series on controller while they went and explored to see whether this game and sim racing as a hobby was something that they actually enjoyed. Many of them stick around, buy a wheel, get heavily involved, as you've seen from the entire Pidgey racing team and yourself, Lipty.
Absolutely. It's a great stepping stone into the racing world. You can always start on the simplest of devices, don't have to start on anything special, and then if you really enjoy it, you can get into a big time. But again, this series, the whole of OOR is all about being inclusive and letting everybody in, from young ages to old ages to people with disabilities as well. We've pushed very hard for everybody to be able to drive in our races, so an Academy Series is always a great start there.
All of it's supported by our wonderful sponsors. We've got Simrigs bringing us the 9-hour enduro here today, and we've also got Thermaltake, who sponsor the regular series. Without their support, we just can't make it look this good. Like Glenn's a wizard on the cameras, and he's doing his bit now, but we've got the logos coming up. We've got prizes that actually go out to the pro drivers that we mentioned before. You mentioned the pro event coming up, where first place is going to take home that awesome direct drive Thermaltake wheel. Second place is going to take home one of their tower cases, which is absolutely phenomenal. They look sick. And Thermaltake systems are the bee's knees. They're great, and Simrigs is the best place to buy your gear. So support local, support the Aussie outlets of these businesses as well. It's the partnerships that OOR drum up for these events really make them what they are.
Yeah, and of course, these top ones, Glenn, Matt, all of them, are really putting in the effort to make OOR what it is, so always good to see it running quite well. Look, it's going to be a bit longer of a race. Still not even halfway through yet. It's feeling a little bit long, but also it's gone quite quick. I don't know how I'm feeling right now. I love that the time in game is matching up with the time in real life for me right now. So I don't have to even worry about looking at any clocks, because I can just go, it's 2:14 in game. Must be about the same time.
Yeah, not like our longer 12-hour endurance races, which actually run at double time. So not double speed of the cars, just purely 2 times time in game. So you get that day-night cycle as well, which gets an insanely cool dynamic. There's nothing quite like driving these cars at night. Full pace, full pelt around circuits. We had that at the Coda Endurance earlier this year, and it was such a cool part of the race. Pitch black. You're really just driving by your own lights and the lights of the car in front of you with the occasional overhead. It's such a dynamic way to race and really create some, I don't call it carnage, but there's a lot of extenuating circumstances that occur. That's a nice way to put it. There's a nice business white collar way of phrasing it. Just seen a car, Porsche, just run off wide a little bit there. That is the Porsche of Struick, I think, just going a little bit wide through the S's.
if the sun comes out, looking at the time that this race is going to end, Darth in the car, looks like Hislop just right on behind. But going back to what I was saying before any overtakes are made, Darth's going to defend. Oh, maybe I should talk about this one. No, there's a bit of a distance. I can bring it up. Looks like the race is going to end maybe in the dark. I know we'll definitely get a sunset, so that's going to blind people down that straight. But looking at the time that the race is going to end, which is about 7 p.m., yeah, it should be pretty much dark by then. So we're going to get a little bit of that mix of light and dark driving, which is always nice to see. I love a little bit of night driving in these endurance races, and it's why I love the 12 hours with their double speed, because you get kind of that perfect mix of both.
Yeah, it just makes everything that much more intense, you know? Like, it's almost like bumps in the night are twice as loud, right? Like, everything feels like you get tunnel vision, it's caving in on you, all the cars feel so much closer, and the pace feels blinding almost. But it's such a cool way to do it. And I'll tell you what, this game, as old as it is, actually looks really pretty as well. I was showing this to I outed myself as a sim racer with some work folks a little while ago, and was showing them some image and some footage of all of the not just Cricky stuff, which looked phenomenal, next level stuff, but even just the streams. It looks like real life, especially just from a distance, So some of these guys were actually asking whether I was driving a real GT3 car, and I had to drastically lower their expectations of how cool I was and explain that it was, the cars are fake, but the racing's real. But yeah, the game looks fantastic. Yes, I'm a closet millionaire and have one of these cars sitting in the garage.
Yeah, but no, I do agree with you. It's probably, I'm willing to say it's one of the best looking sim racing games out at the moment, in terms of it feels really good, it looks really good, the cars look amazing, it's just done super well, and I'm glad that it's the game that I chose to get into, not F1, because that's serious.
We'll both stay silent on F1. Have you ever been in VR in this game?
Once, and couldn't see over the steering wheel for some reason. I'm 6'5", but still can't see over the steering wheel. And
maybe you forgot to set your character height to 6'5". You put it at 5'6".
Well, when I had it at 6'5", I was sitting with my head through the roof, so I was like, which way do I go? But it's really fun. It's difficult. I don't know how some of these drivers do it. I know Luke Johnson in the Split Yellow drives in VR, and he won with the VR headset on, so it's incredibly hard. And I don't know how they do it, but props to them every day of the week.
Yeah, we're going to watch Hislop coming up directly behind the car, the Ferrari of Darth there. One of only a few Ferraris on the track today. Going to sit nice and tight behind him, try and take advantage of the Porsche's corner exits here. And you mentioned the Ferrari lacks a bit of top end on these straights. Really going to look for a move these next two turns, but I don't know if he's close enough to get it done. Going to have to look for a pretty good corner exit here. We've been chatting a bit of smack here. We have looped in. We've been neglecting the race. Going through cheetah curve here, making sure to avoid that yellow Narnia hump on the right-hand side. He's going to turn into...
every time. This is why we've been neglecting the race. This is why.
It looked like it was pretty close to the pit limiter there. I think it was safe. Was Hislop. Glenn, how do we keep ending up on cars that are about to pit? It's not your fault.
It's always... It always happens to us, it seems, but a good thing about when entering the pits, it's always about where the rear tyres, the speed when your rear tyres are going over. So I think he made that with a decent amount of time in between, but we're switching over to Hamilton in the Nissan with, that's a very fast car right there. You got Hamilton in it, Naim, Taufik, and I believe Tim Purcell there. That's a group of very fast drivers, so they'll be pushing through, and they're very close to the back of Herbert there, who is running, as I said already, a different pit stop strategy. Hamilton gaining just a little bit of time, and of course Nissan just has unbelievable acceleration, so no matter what you do, you pretty much always are going to have the speed on the straights.
Yeah, correct. And these guys are all relatively fresh out of the pits. So Herbert's been out for 6 minutes, almost 7, and Hamilton's been out for just over 10, according to ACC Drive alongside me. So these guys are running full tanks of fuel. So you're not going to see blinding pace, I say, as they do a 140, 1.3. What the hell? But yeah, the talent of these drivers, mate, is impeccable. I'm relatively surprised that no one's beat Cooley's purple lap earlier of a 140.9 towards, it was about mid stint for him. JC's asking Loopty, why did you hit Dan?
We're not starting this. No, we've been very careful about how we're talking about that incident. We're not starting it.
They've been trying to get to know each other a little bit better, JC, and that's what it was. It was a great way, tongue down throat, full French kiss, get acquainted, get to know each other.
Good way to get to know the Pidgey boys.
Absolutely. And JC, if we're going to ask the hard questions, why have you been teaching Dan how to do pit stops? More DTs that we can poke a stick at today. What's going on? You're coaching on the wrong things.
JC taught me how to do pit stops as well. I'm surprised I made it into the pits after that one without going over the limit.
Done a bloody good job. We're on with Craig Dale here, the 959 McLaren, currently sitting in 16th place. I don't know Dale too well. Is he a normal Pro-Am driver from one of your splits, Loopty?
He's a Pro-Am driver. Decent at just holding it out. Pretty good. I've had a couple of seasons in the same split with him, and I think I've commentated 1 or 2 seasons of his splits. He's about a mid-pack driver, so he's about where he usually would be, so doing pretty well. Stop, JC. Stop it.
JC is trying to set everything on fire. Potentially intentional. Maybe. We won't know. We'll have to get Danzo in the commentary box later to provide his view of it before. Did he or did he not steer to hit? Did he steer to hit Loopty? Hey, did you see mine? Yes, we did, sir.
You did a really good undercut, but I think we're still a lap down on them. If the undercut put us a lap up, maybe that would be good, but we're still a lap down.
Yeah, it's what happens. You can undercut people when you speed through the pits. It's incredible, JC. It's amazing what you can do. So Blake's just awesome at answering some of the questions that are coming up. Brandon Webley, Chris Cooley is racing. He's racing in a team with me and my brother. Car 147, currently sitting in 25th after some mishaps? Mishaps is a nice PC word. We had some frig ups, I think we can also say. So there was some not good. We had an off at Cheetah Curb, and then we also had a touch of an issue with some pit stops and some pace that we lost there, trying to have a JC style pit stop, speeding through. I'm not going to tee off at Loopty or JC, Blake, as much as we'd love the drama. We don't need to turn this into Samurai Turn Pretty level drama on this here stream. Keep it nice.
But to put it all out there, it was all Dan's fault.
I think also the drive-through penalty that he copped for not holding brakes will agree with you. So yeah, we'll leave it at that and move on.
Look, no, that's all right. Mistakes happen. Endurance races especially. Everyone's kind of nervous when you spin, especially when you end up kind of on the racing line when you spin. You want to get out of the way, but you also, it's the holding the brakes that needs to happen. So, look, it is what it is. The race continues. We're doing pretty well now, all the way back up into 10th again after a minute 26 pit stop after it. So, can't really complain about where we're at. And we're definitely catching up to Carl Johnson and Rashudi, who are decently close to each other. So, it should be all right. And we're currently watching Crick looking for a move there on Dale.
There's too much drama going on here, JC, to replay your pit stop, but if things get dry, I promise we'll go there. Cricky's going to go down the inside, and he's going to have to pull off there, just, little bit of a lift, maybe around coming down Mineshaft into the Crocodiles. It's trying to save himself and everyone else because it's such an easy corner to slide out on. But he's going to be tucked really tight in here, and then we've also got an Aston sitting behind. That is the Aston of Benny Vintner. I don't think he's in the car driving at the moment. But that is the Sofa King Slow. It's a blue flag car that's just going to go around Cricky there like it's no man's business. Cricky's blue flag to him. Glenn's whispering sweet nothings in my ear, keeping me up to date. P8 they are. P8, so we've got Rashudi in there in the team with Benny Vintner. Sofa King Slow. They've let him through quite cleverly. Great blue flag policies.
Great way to do it, to lose as minimal time as possible, and it definitely hurts, especially when you've got two cars coming through that you blue flag to, because you've got almost that tiny bit of gap where you want to jump in between them, but you can't. So Cricky obviously trying to take as much advantage of it as he can. But obviously Dale holding out very well to not let it affect his speed and everything. So Cricky, once again, just right on the back of Dale. So this is going to be an interesting battle to watch as we continue through.
Yeah, for sure. Academy drivers at home, take notes of how they let those blue flags through without losing too much pace. Pretty respectful racing there, but also not sacrificing their own speed too much. That is a class act. Chris crashes in there with some popcorn sitting here. Ding Dong saying, yes, Danzo did hold the brakes just as much as you held the throttle. Loopy, apparently. Look, maybe if we get all the time in the world, we'll go back and see whether you lifted as you plowed into him. Oh,
that was close. Cricky really wants to send it around there, through there.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he's going to be able to.
It's that pace of the Nissan, mate, down the straight. There's so much that you can do, but it's so hard to try and find a way around when the McLaren's owning the entire track. The McLaren of Craig Dale really holding it nice and tight in there, making Cricky work for his dinner.
He is making that car look very wide right now, the Dale, so should be holding strong. I've just got to quickly check if I'm in the car next, as JC is asking.
Oh, he's got in. He's going around the inside, has the overlap, and he's going to make it stick. That's a great move from Cricky, but he's going to have to juggle this as he goes around again through the Juxie sweep. Yeah, he's made it stick. That's a great move from Cricky over Dale there. Craig Dale feeling like he missed out, I reckon, there. It's such a hard one. Do you go inside, sacrifice the pace, or do you hold around the outside and really hope that you can stay on the racing line and get the maximal pace out of the corner there? But Cricky, well done, mate. Great move. The raw pace of the Nissan that we saw there right down the straight.
I'm being called out in my own servers, being like, why'd you hit Dan? Sorry. Jeez.
You can't escape it, mate. We're coming at you from all angles here. We'll give you a little bit of time to, come up with an explanation and explain yourself to us. We just see just behind Cricky as well, we've already got the car of Hignett looking for a way around some blue flaggers. Lucas Keys back at the car in the 7777 Porsche in the horrendous Pepe livery that we've got, managing to look just... I don't even know what we call this. Blake called it out the other night. I think it is the widest gap between racing ability and livery designs that we have in OOR. But he's going to be looking at some blue flags coming up here. Still sitting in first, 151 laps in. We are almost at the halfway mark too. Really just laying it down. Hignett sitting about a lap or so behind now, 24 seconds. Sorry, about a third of a lap down. Less than. Maths. Someone do maths for me.
I don't know maths. Don't ask me, please.
We're just talking about cars. So speaking of cars, we watched the Ferrari there, the Sydney Sweeney Ferrari of Benny Hignett, go around and up the inside there, over and around a blue flag. We have him sitting 24 or so seconds behind Lucas Keys now. You've got to be thinking that Hignett's looking to make up as much time as possible, but with Lucas Keys and some clear air, it can be very hard to do.
Yeah, look, Lucas is out ahead, and obviously, as you said, blue flags do change everything in these races. But yeah, look, 24 seconds, or almost 25, is a big gap to make up, especially moving through those blue flags. I believe Lucas is very clear at the moment, and as you can see, even on the track map, there's a huge opening in the field. So Lucas is almost in that opening, so lots of time for him to kind of just sneak into there and chill.
Yeah, we've got to drive through for track limits for car 147. I feel it. I feel it in my. I feel it.
Maybe I shouldn't have said earlier. Maybe I should have said that they were.
Danzo not having the best race of his life. We watch it. If cars could have expressions, this would have a massive sad face. Sad face of the 147 Aston Martin flashbang livery, paying onus to Action Kart Shop, Dave Stevenson, one of our fellow commentators, his karting business.
Yeah, look, that wasn't the greatest pit exit. I know it didn't really affect anybody, but come on, Dan.
Danzo, come on, mate. You're going to sprints now, mate. We got to be past this sort of stuff. You gotta remember the rules of the road.
Oh no.
This is what happens. You move to Hawaii for half a year, and then he starts driving like an American. I said it.
He thought he was supposed to be on the right side of the road.
Yeah, he's trying to get over there. We're driving on the left here, Danzo. Wait, he's managing to keep it on. He's got a blue flag Aston behind him. Gonna have to let him go through here at. Keep it on the track, Danzo. Keep it on the track. Coming out of Clubhouse into the S's. The car 147. Dan does love this part of the track. He's going to try and hit it here. He's on his out lap, so the tyres are a little bit cold. He's also choosing that moment to let a blue flag go through on your Danzo. Well done, adhering to the rules of the race.
Oh, it's almost like he's in his own head, especially after everything that's happened so far. I think he's in his own head at this point, just kind of almost trying to drive too hard, and it's putting him in really dangerous positions.
Yep, and I don't know whether this could be affecting it. When I spoke to him this morning, so Hawaii is going into winter, which means it's like 36 degrees there. He didn't turn his fan on before he started his stint, and he's just doing a double stint now. I think he's had 4 pit stops across a double stint, but he hasn't been able to turn that fan on, so the man's probably sweating. Be a little bit warm, I reckon.
That might affect it just a little bit. Might be slowing the brain process down just the tiniest bit from that heat, but not great.
The lines are optimal, says JC on his pit exit before. Maybe some more coaching tips that we'll have to extract from you. And yeah, Blake, so where Dave has a kart business, it's called Action Kart Shop. You can look it up on Instagram. He is unavailable today because he's actually racing out at Eastern Creek. Mainly his karting business is about kids getting them into the wonderful world of motorsport. But for anyone that's Sydney based, I'll tell you what, we might actually try and get a few people together. We've got a 24-hour endurance go-kart race. I don't know if that's the coolest thing ever or the most difficult thing ever, but for any Sydney-siders, it's going to be out at Eastern Creek. I don't have a date yet, but you should see Dave and I on commentary at some stage next season, so we'll be able to talk you through the dates. Come along, have a beer. I'll be there watching him go around. It's like 40-odd seconds a lap at the Eastern Creek go-kart track, so you're doing a lot of the same things, so it's a great drinking sport, I'd imagine. For anyone Sydney-based, we shall see you there.
JC, still calling me out. I'm supposed to be your teammate this time around. One of the things JC said to me when I was coming up behind you, Matt, was, if you kill Matt, I will never speak to you again.
I did hear him say that.
He said that
simultaneously in our Discord as well.
Said that very clear to me. He said, Loopty, I'm talking to you. You kill Matt, I'll never speak to you. I got past very clean. I tried my hardest to keep it so clean, and now I'm getting fucking language, picked on for Dan.
I did. I was quite happy to make a bit of room and let you go past. The flocketing, JC's calling it, of the Pidgeys organising an Action Kart Shop get together at Eastern Creek. We'll let everyone in OOR know a few dates around that 24-hour go-kart race. But yeah, no, mate, you passed me quite cleanly. I was very happy to watch and let you go, and happy to tuck in behind and watch the mastery take place. JC's ribbing aside, I think you did a good job, mate. We won't hassle you about it. I won't, anyway.
And DJ Pasty saying the right things there. Gobby with a pro badge next to his name just seems right. And
feels so right.
Yeah, it's so right.
He's earned it. Yeah, you can't be hanging down at the other ranks anymore, Gobi. You've made your mark. You made your point. Stick up there.
Stop trying to say you're a silver driver. You will never be a silver driver again.
JC least biased racer. Yeah, I think you're right, Blake. Yeah, I know, 24-hour go-kart, geez Louise. Dave, funny enough, Dave hasn't been spending much time in the kart because he spends a lot of time coaching kids. But he's been trying to spend a bit more time in the kart because he's worried about his endurance, of particularly his back, core, and neck muscles, because those are the things that get the most tired when you're throwing the car around over and over again. As we watch Gobi. Gobi's must be listening to the stream. Gobi, we don't care that you went off track. You're still a pro. We're not going to put you back to silver because you put 2 wheels in the dirt. All right? Stick on the tarmac.
Keep on the tarmac. Stop trying to be like me.
There's only one man that can go mowing, and that is Jaden Rondinella. Please stay on the track. Thank you very much.
But yeah, incredible recovery drive from them. They did not have the greatest start. They ended up actually last, I think, after the first lap or second lap. So to be up all the way into 14th already, they're doing incredibly well to keep it going. And obviously sending it in sideways. Oh, but we do have the battle that we've been waiting for on our hands. Liam Hamilton versus Herbert. Liam Hamilton within that second gap now, so he'll just be slowly catching up, especially now on the straights, because he'll get that little bit of streamline, whatever it's called, draft. There we go.
It means that he can run DRS down the straight, right?
Absolutely.
Wrong car.
Can't wait to see the Nissan F1 car.
I'll tell you what, as long as it has the Skyline taillights, I don't mind. He must be. Oh, yeah, that's it. So Glenn, our man behind the camera, has just pointed out we've got a qualifying note sitting above the 3, possibly allowing for some extra pace. Maybe it is the DRS mode. Maybe this is the Nissan prototype F1 car, just with a different skin.
I'm pretty sure, just to actually grab that, I'm pretty sure there is multiple MFDs on this car, so, but that is the one that is consistently used, so it must mean the car goes quicker in that mode.
Must be, yeah. Destroy the engine at all costs. Speaking of which, actually, I did, so when I got out of the car earlier, Chris Kyalami had mentioned to me that he'd actually done some damage to the engine. We had a yellow engine, so I wonder how that's treating the Pidgey boys now. I don't know how much it changes.
He is so good at doing it. I think he's done that every single endurance race I've ever seen him in. It's just he's managed to make it.
Do we know what happens when you blow up an engine?
You just can't drive.
Stops.
The car just won't drive.
I mean, obviously, like, that makes sense, but, you know, sometimes the game allows you to limp back to the pits, right? Like, you run out of fuel, but you still carry on for a little bit here as we watch Hamilton eat a little bit too much curb there, but managing to keep it on the track. Really, really well done to hold it there. So hopefully we'll be making sure Dink Donk will be doing at least one more stint for the Pidgey boys, I think, possibly 2. So we'll have to watch that yellow check engine light at some stage. Maybe we'll try and top up the oil before we go out for another stint.
I've only got one more stint for this race, I believe, which will be at the very end. They want to put me in last because then all 3 of us get kind of a special moment in the car. Saxon with the quali and then JC with the start of the race. So they want to put me in last, which is an interesting choice. But yeah, it seems like we're all running similar pace at the moment as well as each other. So it's like we should be able to keep up with these front runners a bit more. Don't know if we're going to catch up much more though. Saxon's still sitting out at just inside of the top 10.
It's a good drive, but mate, yeah, I love the idea of you going in for the last stint. Those lawns aren't going to mow themselves. Going past Dan, looks like that might have actually just been Saxon Hayes go around there. Saxon just waving to Dan as he goes past, saying hello.
He didn't kill him, so
sucker. Didn't kill him. It's good. It's good. We're all playing friendly and we're playing nice now. Speaking of playing friendly and being nice, we've also got Blake rejoining us. Blake, how was your break? Are you feeling rested and recuperated?
Oh yeah, terrifically so. Went out, touched some grass, had some lunch, all the good stuff.
Touched the grass, didn't mow it like our man Luke to you.
No. Not like Tim Gobe either.
Yeah, no, Gobi needs to keep it on the tarmac. He's just trying to win back that silver badge. There goes Hamilton over the Narnia curb there. Just a little kiss on the way past.
Yeah, bloody Gove active sandbagger in the Enduro race. Can you believe it?
Can you believe it?
Doing
quite well.
Just watching the Nissan of Hamilton, still not really gaining much more time. Still 8 tenths there between them. Trying to kind of like look down the field, looking at the timing board that Annie's done very nicely for us, also known as Rochford. He's done a nice little timing board, his own stream, so using that to help me as a reference, but I'm not really seeing any other closer battles than these two, but it looks like the blue flags are really going to play a part here.
We're sitting 4 cars in this little battle pack, 2 of them blue flagged, I believe. Gonna have to move to the side there, legends. There we go, a little bit of a flash coming through from Hamilton, saying please move over in car speak.
And look at that time drop, just because of these blue flags here. It's 0.6 now. Very close. Just doing some Nissan things there with a little bit of slide.
Just Nissan tings. We got Reagan Herbert as well, just sitting in front of him in the American Eagle car. We'll let him pass. If anything, that should have a Sydney Sweeney sign on the front of it, the American Eagle car.
Damn, that's that would look beautiful on that car.
Is that Ford carrying a little bit of front damage?
It's hard to tell if that's just the state of the US at the moment, or if it's
State of the Union address.
state of the union address, maybe. What? Everyone's dipping tires in the grass now. We're getting a little bit tired. We're 4.5 hours into this fantastic Simrigs Endurance Series race. It does look like Blake very astute. We've got a little bit of front damage on the American car there.
Quick battle to switch over to. Sorry, Saxon Hayes is now 0.3 behind Kyle Johnson. If we want to see some real quick action,
actually, you should be quite close. Let's switch over now to Saxon Hayes, car 888, sitting behind Kyle Johnson. We are going to be tight through here, down through the S's. This is Saxon's favourite part of the track. He was telling me the other day. Brake here, try and hop that left curb, munch it all in the Nissan, hit the right curb, go up the hill, don't run wide. So many things to think about as you just try and stay close to the damn car in front of you. Gonna try and send it up the inside. No, gonna sit behind, tuck in, try and do it again next lap, all the way down mineshaft. Gonna be using all of the pace of the car down there. Dink Donk in chat asking me if I'm going in next. Yes, I can absolutely go in next if you need me to, mate.
and I'll be staying here with Blake Griffiths because I've got lots of time. I've still got JC to get in the car, so works out kind of well.
Absolutely.
Yep. When's your next pit stop due?
So Dan's been out there for 40 minutes. He probably would have been running full fuel. I can actually check. Let me just cross over to the game. Yeah, he's got 20 laps left. So I'll be in probably about 33, 34 minutes, I reckon, from now. I'm more than happy to jump in next. Donk, we can put you in a little bit later. Kick up, have some late lunch perhaps.
Oh, there we go.
Got him. Has Saxon. Well done, but he's
What's
really
gone there?
wide there, Saxon. Where are you going?
Looks like he's holding on to it just for now.
Just for now.
Yeah.
Going up through, that is through, my goodness, we're going through barbecue and we're about to go through Sunset. Saxon managing to make it stick, but Carl Johnson sitting tight on his rear bumper, looking under the spoiler, checking the oil. Going to be really close here going up through the next couple of turns, but I think Saxon should get this done. He has got the pace, just needs to make it stick and turn that mirror off maybe, mate.
Yeah, he's left lots of room there for Saxon. I'm wondering if Saxon left lots of room for him, but they kind of almost got right up on each other's bumper coming out of that T1. But it looks like it was moved pretty cleanly, so I'll give that to Saxon. And then Carl just sitting behind now and getting a little bit squirrely coming out of there.
Where rain, says JC, don't know. We need a
Last
daily
hour.
update. Last hour.
Last
That'd
hour.
be fun. Sunset racing, last hour rain.
Little bit of an evening shower for you, Loopty, as you hop back in the car.
I kind of don't want it because I do so much better in the dry here than the wet. I've had a bad history at Kyalami in the wet. Don't want to talk about.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to be in the GTR for a wet race either here. It's tricky at the best of times, so I wouldn't envy you in that regard.
Fun fact, GTR works really well in the wet because it feels the same as if it's in the dry.
Yeah, I feel that. It's not like a super grippy car. So when you have less grip from the rain, like it doesn't do that much for you.
Yeah, it's really like there's not the biggest difference. It's obviously there's the difference. Every car's got that slight bit of difference. You got to brake earlier. You got to be a little bit more careful on the throttle. The longer turns are still very, very dangerous for the Nissan in the wet. It's not even that great in the dry at the best of times, but it's one of those cars that you kind of can get away with still pushing very hard.
As an Aston driver, I say bring on the rain. Let it rain. Please, God, let it rain. The Aston is such a good feeling car in the wet, and I would be very happy with that as an outcome.
Yeah, are you going to do the wet stint, Matt?
Well, if it happens, I'll happily jump in, but also just no one forget that we do have Dink Donk waiting in the wings, Chris Cooley, the man with the pace. So we'll play it by ear this afternoon and this evening. We'll try and figure out exactly where we go. JC says, I'll drive the last 4 hours solo if it rains. Bet. JC, bet. We got Toto as well saying, I remember that race, Loopty. You're in the middle of the track for braking, and I was wondering why you weren't going faster.
There were small issues. Another thing to look at, we've got actually a couple battles spicing up. Hamilton's only 4 tenths now behind Bignett. Oh, no, sorry, not Bignett, behind Herbert. And then you've also got Billet, only 6 tenths behind Muller, with Gobby or only a second behind him. So nice and close there in that little battle for 12th. And a nice little battle for 3rd at the moment.
Things are heating up in the kitchen here. 4 hours and 21 minutes to go in this wonderful endurance race. We're seeing this is pretty tight here, as you said, Muller. Just going to look to hold him off, but we got Billet as well in that really fast-looking Macca. He makes the Macca look really good and clean and consistent here, which I know from experience that it's not exactly that way. So really doing a bloody good job of keeping it, not just on the track, but also making it stick here. Going to try and tuck in behind Miller here. Again, it's not a straight line speed car necessarily, so you're going to have to try and find it through areas like sunset corners and the corners such as Clubhouse and Barbecue there as well, where you can really throw the car in, use all of that downforce.
Yeah, and that look, the Macca and those drivers in it are very, very quick, so they'll be looking for any kind of move they can make. Obviously showing their nose on the inside there, not getting in where they want to be. But this battle here is making it a lot easier for Gobby to come up behind and maybe even potentially go for a move on one of them as he does approach.
Yeah, Brandon asking, isn't the Ferrari super OP in the rain? Not in my experience. I don't think it's great in the rain. I don't have as much experience as the two wonderful people in the booth with me here, but yeah, the Aston is typically known for being OP in the rain, same as the wonderful Porsche. So yeah, I don't think the Ferrari is going to really tick that box, but open to any counter opinions there.
I'm pretty sure the Ferrari's a little bit up. I know that, as you said, the Aston and Porsche are definitely the top two that I've heard about. The Nissan is up there, but not close to the same level as them. The Ferrari I've heard is decent though. Like it's definitely not bad. And the Honda is actually all right in the wet. Well, we saw one of the Kyalami wet races in the previous seasons of sprints. Annie in the Honda managed to pull off a very great drive around Kyalami in the wet. So there's a few different cars, and I guess it really also depends on the driver, because a lot of drivers are just better in certain conditions. So
yeah, you're right.
I imagine the Ferrari with like one of the better traction control operating systems in the game probably fares like decent at least in the rain.
Yeah, it's a good point actually as well. You're sort of able to play with it a little bit more, and you're not just going to get massive amounts of TC chug like you would in the Beamer or something similar. But speaking of TC chug, I'm going to go and get ready for this next stint of mine. Loopty, thank you so much for sitting in the comms box with me. Glenn, thanks for your work on the cameras, and Blake, thanks for all you do.
No worries, champ. Yeah. Hopefully the race picks up for the Pidgey boys a little bit after a bit of a shocking middle section.
And no more kissing.
No more kissing, and I did get champ, so probably deserving of a champ after our morning of racing. But yeah, I'll be back hopefully a little bit later. Should see me around race end as well. I think we might try and get Dan or Donk in the car at that stage as well. So I'll catch you then.
All right, looking forward to it, mate. Good luck.
Hooroo.
Well, we got a bit of picture-in-picture action here as we're looking at Herbert and Hamilton right now, fighting for that last podium place and still on board with Muller as he's fending off this attack from Billet. Ooh, we're also, I don't think we mentioned it, we're past the halfway point, Luke-T.
We are, we're now finally past the halfway point that I mentioned for about an hour straight. 15 minutes ago we passed that at halfway point. So again, long race has been going, a few penalties given out, lots of pit stop stuff, and it seems the track limits are also out to fight and play right now.
Yeah, which is a bit funny because it's not exactly like the biggest track limits sort of track. It's not something that I think most people had on their mind. I guess like the last corner and that exit of the S's is where you're probably going to come a cropper for that. So do you see Billet is looking to the inside here. Gobe also kind of looking, but tucks back in onto the racing line. Billet is going to be ahead at the corner. Gobe actually getting a much better drive than Muller right there. So Muller just gets absolutely mugged into T1, fortunately losing 2 positions. Looking ahead, Gobe still actually tucked in behind Billet, but I think that's one to keep watching.
Yeah, and look, Gobby looking for the move there in front right there. They're very close. I think he's going to pull it off here. Down the inside of, what was that, Sunrise, isn't it?
That is
Sunset.
Sunset.
Oh, there's been contact.
Oh, I looked away for a second. It's Sunset, not Sunrise.
Sunset, sorry. Gobby, it seems, I don't know whose fault that was. They'll be up for the stewards, but there's been a little bit of contact in the middle of that turn on the apex, and Billet's come off worse from it. So moving back again behind Muller, giving Gobby again another opportunity to get super far ahead. But it's that was crazy.
I'll have to get a replay of that. I didn't quite see it. I was looking at the track map, but would not be what that skill issue Aston Martin needs with a pretty rough start to this race. These guys have been fighting back all day. Do not need a penalty in their books.
Like it definitely works out with the name being skill issue, but what you want to see happen. It looks like Billet's going to go for a move again on Muller any time now, but it's just that whole having to move up again. It's going to be a struggle.
Yeah, it's frustrating nonetheless, but I mean, they at least know that there is a move on here, potentially into T1. We'll see if Muller does want to actually try and defend this. Obviously, this time, too much space at the back for anything to happen. Too much space between the cars, sorry. But looking forward, I mean, Muller right now is sitting pretty comfortably in the lead of the Pro-Am championship here.
Well, the question is, who is this Aston who's approaching from behind? Is this a blue flag, or is this...
It's one of the MRT cars. No, let me consult my spreadsheet.
Yeah, they're moving quite quick, and I believe they're going to be wanting to get past pretty soon. And then you've also got the Honda behind them of Godfrey. Is that potentially Price Davies?
Yeah, I think it might be the number 100 MRT Cowabunga car. Would that be them?
Yeah, I think it is. So they're number 100. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice and shown on the stream. So yeah, they're currently in a battle in for 19th position. So they're probably going to be wanting to get, if they're driving faster, they're going to be wanting to get through these two as quickly as possible. But again, they don't have to give up the position because they're not blue flagged.
Yeah, no. Even if they have the pace, not really on Billet or Muller to get out of the way here. But actually, that Honda just back there, that's Godfrey as well. So they're actually fighting for position behind them. That's nice and close, but they are going to come up to these guys. But yeah, Godfrey having to battle a lot with traffic that was ahead of him, but he did have quite a bit of pace. It's very frustrating as he's looking at the inside right now with that MRT car. I think bit early on the brakes. The room was left, which actually might invite them to go side by side as they come through this second section. There's a lot of space, and Godfrey actually just gets through nice and easy. So I think Bryce Davies just too gentlemanly there and left the door open, and Godfrey forced his way through.
I'm thinking that Mustang also might have had a bit of a play, but here's the replay of the incident. So this is Gobby going for the overtake in Sunset. And moving through there, looking good. So this is where they collide. I don't know. I feel like there was enough room left, but I also think that it was very close. So I don't know. It's a very hard one to debate on. Just being informed, in a few minutes we'll be having a steward come in that we can have an interview with. So that will be very good to get probably some opinions from the stewarding team and see how they think the race is going.
If we had them here right now, we could get their 2 cents. I feel like this might be a racing incident. It's so close.
Like, there's room on the inside there for Billet to go, but it's closing. It's a difficult one. And Daryl Lim getting a penalty as well at the same time.
Yeah, it's hard as well, though, because it's like, when you say racing room, it's like, I don't want to be on that curb when I take that corner, you know? So, like, do you classify that as racing room? Because you can go there, but it's not good. Like
you could technically. I just feel like it's one of those corners where it's like dangerous to be on the curb, but it is technically in the limits for where the racing room is. So it's what do you count, and did Gobby do enough to leave that room there for him?
Yeah, so we'll see. We might actually, if we do get one of the stewards in here, we can chat to them about that. That is something that I've been curious about in terms of leaving space, because it's like, can you argue, like say in Zolda, there's like the second chicane. If you leave, because like you can obviously cut it so much, but I think in the second one it's pretty average going like really deep in off the track that is technically still track. Like if you only leave them enough space to do that, like is that fair? I don't think, like I don't know. I mean, I don't really personally do that.
Well, I don't think it's because a lot of these cars can't handle the curbs at all. I mean, as we've said about the McLaren, barely can handle any curbs. So it's one of those things where I think they'll have to look into it, and it's going to be probably a difficult decision. But we are currently seeing Godfrey just looking for a way to get through Billet there, which it looks like he's going to attempt an overtake. Obviously, Billet not having to give it, but looks like they're going to play nice and fair. But this means that Godfrey only does have a little bit of... Oh, no, Billet's back in front. Never mind. But if Godfrey does get in front, it means he's only got a little bit of time to actually make a gap. I think it's a lap to get a second ahead. But he slid and lost the position back to... who was it? Price Davies.
Yeah, I think just getting a bit crossed up in the braking there was kind of Oh, that's
Are you
so
kidding?
rough. That's so rough for Bryce Davies. I think, just kind of turning under braking and then caused a bit of a squiggle as they got back on the power. Gobe also in the pits, so never mind that battle.
They're letting Gobe in together, though, so they could come out very close.
Yeah, but Godfrey just losing out there, and Bryce Davies able to just squeeze through. But... Yeah, they're still as they were.
I don't know if you've had it with your stints in the comms box, but pretty much the whole of mine and Dan's stint was every time we'd switch to a battle, they'd instantly go and pit.
Not so much today, but it's definitely something that I've noticed over time. Like when I've hyped up a battle, like especially even in the sprints as well, when you're hoping that there's just going to be more battles because it's pretty short. Be like, oh, all right, let's look at these guys, and someone just dives straight in the pits. It's like, are you serious? Like,
why would you do that to us?
Yeah, it's like literally right in front of my salad.
And this is all blue flags now for Lucas Keys, as you can see him just moving through the pack. I believe, he's back in the car, taking control. This might actually give a chance for Godfrey to make a move around the outside of the hairpin. Nope. You've got... he's managed to get around, and he's gotten the room. The outside there, very advantageous, as you can go all the way out as far as you need, because that corner opens up so much on the exit. So that's worked out very, very well for him. So that interesting livery on the Alonso-looking Honda, but they're going to stay in the battle. It looks like still somewhat getting close to being side by side through Cheetah. Oh, he's lost it a little bit. This is going to put him alongside again.
Oh, he's held on to it though. No!
Oh, he slid!
Oh, okay, there's a big gap. He's fine, but it's all come crashing down for Brock Godfrey. A little bit too wide, a bit of a bounce through Cheetah, another victim to Cheetah, and then just getting turned all the way around there. And that's one of those Honda things, I think.
Honda doing Honda things. Don't you love it? Definitely doing its job to absolutely ruin someone's day. But hopefully he's been able to make up quite a bit of time since the start of that car, the 342, after an incident at the very start, and they've managed to push their way all the way back up to 20th. So still heaps of time in this race, 4 hours to go, 4 hours and 8 minutes to be more precise. So lots of time. GP2 engine, GP2R, as Alonso once said. So if he's got a GP2 engine in there, he should be flying.
I can't believe I'm seeing like a troll face on the side of a car in 2025.
Oh, jeez. I didn't even write. I've blocked that out of my brain. I didn't even see it.
Jeez, a bit of a throwback. But yeah, these guys, it's been a bit of an unfortunate outing at Kyalami in general, but I think doing a pretty good job to find themselves back in the fray.
And we're seeing, just looking down at the Pidgey boys, Dan Madden's back in the car. Good to see he's started his stint. I'm very excited to see where they end up at the end of the race. They've had a interesting one to say, but always got a love for those boys, giving me a nice kiss in this race. So always looking out there. Back on right now, we're currently watching Bishop. So Bishop's jumped in the car, and Nathan Monks has jumped in the car. Bishop also a very quick driver, but I don't know if he's as quick as Nathan Monks. So that will be an interesting timing to watch. Obviously, they got is that Cricky right behind now as well. Cricky at the end of his stint, you see him sliding coming out of that hairpin. So this is for position, but I think if Cricky doesn't get past, it's not going to be the biggest worry, as he's still got to do his pit stop for the end of this stint that he's had.
Yeah, no, they're a bit offset, these cars, but obviously, like to have a bit of fun racing, a bit of fun on the track. We'll see what Cricky's got. I love seeing a little bit of a tail wag from the GTR coming down onto the mine shaft back straight.
Oh, jeez. I've just thought about my stints. I've just spent... I drove in the second hour of the race, and I'm waiting till almost the 9th hour to do my second stint.
They've iced you out, Lucy. They've iced you out.
I'm going to be so cold when I jump back in that car, but I'm very excited to jump back in already. These two that I've got in mind are putting in the work, so that's all right. But we're currently got on a different screen, kind of just watching to the side. Liam Hamilton is making pace and getting right up close behind Herbert at the moment. There's only 2 tenths between those two at the moment. So depending how this battle goes with Cricky and Bishop, I think, we're going to move over and have a look at this one. Very close battle. Of course, at these top drivers, the pace difference is so minimal that anything can happen.
Yeah, I think these guys have been back and forth a bit all day. Obviously, we've alluded to number 8 being on that offset strategy. I kind of poo-pooed it earlier, but I think you opened my eyes to the fact that if you are going to have to do a splash and dash anyway, it's risky, but doing it at the beginning can get you sort of out of that traffic. But it does potentially put you at the mercy of blue flags, and if anything goes wrong, then you're doing an extra pit stop for nothing. So you might get a full story with that a little bit later. But for now, Hamilton trying to line this one up. Herbert with probably a little bit of a better run through Luke Hop there. Jeez, corner names to this track. But this one's going to keep boiling over, I think.
And as everybody, this is about the time when people start pitting. It's the 4th hour, so everyone will start coming into the pits again. So the pit offset is major. At the moment, you'll see on your timing board on the left, Saxon Hayes is only 4 tenths behind Darth, but I'm pretty sure they just came out of the pits, so and they've just done their out lap. So I'm thinking that gap's not of too much importance. And then, as we're looking here, Liam Hamilton looking around it. Look at that defensive maneuver, sitting kind of central of the track. He's going to go for the outside move, which puts him on the inside for the next corner, but he's gone too wide, and he's not going to be able to get around and make that move happen. So Herbert keeping the position. Brad Cook in the pits behind them, so not much of a threat from behind. They've got a Porsche approaching. I believe that's someone a bit down, maybe a blue flag, so not too much to worry about there as well.
Yeah, that's old Damiano. Big shout out to Damiano, repping the Porsche guys. They've had a bit of a stinker today, but yeah, not for position. It was a really aggressive move there from Hamilton into T1, but it didn't quite pay dividends. Got a little bit deep there, so gonna have to line it up again.
No chickens in anybody's hoods today, it seems, as Damiano would put it.
I don't know. Your guys' car could have fit a chicken under the hood after you walloped poor Dan.
After I walloped Dan. Yeah, okay, cool. We're back on that.
You just make it so easy, Luty.
And there's who's jumped in the car now? Bub Now's back in the car for the 695. They've had a decent race in that Honda. I believe they have one more pit stop than the Nissans and the Porsches and the Ferraris, I believe. So they've still got a decent way to go if they want to keep their position of 5th at the moment. But there is also still a lot of changes to go. A lot of these drivers at the front have not yet done it, a pit stop. And as Chris Crashes ACC has said in the chat, the Aston in front of that Nissan at the moment is running a very low wing, so it's going to be difficult to get past in any car.
It's very, very brave, I think, at Kyalami, a circuit that I think requires at least a bit of wing if you're running something that low. So these guys are doing a very, very good job to keep it all under wraps right now.
And I believe all the Nissans will be running a very high wing as well, so it's kind of like ends up evening out, and then you end up having both of them sitting there. And right now, in terms of what we've got on the screen right here, Hignett in P2 has just passed Sean Bubnow been let past, sorry, P5 in the race. So that's a lap ahead of P5. These guys are driving so fast, but this is also showing the difference in pit timings as well, because Hignett will have to pit somewhat soon, which means he'll drop back again behind Bubnow in terms of on track.
Yeah, I think it looks bad in this moment. However, yeah, as you said, Hignett's due for a pit stop a fair bit sooner, or a lot sooner actually, because we just saw Bubnow come in. So, I mean, Bubnow, you don't want to be losing any time to that car, because that is who they consider their direct competition. But for the time being, we do actually have one of our stewards, I think actually one of our head of stewarding, Alex Ime, has joined us in the box. How are you doing, Alex?
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thanks. How are you guys?
Yeah, doing just well. We're a bit over the halfway point here. Would you say this has been a clean race? It's been an average race? It's been a terrible race? How's the feeling? How's the morale in the stewards box?
So from our point of view, it's actually not been too bad, this one. A little bit of chaos at the start, but it's settled down. Most of what we've been reviewing lately has just been blue flag related, which we get at all these events anyway.
Yeah, of course. I think I touched on it at the beginning. T1 does lend itself to a bit of incidents here, and I mean T1 in any sim racing game is always going to have a bit of incidents. It wasn't like terrible, it wasn't fantastic. Yeah, and then as well with the blue flags, obviously there's a really big skill disparity from the top to the bottom, so it does, and obviously over such a long race it does come up a fair bit. I think I haven't seen quite as many penalties this time around, would you say, for blue flagging?
No, so it does appear to be one of the better races in regards to blue flags. Those that have come up tends to be those drivers that are fairly new to OOR, so don't quite understand the rules. Once we pull them up on it, they tend to be fine. Those are the issues we have, not just at this race, but most of the races with blue flags.
Yeah, very fair. I did want to touch on, because we were sort of teeing up this interview as we saw that incident with Tim Gobe and I think it was Billup in the car, Billett. Yep. So we haven't seen a penalty come through, so maybe we won't. We were kind of interested to know that one, because it was very, very close. Was that to Racing Room given play on? Like, what was your thoughts with that one?
That is a very good question. We've been working off of car numbers rather than names.
Yeah. So that's 153 and car 277. Which is good, obviously, very, very impartial, working off the car numbers rather than names.
I believe we might get a replay of it eventually, but that's all right. Yeah, that's one of those things we were looking at was because you jump on the curbs, and some cars can't take curbs, but it's still technically in the racing lines, and it's still definitely a line that cars can take. So it's kind of one of those things where you wonder, is that technically leaving Racing Room if they're so close? I believe Glenn is about to put a replay up of the incident to maybe refresh the memory. As we are waiting, Liam Hamilton right up behind Herbert as they're coming onto the straight. I'm wondering if this is going to be the opportunity Hamilton's been looking for, if he's going to just wait for it until they're on the main straight. Looks like he's pulling back a little bit, maybe letting off the throttle a little to give him space. Oh, but he's almost gone for a dive, kind of left it open. Moving around now, coming towards Cheetah.
He's trying to tee up more like a T1 sort of move. Needs to keep it clean though. Herbert getting a little bit on the grass there. They both tuck it nice and tight for Ingwe. It could be enough, but that Aston with that low wing is just proving very, very difficult for Hamilton to deal with. We'll see if this slipstream gives him enough to work with. Herbert getting a little bit defensive, takes mildly the inside line. Hamilton looks to the outside. I think he's placed that car perfectly as Herbert just to avoid any kind of maneuver there from Hamilton. He lives to fight another day.
Yeah.
We'll quickly flick over to that. Ugh, Hamilton, stop getting close. Oh, no.
That's right.
No. We'll just do... It's all right. Herbert's still fine.
No.
No.
Is he going to pull it? He's not going to pull it off. Come on, stop it, Hamilton. Not right now.
Yeah, please, please. I beg you. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna flick over, and he's gonna do some stupid wheel in the gutter initial
We'll wait till
D.
after the hairpin. If they've got this gap, then I think it should be fine. To be clear. Look how much time he gains through that part right there. That's crazy. All right, yeah, I think that's clear for a minute.
Alex, walk us through this one. So 277 on the inside. For Clubhouse is the corner that we're sort of looking at. So he gets really, really wide here. So yeah, the question I'm teeing up for you is like, is Tim Gobe leaving enough room? Because technically there's room on the inside, but you're kind of getting up on that curve, and obviously the Mac are not really a big fan of the curves. Like, what's the steward's sort of look at that?
Yeah, so this was one that hasn't been reported through to us. So we've not actually had a look at this one. It is one of those tricky ones when we start talking about curbs, whether cars can get on them or not. From what I can see in just this brief replay, it does appear that the cars were significantly alongside each other for room to be left. Without having a look at all the angles, I wouldn't be able to say for sure. And it looks like potentially he's left the bare minimum amount of space, which isn't necessarily the smartest move, and it's certainly something the stewards would take a very close look at.
Yeah, I think I'm not going to ask you to pass a judgment on stream live, especially when you haven't seen it, so don't. But I was really curious about that, because yeah, it is like right on that limit, and as you're sort of saying, it's like when there's track room, but it is like really, really suboptimal. Like, how does that sort of play into the factor? In the decision. Although Hamilton with a little bit of a switch to the inside, side by side, he's got a little bit of a better drive there, and I think that is move done up past Herbert through Lukop. Really nicely done there. He's been sort of teeing up something for quite a while here. They're so
Is it over?
close.
Is it over?
I think it's tight, but we'll see as they get down to the end. No mistakes here from Hamilton. He's maybe just missed the insider cheater there, but it looks like it's settling for the moment.
This is where I'm curious, because the Aston has the very low wing. So is it gonna maybe be able to, despite the Nissan having incredible acceleration, be able to keep up with that Nissan down into T1? But it does look like that gap has opened up a bit from that T1, and yeah, I'm gonna say it might be move fully complete with. Oh, but unless this happens. Oh, it keeps changing on me. These two are a really good battle to watch.
Yeah, really, really neck and neck, just quite equal footing here right now.
And they are approaching some blue flags, so this is where it does become a bit of a, I guess a guessing game on who's going to get the better situation out of here. But yeah, it looks like that gap is slowly opening up just a little bit, a tenth at a time. And then every time I say that, Herbert gets just a littlest bit closer.
Yeah, I think they'll stay within reaching distance. You know, obviously, one of the great things about GT racing, these cars have different strengths and weaknesses, so you'll see them ebb and flow and get closer and further away as the track comes and goes to them. Don't want to keep our director of stewarding here for too much longer. Jaden, do you have any closing questions for Alex?
Closing question. No, I think the stewarding has been done really well today, and I think that, again, from even just the commentating standpoint and racing in it, it's been a very clean race all around in terms of everything. So it's good to see these events get better and better, as Hamilton definitely does hit that curve there.
I could just ask, how come you let Lufty off the hook for absolutely clobbering, clobbering the Pidgey Racers car?
I'd have to have again, car numbers, but I'll absolutely review and throw people under the bus if need be live.
No, I'm just slandering him. But thank you for your time, Alex. I will let you get back to your duties.
No, thanks for having me, and hopefully we can make this a bit more of a regular thing where one of us jumps in to answer some questions for everyone.
So much good.
Yeah, I'd love to be honest. It's the stewarding side of Octane is something that's always intrigues me, but I've got my fingers too deep in the commentary pie to get around it. But yeah, we really appreciate everything you guys do. I think at times it can potentially feel a bit thankless, but I think it really, Octane's a lot better for it, the work that you guys do.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, back on to the action. There is a car.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I was not ready. I was like, oh, Kovacs blue car? And I don't think Herbert was ready for that car either. That was spooky.
Obviously trying to get out of the way, but not a great spot, and Herbert was going to go try and take that inside line, and the Kovacs cars moved to the left, kind of almost last second to move out of the way, and I know they're trying to do the right thing, but that looked really scary for Herbert there, which might put him off for a little minute, as you can see the gap kind of opening up even more after that, so not great. Only 3 hours 51 minutes left. Not long left of this race now. Still no rain on the radar. Still nice and cloudy, but it is almost looking like it's brightening up again. We were talking earlier about how it's getting darker. It looks like it's going the opposite way now.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. I think we were looking.
Oh my god! Bob now spun. Sorry, Bob now spun at
the what's that, barbecue?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. It's a very wide corner. It's just probably a little bit of Honda things, but yeah, I think that's not the first time we've seen that car having a bit of its own incident.
Not exactly what they'll want to be doing at the moment. Yeah, the both the Hondas having had a couple of spins today, so definitely while it is a good car and sounds nice and looks nice, it's not the most stable.
Yeah, it's a very, very tricky car, but it has put him in the clutches, Bob now, of, well, they're a lap ahead, I guess, but obviously Bob now having pitted a little bit earlier. But yeah, like close to these guys that are having this battle, so it's going to put him in a bit of an awkward position. Oh, a bit of a flurry of cars coming down Mineshaft now. Bob now just getting back on his feet. Hamilton behind, with Herbert still in tow. Herbert's closed up that gap a little bit, probably gets a little bit deep through the crocodiles there. So don't mind us, just mild pause for Jaden, so just me for the second. So we're going to get a bit of a replay here of what happened to the 695 Honda. So coming through the jet ski sweep into barbecue and just sort of losing it himself. I think a bit of that sort of suspension bobbling there. It's just, that is literally just Honda things.
Matt Powell calling me out on using the forbidden phrase in the steward's box. Luckily, I'm not in the steward's box.
I've definitely said it's been clean.
Me.
I've said it's been clean a few times. I'll cop it.
Yeah.
It has been clean though.
That's their only spin so far for that Honda. So they're very good. Apparently that's their only spin. So I'm not sure if that is true, but I'm willing to believe them. Not really.
God. Yeah, I was gonna say I've got a timeshare in wherever to sell you. However that phrase goes.
Bob now kind of just taking a little bit more of a chill at the moment, trying to let the car's tires come back into normal territory. It's not too hot and not too dead. So letting Herbert through there, which just another one. That's 4th place, passing 6th right there. I think that's important to note.
yeah, as I said, they're on a bit of an offset strategy with the Honda having to do an extra pit stop, but Herbert on a really off sequence strategy to pretty much everyone else. But yeah, you don't want to be giving up too much time, but them's the breaks. If you're pitting early, you're blue flagged, and you have to heed that. So we do see this battle heating up. Michael Babb on the defense from Ben Vintner in that Sofa King Slow Aston Martin. Very beautiful car. Carpenter actually behind them also for position, a little bit further down the road though.
Yeah, look, this is a battle to watch. The Porsche Verstappen. Is that someone off over behind in Cheetah? I believe that is. I don't know who that was, but there is a yellow flag in Cheetah at the moment. Oh,
Carpenter just flew off the back of this fight, as I mentioned them.
And come in right next to the leader. So I'm gonna guess that was a good rejoin because doesn't look like anyone's damaged there. But damn, not a good place and not a good time to spin when you're just starting to catch up to the cars ahead. But Vintner versus Babb again, Aston versus Porsche. These are two very powerful cars, and the ones that'll probably take the lead when if it starts raining. But yeah, this is going to be a good little battle between these two. 5/10 between them. I don't know how long it's going to stay that way. Battles all across the grid to mention though as well. Cricky only 3/10 or something or so behind Bishop further down the grid. So just a couple of these battles going on right now.
Yeah, as well, that spin for Carpenter has put them in the clutches of Sasha's Death. Obviously, it's 3 seconds now, but it's a big chunk of time lost. And Death and that 200 MRT car having a pretty good day thus far, so we'll see if they can close that gap. Vintner is going to have a bit of a look to the inside. Babb goes defensive, does manage to get it stopped up in time to make the corner efficiently. Will hold on for the moment, but yeah, this battle really heating up.
And it is certainly getting hot. Here we go. Here's the replay of what happened to Carpenter in the back. This is just the corner before, so he's coming around nice and smooth, looking good through there. So as he comes up into Cheetah, I'm just wondering, he's hit that sausage curb too hard. Come to a good stop, so hasn't hit the wall. I want to see this rejoin here as he comes out looking nice and safe. Comes back out onto the moves. Yeah, so nice and clean. Gets Lucas Keys past quite easily, and best way you can do a rejoin right there. So just unfortunate hitting that sausage curb, and that's what it can do to you. He's very lucky he didn't go flying into a wall, and he's done the right thing to keep it off of it.
Yeah, ooh, big slide there for Michael Babb. I think that's going to potentially invite Vintner if he can position the car just right. Though Babb doing a good job placing his car right in the way, but it's gonna make it really tight there. But yeah, another victim to the cheetah curb. Take a drink if you are playing the Octane drinking game.
I like that. But
we could absolutely do a drinking game, or like bingo. Or if you don't want to drink.
Just get a bingo up of what kills people, how many, like if there's a DT from track limits.
Yeah, common sayings.
Loopy crashing on a straight.
Eating pit lane. It's been clean thus far. That kind of thing. Anyway, we could go on all day. Babb a bit deep in there, and it's going to invite Vintner to get door to door as they come down mine shaft. Babb is going to have the inside, but Vintner is going to have probably the preferred line as they come through Crocodiles. Babb taking the middle of the track. Vintner in behind. He's going the very long way around. I think Babb's placed the car just right to hold off this offensive flurry from Vintner for the time being.
He has really held that well to keep it in front after that little bit of a mistake at the hairpin. So Babb making a few mistakes, which means that if he keeps going this way, Vintner definitely has a chance to get past. Not very well done there from Babb, but he has managed to hold it. So I will say well done in the end for those moves. But still a lot of time. 20 seconds between him and the Honda ahead, which is Bub now. So I don't think really at the moment they're going to be catching them. So this is definitely just the battle for 7th at the moment. Again, this is one of those things where we're going to have to be looking at the top for quite a while as the pit stops do go on. That's Vintner going wide, by the way, missing the apex and getting a little bit of a slide. So that gap's going to probably open up to about a second and a bit now once they go through the little timing thing. There we go, 2.4 seconds. So that's a lot of time lost there by Vintner. So he's going to want to probably settle those tires. I think they might be on the end of their stint as well.
Classic broadcaster's curse, who hyping up this battle, and then a bit of a mistake there from Vincent, who just absolutely kills it dead in the water. If we want to jump down, Michael Crick has sort of been hot on the tail of Bishop for a while now. Bishop been one on our cameras for a little bit in this sort of mid section of the race. Also, Neil Wood pretty close to David Neighbour, I believe.
And Nipper's not too far behind that as well.
Yeah. So that's another one to watch if we do get bored. Yep, here we go. Wow, that's nice and close. That's what I want to see. So Wood and Nipperus side by side down the pit straight. They've got Neighbour to contend with at the front. Neighbour onto the racing line. Nipperus going to look down the inside. I think it's going to be move done for Nipperus if he can hold it down and get the traction down just right. Yeah. Lovely stuff there from Nipperus. So he's going to try and line something up here on Neighbour on this Kovacs blue Porsche. Neil Wood losing out for the time being.
Yeah, look at these drivers, nice and close. And we actually, what's great about this, we can see the battle between Crick and Bishop just behind them as well. So it works out quite well. You'll see them coming around the corner there.
Yeah. It looks like Crick's fallen off the back just a little bit, but we'll keep an eye on that one. These guys still very, very much in a bit of a punch on. So how do you psych yourself up to get back in the car? Oh, hold that thought. Oh, a bit deep there from Nipperus. He's put Neighbour in a defensive position, but gone probably a little bit deep himself. I feel like when I tee up a question, someone starts doing something pretty interesting.
You don't commentate the race, everything interesting happens. You commentate the race and everything falls apart.
You start commentating and someone peels in the pits, or they have a big slide, or what have you. I think it's really ridiculous. Glenn just saying how rude. It's like, do they not know that we're trying to put on a show here? It's unbelievable. No, I think this is fine.
Nipper is looking for that move on Neighbour.
Yeah.
He's going to look for it. It's pushing us to the limits. Also, I'm looking at the top. Sasha Death within 2/10 as well. So here we go. This is the dive, and I think he's going to hold it. Yeah, he's holding it through the corner, and he'll be able to hold through this section. Another thing to look at, if we could switch to it or have a second one on it, the Sasha Death is so close behind Carpenter at the moment. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I didn't think a move was on there. That was a really, really nice switch back from Nipperus just to get through. But as we swap over to Carpenter on the defense from Death, it's still pretty close though. It's still pretty close. We'll do this. Watch this. Ready? So how do you get yourself ready to get back in the car, Loopty?
Usually I am... I usually just get into the mindset. I watch from the inside of the car for a few laps, just kind of following along myself with the pedal movements and the steering and stuff. It's almost like when you see the F1 drivers and stuff having their eyes closed and they're listening and they're like practicing it in the air. I just like to get my mind back into the mindset of where I'm going to be, and then I have a look at who I'm going to be versing when I come out of the pits. And just work on setting a goal for myself. Usually I'll set like a 2-second slower lap on my first few laps, and then I'll end up getting back up to pace. But I've never had to wait this long to get back in the car, so I don't know how I'm going to do.
Yeah, very, very fair. As speaking of your car, the Skill Issue GTR is in the pits right now, so we're going to see Hayes pass over to Jamie Conboy. That is also Hamilton in the 124 HPNT GTR, our second place car on the grid right now, also in the pits. So we'll probably see P1 come in. I think it should be in the next 10 or so minutes, if the sequence is correct. Brad Gosling in the 333 KA Motorsport car. Shout out to the KA guys. I love the group of blokes. I think they're having a bit of a stinker, unfortunately, but the show goes on. Saxon Hayes out of the pit. Jamie Conboy out of the pit. Jamie can't mess it up if he's the one coming out, unless he does the... I mean, Matt did mess up his pit by undoing the pit limiter.
JC has passed that curse to everybody else now, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. Obviously, coming out of the pits, not too far ahead of the Vincent of Bab, not too far behind the Vincent of Bab battle, only 5 seconds. So this has worked out really well for them. And we're currently in 8th because of all this. So a mega stint pulled off from JC and Saxon to fix the damage that I've done. And yeah, I'm excited now. I'm getting a message from Saxon, so I'm just going to quickly have a read of that.
Yeah, no stress at all. Jumping back onto this battle, the aforementioned Jamie Conboy just ahead of these guys, but that's Carpenter and Death. Still relatively close. I did say this was one to watch out for. With that mistake from Carpenter, has put him in the claws, within grasp, within reach. Sasha Death, those guys having a pretty good race thus far. I think picking up a penalty a little bit earlier, but on the front foot as it stands right now. David Neighbour, the Kovacs Blue Porsche in the pits right now, so probably indicative of some of the rest of our Porsche field who are in sequence when they're going to be coming in, I'd say within the next 7 minutes. Should do a little bit squirrely for both of these cars as they come through Ingway, come through the pit straight. With that skill issue, GTR just ahead of them. He's going to have to pick up the pace a little bit to not get involved into this fray that these two, this duel that they've been having for some time. Aston spitting a little bit of flames as they get the anchors down, pulling it through the first corner. Death have a little bit of a look on the inside. The move's not quite there, but just showing Austin that, hey, I'm here, and if you slip up, I'm going to pounce on that. As we come down sort of one of the straight sections here, still keeping it relatively tidy. Really close on the back from Sasha Death, the Ferrari, just handling these twisties maybe just a little bit nicer than Carpenter right now. They're going to throw it down through the S's. A little bit of a tricky section. You got to gently let off the throttle just a little bit to make sure you make that corner without going too wide. Coming up into Luke Hop, it's really tight. They're pretty much on a tow rope, but it's not quite there for Sasha Death just yet. So do you have a bit of blue flag traffic up ahead? I think that's that Oz team Ferrari. We've seen a few times here, so we'll see how that comes into effect. And we do have P1 a bit further up the road, so everyone's going to have a little bit of a navigate that blue traffic just a little bit.
This is one of those moments where, like, I don't want to commentate because it's my driver's kind of involved in this battle almost. It's close enough, and I'm like worried that I'm going to give him a commentator's curse. But it's good to see JC back in the car, and hopefully he can get us this stint nice and good. But yeah, Sasha Death and Carpenter really going at it here. It's looking like a very good battle, and this blue flag, Ren's been decent at his blue flags all day, so should be a pretty easy move for the both of them to get through.
Yeah, I think they've probably got a bit of, when you're running at the back, you start to get a bit of a feel for how to blue flag. It's a really good spot there to just let them all through, and yeah, just let all three of them through at one go, so no harm, no foul for anyone there. Play on. Do get the picture. We're looking at that Bab and Vincent battle. It's sort of heating up again. Vincent making up that time after that big slide through barbecue. We're just keeping an eye also on the Death and Carpenter battle as it stands. It's still very close as they're rocking through the S's right now.
We're also going to watch how Bab and Vincent both get affected by Lucas Keys approaching from behind. He's currently in first place, leading this race a decent bit ahead of Joshua Holmes. So it's going to be interesting to see how they navigate letting Lucas through.
I wouldn't be surprised if they let him through and then Lucas has to pit anyway. The other stint, thrown in from Michael Babb, but looking all right. No harm, no foul.
Lucas has been running for a while, I feel. Like, I don't think I've seen him pit for a good amount of time. So, unless he's done a couple of, like a double stint or so, yeah, he's been running for a very long time at the moment.
we'll potentially be hearing from the pit lane representative from the HPNT car in a few minutes, Liam Hamilton. Always a pleasure to have in the box. Right now, Vintner just... they're getting within that sort of blue flag territory of keys now, though. Going to be a bit tricky. I think they're really not going to let... right outside, right out wide for Michael Babb. I think he's going to hold on for the time being, but Vintner is so close. He gets out of the way, though, for keys. Interestingly, I thought they were going to really, go... now... Carpenter! No, what happened to Carpenter? Oh, no!
Oh, my gosh.
Oh no, and then Ren! There was two cars on their own off ahead! Oh gosh. Oh no. Wait.
It's all happening. Wait, and then what's happening? Oh, Bab's letting
Bab's gone wide to let Lucas Keys.
Is he letting Lucas through or not? What's going on?
I can't look at both screens at once.
I'm so lost now. Is he letting him through or not? There we go, he's letting him through. I'm guessing he's not wanting to waste time. He's still got...
Oh no, but Vincent is now side by side. They're gonna go. Oh, Cheetah, it's okay. Oh, I thought they were gonna be side by side through there. It's so tricky, but Bab holds on. Oh my god, that was a spicy meatball.
Wait. Okay, sorry. I was wondering why I could see JC in the background. I realized I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, that was incredible, and I could see exactly why Bab did that. Bab held on for as long as he could so he could get the best opportunity to come out corner and have a good slipstream from Lucas Keys. So good move from Bab there to wait, and it's almost let Vincent through. Vincent holding on just enough, but unable to get through and past Michael Bab.
Yeah, I think, as I was sort of alluding to, but I guess in the eyes of Vintner, that just before that SS section was the optimal time to... speaking of Sasha's death, though, getting past Carpenter after a bit of an incident, but that's a penalty for something that just happened. 189. Did they already... Was there contact with Carpenter? Did we not see that?
Is that why Carpenter went sideways?
Yeah, it could have been. We might have to get a bit of a look back at what happened to Carpenter. But if that's what that was, that's an absolute slam dunk penalty, and they've deemed that absolutely Death's fault. So a bit of a rough go. Well, I mean, do the crime, do the time, I guess, but it's not good for their race.
It's been a day for racing. Some teams not being so lucky, and that's a very nice Porsche letting him through. Probably a good spot. I think maybe a little bit unnecessary for there, as there is this whole straight coming up, but good to get out of the way of an active battle going on. Trying to figure out who that Porsche is. I feel like we've seen him a lot today. Is that McDowell or Thurkalini?
No, I don't think so. Is it Lim in the 75?
It could be Lim.
Because I feel like I haven't seen any of Lim today, and I've not seen that car too much. Because Damiano, it's like a grey-blue car, but it's a bit lighter than that one. Matt Powell just confirming the corner after sunset. Sorry, there was contact, and then Steve Lewis saying the corner after sunset. So we will get some eyes on that in just a moment.
Very interesting to see. Just waiting to see if this battle is going to unfold anymore while Glenn does set up the cameras for that replay. It's looking like Bab's kind of got a decent hold, but Vincent is really looking for a move. I'm thinking he's going to go for he went to look for an inside move there, but obviously Bab positioning the car probably perfectly for that situation. And I think that he's not going to be able to gain much time down here. And we see Saxon just showing his lights for some reason.
Yeah, JC giving him the flash like he's a lap ahead or something, mate. You're gonna have to pass them on merit. They're not gonna give it to you. I don't.
Can we just say that was the ground being bouncy, which is why we saw bumpy? That's why we saw the lights going off.
yeah, it happens sometimes. I did Aiden Squires dirty really one time. I thought he was flashing me, so I hit him with a bit of blinkers, which is not allowed in Sprint Series. And look, I'm not going to go into it too much, but yeah, it is interesting at times. Ignore this story for a second. Vincent going all the way down the inside. They're going to both take this corner really, really tight. Bab forced all the way wide. Vincent opens up the corner as much as he can, but a bit of a slide there for Michael Bab. And JB Conboy's gotten in on this action too, but it looks like Vincent is through for the time being. So, wow. That was, Bab went pretty defensive there, but Vincent really, really forced the issue by going super, super narrow on that corner.
Is JC going to go for a move? I feel like he is.
It compromised their line a little bit and allowed JC to get all the way into this fight. I think Bab's going to have to look backwards rather than forwards right now. JC looking very, very racy in the skill issue GCR. On a bit of a tow rope, very, very close as they throw it down through the S's. Is there a move on here if JC can get a really, really good drive? They're coming up to Luke Kopp, Michael Bab, not going too defensive just yet. He doesn't think there's anything on for JC this time around, and he would be right. JC keeping a pretty tight line. But yeah, for the time being, we've settled down. Sasha Death in the background, just getting around that blue flag car. I do think that is Lim. And JC? No. JC just getting a bit wider out of the sort of mine shaft corner, but he is taking a tighter line. Looks like he's almost going to get side by side, but not quite this time.
I'm going to tell you my heart is beating. And there we go. Never mind, my heart's no longer beating. It's all good. And Sasha Death is also into the pits as well to serve, I'm guessing, that drive-through. And he is the replay of what caused Sasha Death the drive-through. So it must have been a decent enough incident as they're coming around into, you know the name of this corner.
That's Sunset. Oh
my, yeah. Just a little bit of a punt at the braking there. I'm guessing Sasha just a little bit of a late brake and just getting... Yeah, too much into the car there, and not great for the for either driver there in that situation.
Nah, it's rough go for both of them. Bit of diffuser damage for Carpenter there. So battle has simmered down for the moment. Vintner though is still going to have to look at JC and your car having some pretty great pace today, obviously. Having a large coming together with the Pidgey Boys car earlier, so on the back foot, but regaining composure.
A good, I think, 10 positions gained over since the incident with the Pidgey Boys. So those two, Saxon and JC, putting in all of the work and all the stops to make sure we can make it back up into that top 10 and hopefully even better. I do see that we're not super far behind, Vincent obviously, but even then not too far behind Bub now at this stage. So the hope is we can catch up even further, but not looking to jinx, so just here to watch this battle go on. JC getting nice and close, 5/10 now between the two after all of the chaos. Getting a little bit loose over that grass, but he's able to hold it. He knows how to do these drifts very well in the Nissan. Again, JC, a fun driver to watch in most cars because he likes to get them sideways.
Yeah, very, he puts it all out there, JC. He's not leaving anything on the shelf. As you do see, I'm actually not sure who that was.
That's Ren.
Was it Ren? Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ren.
Okay. He's coming back on the back of the Honda of, it is Godfrey's car. I'm not sure if Godfrey is in at this point in time. Where are they? It's Underwood.
Underwood, 21st at the moment.
Yeah, there we go. Underwood piloting that machine. Gets out of the way nicely for these guys. Battle completely uninterrupted.
And then we've also got, yeah, you were right, that Porsche behind us is Lim there, the Porsche that we had before. And Admiral Name, only 12 seconds behind this battle at the moment. So just a little bit of inside info for you there. So the car that's currently in third place is only 12 seconds behind it.
Is behind this battle?
Behind this battle, yeah.
Okay, on track. Yeah.
On track. Not actually in terms of for position, but on track. They're looking to close in on this gap and probably affect it with some blue flags if it continues for much longer.
Yeah, for sure. We also got that Pidgey Boys car and I think one of the MRT cars.
That is a Tanayake.
Yeah, 10-4. So a Tanayake currently running in 20th position. So the Honda that we passed is going to be looking to get by them, but the Pidgey Boys car Matt and Madden, who we had in the booth earlier, currently at the helm, but they're a fair bit further down the way.
Yep. Currently in 26th position, so obviously Ataniake really doesn't have to let them through. I'm guessing Madden's going to want to eventually be able to get past, but yep, good opportunity to let the two cars through and has done it quite successfully. So this looks like it's being a good stint for Matt this time around.
Yeah, Matt looking a bit in control. Unfortunately, Dan having a bit of a rough go. JC, though, getting a really, really good drive through Barbecue. He's going to have a look to the inside of Sunset, and it's not a conventional move in the least, but he is going to be on the outside as they come through Clubhouse here. So advantage of Vintner, but JC switches back to the inside. It's going to be the inside for the first part of the S's, but the outside for the second part. But it's going to be the inside again for Lukop, but it doesn't even matter because he's actually just inserted himself ahead of Vintner. So nicely done from Jamie Conboy.
Very clean move, and this is exactly what Paige was talking about earlier. JC is definitely one for a comeback drive, so doing very well to do so right now. Doing some very good laps, 41.7s at the moment. It's still, it actually I don't think has gone in terms of ambient temperature above 21.
No, the temperatures stayed relatively the same. I will say it's looking a bit dark again in terms of the weather watch. We shall see though if there is to be rain to be had a little bit later. JC just dipping a wheel in the grass just for a little bit of fun.
Important to note, it's also currently only 1 kilometre an hour of wind, so it's very unlikely that the weather's going to move too much for a while unless the wind picks up.
You mean the weather cell won't just form straight over the track and start raining?
What? No way!
Damn. As you do see, Kovacs Black Porsche just pulling out in front of these guys. A little bit of fuel on the fire. Josh Stewart back at the helm of that car. He's going to have to get out of the way sooner or later.
And they're currently in an on-track battle. Struick is. He's 7 seconds behind, but in an on-track battle for position with Clark, who's just ahead of them. So that Porsche, Kovacs Black Porsche, is gunning for a car that's just up ahead for position, which, as I've said earlier, they're doing a really good race today. It's good to see Muller jumping back in for an endurance race. I know he's been wanting to get into one for this whole series of endurance races, but finally being able to jump in with his mate Struick, so very happy to see.
Yeah, they're doing pretty well thus far. I wish it continues for them.
And that was a bit of a interesting from Ataniake, and I can see Vintner there flashing Ataniake as well, not really wanting to give up the position too easily, being a blue flag, but eventually got out of the way and it was clean enough. So, a bit of a slide from JC there. That scares me.
God, you have to trust him to catch a slide. It's a JC special.
Turn right to go left, isn't that what the saying is? Turn right to go left. He's doing a Lightning McQueen. Might need to do a Lightning McQueen that livery next time he drives any car. The battle continuing on, not much time between these two 6/10ths. The field kind of open at the moment, not really any other close battles right now. I'm currently just looking across the board and not seeing much. Again, yeah, a lot of cars are just opened up. The pit stop's kind of playing a part now. Everybody's starting their pits again. We're almost down to the 3-hour mark. So those cars that can really only run for an hour, maybe an hour and 5, are really going to be needing to pit soon. That safety car has also offset people by just a littlest bit of time, that safety car that we had at the start. So the times are different. Oh, and we see that is... Who is that? That's okay. Hamilton just getting past a blue flag there in a different stream angle that I was watching because I was interested in seeing. I thought maybe there was a race going on, but yeah, just another great race today and fun to be a part of. Just another shout out as we do get close to our end of however many hours are we? What, almost 6 hours in now?
Approaching 6, yeah.
Approaching 6. Just a shout out to our sponsor for this endurance series, Simrigs. 5% off if you are a Patreon. I don't know why you wouldn't sign up to be a Patreon. It is entry if you do sign up. It's entry into our endurance events, the duos events, all of the events that you'd normally pay for, you can get in for pretty much free if you pay for a Patreon subscription. So be sure to join in, and 5% discount for Simrigs. How awesome.
Yeah, it's if you like Octane and what we do here, help support, pay for the servers, this and that, make sure we can keep doing what we are doing, and supporting a local business in Simrigs, getting your sim gear, 5%, nothing to scoff at. So just a bit of a flash as well. Got Academy series coming up in 2 weeks. If you're new to sim racing, get amongst it. We've got some great admins who run that, giving everyone pointers on how to race and how to improve their craft. Actually, as well, one of the good things is really, really in-depth track walkthroughs. There's plenty on YouTube, but you can really get into the nitty-gritty and ask the questions that are bothering you. And a lot of these guys have such experience across such a range of cars. You can literally just be like, hey, why am I spitting out every time I turn in on the end of the Mistral Straight in the GTR? And someone will be like, hey, you have to do this and that. And it's very, very helpful. So
another great thing about the Academy series as well is the setups you get from the drivers, because there's a lot of pro drivers who are willing to share their setups and give advice on how you can do better setups. It's really good community here at OOR for all types of drivers. We were talking earlier about the inclusivity. Yep, yeah. Inclusivity of OOR. So doing really, really well, and very, very happy with being part of this amazing community.
Yeah, the setups aspect is really, really helpful too. You don't have to scrounge around too much. I will shout out Lucas Keys. Absolutely, just pretty much a library of setups. You go in, check in a setup, check it out. He's very, very helpful in that regard. Speaking of Keys and our P1 drivers, I was like, oh yeah, they're going to come in pretty soon, and they've been going out for, I think it's been like 5 laps since I said that, potentially more. If they're going on the hour-half mark, I guess they could be going all the way to 3 hours flat, unless I've completely missed their pit stop.
They did a pit. You've missed their pit stop. Brady Addison in the car, and Josh Holmes also in the Ferrari now. 200 laps.
I'm literally goated, and I never miss anything, and my analysis is always
We've hit 200 laps. They have pitted now. Brady Addison's in the car. Josh Holmes is in the car. Admiral Name is still in the car. I believe they haven't pitted just yet, but would be running close to. So just the pits are all happening. Oh no, because that was Liam Hamilton just before. They have pitted. Yeah. I've missed one now.
So remember, they pitted about the same time that JC got in the car. So they've probably been running for about 20 minutes now. We should be hearing from Liam Hamilton in a little bit. Yeah, look, honestly, there's so much that goes on. We can be forgiven. I'm telling everyone in the chat, we can be forgiven for missing 1 or 2 things here and there.
But no, it's as I was just saying, we're on lap 200 now, which is incredible amount of time on the track, considering each lap you're running about a 1:41, so that is as you'd be able to probably guess, it's 6 hours of racing almost. So a lot of the drivers will start being tired now. There's a lot of teams that run 2 drivers, so especially those ones, shout out to those guys who are running 2, because that you're so tired at the end of your stints and everything. Hopefully they get some good sleep tonight.
Yeah, it's a massive effort to run 2 drivers. I wouldn't recommend it. I think you should try and run 3 personally.
Well, I know why Toto and Gobby run 2 drivers, for example. They just love the amount of time and being able to be in the car for that long. They're here to race, and they want to spend as much time doing it as they can.
I just thought they couldn't wrangle a 3rd person into that car.
That as well. There's a reason they're in skill issue racing. They ran out of friends, and their only friend was Gormley, and they're like, no.
Yeah, well, Gormley Is Xavier an American as well?
Yep. So you got 2 Americans in that car, and you've got a 3rd American in the. There's an Aston on the grid. I've forgotten who it is off the top of my head.
The Carpenter car. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah.
So this car. Yeah. So just a few Americans coming into our Enduros. So it's always good to see some people from all around the world in the Enduros. Obviously, we've got a decent amount from the Asia region as well. Quite a few from Thailand and such. So always down to have every kind of people in these races, and it makes it always fun.
Nah, it's pretty cool, the outreach that we do have here at Octane, and the fact that we are able to like have people from all the way around the world racing here. So I guess we think we heard from Matt that it was about 6 o'clock, at least in Hawaii. So it's probably getting pretty late in mainland America or mainland USA. So this guy's getting towards the graveyard shift. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
It'd be very close to like after midnight, I'm going to assume, if we're looking at the universal time. I think it is very, very late for them.
Yeah, it's a big commitment for those guys. But who would want to miss the glory of 9 hours at Kyalami?
A few people. JC, there's Luke Johnson's currently not here. I'm assuming because he doesn't like Kyalami.
but you say that, but JC's here. He's here racing.
That's my fault.
How did you wrangle him into it if he hates it so much anyway?
We asked him to join us for a race, the next race, and then he said yes, and then he asked what track it was. I don't think he's going to ever want to race with us again after we've pulled him in for that one. So
the old switcheroo, the old lying by omission. I love it.
Well, it's better than what we're going to be taking for Silverstone, so I was like, I'll get him in on this one when we're still in the Nissan.
What are you taking at Silverstone?
The Audi.
Why? is it the Nissan's gun at Silverstone? Why are you swapping off?
It's Saxon. Saxon's really been wanting to run the Audi for an Enduro, and I promised him that if we could get skill issue racing going, I would get him in the Audi. I'd do a race with him in the Audi, and we chose to do it in the 12-hour at my favorite track in the world that I never have issues with.
Yeah, you're absolutely professional and never had a problem there. I love you, Loopty, but you're a fool. As we do welcome Liam Hamilton from the HBNT car, the 124, currently running in 3rd position, into the booth. Liam, how are you? Fresh off a stint.
I think I need to lie down after that one. That was probably the hardest fighting I've had to do for a while, but no, I'm feeling good.
Were you fighting? Who were you fighting? There's just so much happening.
I was fighting the 8 car with Regan.
Yeah, that's right. Great battles there. That car having so much legs down the straight, especially in comparison to the GTR. Remind me, where did you get that move done? Was it into T1 in the end?
That's a great question.
It was on the track.
Yes, it was somewhere in South Africa at Kyalami. There was a few moves at T1. I mean, I feel like I made 4 or 5 attempts. I can't even remember. Was it T1? It must have been T1.
It was, I think it was early in the lap.
Wasn't it? No, it was the hairpin. It was the hairpin.
I don't know, because I think we watched you do like 3 different things, so I'm probably...
We were trying to watch something else and you guys kept battling. We're like, please stop, we're trying to watch something.
That's right, because we were teeing up an interview with Alex Im, the stewards director, and so we were like about to cross over to a replay to like do a bit of analysis, and then you guys started fighting again. We were like, stop it, we're trying to cut away.
Great timing. Yeah, no, it was the hairpin. I think he got a slightly dodgy run out of the S's. It took too much curb, and I was able to just send one up the inside. It was do or die at that point. I had to get past. I was just losing so much time. But yeah, I was glad to get it off. But yeah, there's been some good racing today. I was a bit worried at the start of the race. Tim was having a few issues with his wheel and his brake pedal, and his Fanatec software just isn't working anymore. So he was having extra brake input, and his wheel's just playing up, so he's unfortunately out for the rest of the day. But yeah, so we dropped back to P11 or 12 at the start of the race, and unfortunately got caught up in a few incidents. But no, it's been a good fight back, and now we're well and truly in fight for the podium.
Hashtag relatable with the wheel incident thing.
I was about to say,
That's
so
not going so well, Aiden.
speaking of
I've heard.
tech issues, Aiden Squire is also jumping in the booth. Aiden today racing in the 987 car. Correct me if I'm wrong. The Team Irons car. Yeah, so we heard that you'd hopped in and just... did you have any go? Like, was anything mapped? Were you able to go at all?
Nah, everything was gone. Unfortunately. So thanks Logitech app. Not much you can do about it when it does that. Sometimes when it updates, it just clears everything, and unless you have prior knowledge, then yeah, like the car just dropped and I was like, oh no, this is not good. So yeah, just forced Breno to jump back in the car while I rebinded everything, and unfortunately that did lose us quite a bit of time, but I guess we're used to it now in Enduros. So back on the charge through the field, we have made a few positions from the back, considering we were a few laps down, but it's still been fun anyway, watching the battles happen around us, and yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a rough go. You guys were fighting right up at the front. So did you have to go a further lap down to give the car to Breno, to RTG?
I'm actually not sure like how that whole thing works with being laps down, because I just RTG'd because I couldn't like do the controls and whatever, and it was going to take too long, so I just RTG'd and somehow it forced Breno in the car. As we see Porsche sniffing that Aston.
That's Struick, yeah, onto Clark. Just add on to that thing while we got a little second of time. I believe because the finish line is after the pit boxes, it wouldn't put you an extra lap down, just the one lap down that it would normally do from an RTG.
Right, okay. Well, thanks.
So you would have only, I think you'd only restart the lap you were on.
Yeah, I guess whatever consolation that is.
If that helps.
Yeah.
It could be worse.
Yeah, I mean, Loopsy also had his a bit of an accident as well, so I guess he's also had part of that experience himself. So, you know, oh well, it's all good at the end of the day.
I mean, it literally comes with it, actually, like you say that now, but yeah, like Liam also just referring to Tim's issues with his pedals at the start of the race. It's an interesting thing. You think that like sort of mechanical issues wouldn't really play an issue in sim racing, but it does sort of end up happening at times. People get unlucky as they do in real life. You know,
Realism.
Yeah, with like occasionally a car will, like, I don't know, just like the fuel sensor or whatever fails and they have to pull out of a race even though the car looks fine. And occasionally something like that kind of happens in sim racing, and it does suck and no one wants that, but it is interesting, I guess, as a third party.
It always seems to be the big endurance events it happens for too. Everything's fine in testing.
Oh, yeah.
Issues, and as soon as you hit the day, someone's internet will disconnect, or someone's wheel will have a problem, or someone's game will freeze. Always the big events.
Yeah, it's also when you've got other people like counting on you a little bit, like in a team environment. The first Duo series that I participated in, the first race, we had a huge crash like on lap one. It was reminiscent of your one, Luke D. Came around a corner, there was a car there, and then we had like a disconnect and like this and that, and it's just like, God, like, give me a break. It's so shit, and it's just like I feel bad for my teammate because it's like not his fault whatsoever, but it's just how the dice roll sometimes.
All right. While we are just in a quick clear moment, I'm going to end my stint of commentating here. That was a good 3 hours-ish. So, going to do the dropout now. Thank you guys for having me on. Aiden, Blake, please have a good one. And thank you, Glenn, again for doing the cameras.
No worries, Luke T. Good luck with that closing stint, mate. Yeah, he's going to be flinching every time he sees a pigeon now.
There has to be some sort of backstory with that I've missed.
Did you not see Jaden absolutely clobbered the PG Racing team car?
Oh yes, I did see that actually. That was super unfortunate.
Yeah, really, really big coming together. As Daviana would say, you could fit a chicken under the hood with how much damage they had. But yeah, they've soldiered on. It's been a good recovery drive thus far. JC currently running in P6.
Yeah, it's not bad. Then we ended up fighting that guy. I think it was Lupti driving from memory. Was up behind him for a few laps, had a good fight, and got an overtake around the outside of the S's and the corner just after sunset, which the name escapes me currently. But yeah, managed to get around the outside. So it's been. I know this track's very divisive, but I don't think it's hard to overtake. But when you can definitely pull off some good moves.
I think, yeah, it's difficult, but there is space to get it done. Like, it's not nigh impossible. I think I like the track. I think personally, I actually like literally just don't like Lukov. I'm not a big fan of that hairpin. Coming up over that crest and having to brake, I just get it wrong. Maybe like 1 in 10 times, and it's just so frustrating.
Yeah, it's a tricky hairpin. It's blind. You can't really see anything. I can't even see a braking marker. I'm just guessing half the time. So, yeah, that's definitely the most awkward part of the track. But otherwise, I actually quite enjoy it as well.
Zutu, welcome into the booth. Replacing Lupti, it's Noah Reinhardt. Noah, how are you doing, mate?
Not too bad. Good to be here, as it looks like we have already some action as soon as I join in. You guys don't get a break.
It never stops, as we do see Stewart getting by Clark, both in these white cars, but that is the Kovacs black Porsche. Nicely done by Stewart. He's been on form today.
Yeah, he's got Bishop right in front of him as well.
Yeah, that's still for position as well. So Bishop gonna have to start looking behind.
Yeah, that 277 McLaren currently in front, and Stewart leading the AM class, so that's a little bit wide on the exit, but yeah, he's leading the Pro-Am class. He's just taken the lead off from Michael Clark. I'm not exactly sure where these guys are in terms of stint lengths, so obviously with only 3 hours to go, there should only be a handful of pit stops left for all of these cars. But we're seeing that Porsche close up slightly to the back of McLaren. Is he going to send it going into Crocodile? He gets the move done before the corner even starts, and that was a pretty easy move from Josh there. Just kind of used that overspeed he had coming down the hill, and just that Porsche very strong on the brakes, especially compared to the McLaren.
Yeah, lovely move into Crocodiles there for the Kovacs black car. These guys, yeah, have been pretty on form today. Are you racing today, Noah?
I am not. I haven't done an endurance race as of yet, other than the Academy one that was done earlier in the year, which was really good fun. Shout out to the Academy admin that set that up. I managed to get Diebols in a Ferrari, which I think was the ultimate win from that.
Yeah, I don't think he's a huge fan of that. Big Mustang head is old Ben Curtis. So yeah, well done getting him to change gear. I feel like everyone that participated in that Academy Enduro really enjoyed it. I've not heard a negative word spoken about it, so they're doing a bang up job over there at the Academy. As we do look towards 3 hours ticking down, Aiden's pointing out rightly we should be in for potentially about 2 more pit stops, depending on you. Well, I think everyone. Ooh, is there any way, unless someone's just pitted, there should be 2 pit stops to go. We'll keep an eye out on the weather if there's going to be any rain on the forecast. The wind is still 1 kilometer an hour, so it's not looking too likely, and the track temps remaining pretty stable. 21 ambient, 26 track. It has gotten just a little bit cooler.
Muller is definitely out there doing his rain dance, I think.
Who's that?
Muller's got to be out there doing his rain dance, right? Or is it not Muller? Sorry, it's
Bender.
Bender, that's it.
Yeah, Bender's
doing his rain dance, surely.
I mean, although the rain would spice it up for a lot of people, I think cloudy is all we're going to see. But, I mean, I'm one for hoping for a bit of change, especially because it might benefit us. But, yeah, looks like no rain for now as the 676 comes in to do their pit, so pretty much bang on the 3 hour mark for those guys. The American Convict and Colonials Aston Martin there with that nice purple livery.
Yeah, I think we've got 2 stops left to make as well. Our last one's probably going to be a bit under an hour at this point, so not quite splash and dash, but we'll have to wait and see exactly how that plays out. But yeah, I'd imagine everyone's got probably 2 stops left. Some of these cars, though, I don't know if it's just some certain cars or some certain teams, but the Aston seems like it can only run 65, 70 minutes. Is that right?
I think that's generally tracked with what we've seen. It's not able to do quite as much as the GTR or the Porsche. It's not quite on that level. Yeah.
I think the number I've heard is 62 to 65, reportedly.
Minutes.
Yeah.
That's crap.
Yeah,
not long at all.
We've been keeping an eye on the number 8 throughout the day, and I think 65 is about what we've seen from them. We were surprised. We thought they were stopping short. They must have short-fueled their car at the start, trying to get some extra pace. But yeah, they've sort of been running the 65 odd minutes through the whole race so far.
Yeah, I did think their first stop was short. I'm not sure if they've calculated some kind of short, like to do the slash and dash first, or if there was a mistake or what have you. But yeah, because their pace was blistering to begin the race, so I don't think they had a full load of fuel. I did just want to answer below average Counter-Strike's player's question. Well, Matt has actually just answered it too, but in terms of when the next Academy Enduro is, it's not quite on the calendar just yet, but there is talk of doing another one, so keep your ears pricked for that.
Yeah, absolutely a great event. It was a great event to be a part of. It was great to, as a pro driver, to come in and to take a rookie and see them improve and give them tips. I think the person that I was driving with, I think he gained about 2 seconds over his, or 3 or 4 seconds over his lap compared to from when he started towards the end. So yeah, good to pass on some knowledge and great to have some more fun.
Yeah, and as an Academy driver, that race as well was really well run. Stewarding was really good. It's just even the process of simple things like driver swaps, which we would be absolutely clueless without it. Doing the stewards, because obviously you're not calling your name out, you're filling out a form. It's all very formal. But yeah, as an Academy driver as well, really well run, and definitely would be keen to do either a duo or an enduro in the future as well, because more driving is better.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like it's just such a different animal doing the endurance racing and even the duos race. I called it a mini enduro earlier because it's kind of just like a bit of a slice of the bigger pie. But yeah, it's a different beast to our regular sprint series.
Yeah, as you can see on the screen, if that graphic is showing correctly, the new ACC Academy series starting September the 23rd. So if you're a new driver, or you're just not 100% confident in joining the main league, which is sprints, don't be scared and hop into the Academy series, get your registration done, and everyone's very nice and welcoming, and they'll help you along with any issues you have. So yeah, if you're looking to get into sim racing at OOR, that is the #1 place I would recommend.
Yeah, absolutely best place to make your mistakes. I definitely made my few. I think I got 2 speeding in the pit lanes in my first Academy race. Good to get them out of the system before you join the big leagues.
Just looking into the race now, though, Vintana is getting pretty close here to JC in the skill issue GTR. Nathan Monk's a bit further down in that 153. The sister skill issue car in the pits for the time being. So they should have another pit stop to complete, but it should be relatively nip and tuck in terms of a full pit stop, not just a splash and dash. We'll see if Vintana can turn up the heat here on JC, get him squealing those rear tires just a little bit under the pressure.
How big is the fuel tank on the GTR here?
132 litres.
Right, so you get the big one, which is, yeah, I'm guessing you run that out all the way on your stints as well?
Yeah, so far we've been running it all the way through. It's giving us, depending on traffic and the pace of the driver, about 80 minutes for a stint. So
wow, that's
probably
good.
Definitely one of the longest stints I've had in any car.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just did an 80 or just over 80 in the Porsche, and it honestly felt like so good. Like, I was over an hour into the stint and the tyres still felt completely fine. I'm not sure if the GTR is quite like that to that level, but we might see some of the results of that here in this battle that's brewing between JC and Ben.
That Nissan has also been doing a little bit of a sort of sneaky comeback drive. I think they were down in 10th or 11th when I joined the stream. Comboy and Saxon Hayes as well before him, putting in a pretty good shift.
Yeah, they had a little incident coming into the final corner with a car that had kind of messed up Cheetah, and unfortunately they got collected as part of that. So yeah, they have been driving their way back, and I think with these sort of races as well, like, just putting in a clean, consistent stint makes up so much time. And I mean, I was really lucky for my stint that I just drove. I basically had no traffic throughout the whole thing. Like, I was pretty much just by myself, just lapping consistently, which is really good. Obviously opposed to when you get stuck in the massive train and you're constantly getting blue flags or having to yield position.
Yeah, it's definitely a nice track to be doing, I guess, hot laps. It's a really nice track to sort of get in the zone. Sector 2 I find can be a bit tricky, but I do actually quite enjoy this track just doing laps. Doing racing and trying to overtake is a bit of a different story though.
So, looking forward, I think we're gonna say goodbye to Liam Hamilton in a moment, but I do want to know what's on the cards for HPMT. I think, a bit wide there from Convoy, but you said you've got another pit stop to do. Is it going to line up nicely for you guys? What's the thoughts?
Yeah, so should be 2 stops to go still, and then I think it's going to be, from what I believe is going to happen, Name's going to double stint, and then Taufik will take the last. It's not really a splash and dash. We probably end up with a bit under an hour. I'd say 45-50 minutes in the final stint. So thankfully no fuel saving or anything we're going to have to do to make any magic windows. It looks like it should play out pretty nicely, and try and keep where we are and stay in the fight for P3.
Who do you think, are you trying to look forward and potentially look at P2, or are you more looking backwards at the moment?
It's not out of the question. We had a pretty good pit stop earlier when I got out of the car, and I think we gained 4 or 5 seconds on the number 8 through the pit stop phase, and just had a quick look back then, and I think we're now up to 10 or 15 seconds ahead of them and pulling away. So at the moment it's eyes forward. It's not likely, but who knows. I mean, I wouldn't wish it upon anyone, but there's still nearly 3 hours, just under 3 hours to go, and there may still be issues and that sort of thing. So eyes forward for now, and we'll see how far we can get.
Yeah, just as that timing board update, it is a smidge under 20 seconds, which, so obviously hard to do on track, but as you said, anything can happen. There's blue flags, there's this and that.
I do believe that they're on 3 track cuts, and a DT is about 20 seconds.
Yeah, so it would put you right in the fray with those guys. I think we have seen them go off once as well. They're very, obviously very talented, but no one is immune from mistakes. Not even Lucas Keys. We saw that mistake earlier, Lucas. So yeah, we'll see how the rest of it plays out. But thank you so much for joining us in the booth, Liam. Wishing you guys luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been good to be up here, and I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the race as well.
Thanks, Liam.
Cheers.
So yeah, Vinton just closing onto the back of that GTR, but I know as well as he does that once you get on the straight, the GTR is just gone. I mean, we were behind an Aston, which another Aston for the straight, and even that was leaving us in the dust in the Porsche. So for the GTR to be even faster, I mean, yeah, it's an absolute missile. So we're riding on board. Yeah,
come on, every car leaves the Porsche in the dust along the pit straight.
It's not too bad normally, because this corner, the final corner's quite traction based, and the Porsche is good at getting a decent drive out the corner. But yeah, once you get past 4th gear, yeah, unfortunately that is true. But as we see the GTR, yeah, just again stretching its leg, as Ben didn't quite have the exit he wanted, I don't think, and take that first corner nicely, get half the wheels over the curves, and follows into the next sort of few corners. hit this inside curb, but he's got a little bit of oversteer. Just sometimes the car gets unsettled there when you hit it. But here's the real corner where we see if the GTR can really turn. You see that, just how big that car is turning through the corner. It just almost looks comical. But yeah, Vintino just trying to close up to the back, and I think he's going to have to try get this move done. Maybe in a different place than the main straight, as the 695 of Bub now is also in the pit.
Yeah, they just finished up. Chris Taylor back in the car, piloting that Honda. They're having a relatively good race, 1 or 2 moments for them, but relatively tidy. They would be stopping again, I would be presuming. They alluded to earlier 7 stops. Whereas a lot of these other cars are only doing 6. But yeah, Vintino is going to be hard pressed to find a way around this very big GTR, especially with JC at the helm. But JC not shy at getting sideways here and there. So we'll see with a maintained presence of pressure if he can force JC's hand into some kind of mistake.
You're talking about the straight line speed as well. I mean, as a driver, I can speak for myself. Can be quite demoralizing at times when you kind of get quite close to the car ahead, and then, as you'll see now, they just start pulling away. Even with slipstream, it makes, you know, endurance racing is kind of a mental game as well as a physical one, because you have to find a way to do unorthodox overtakes. You're saying before you have to find another spot. My bet would be turn 10, that a big hairpin before the back straight. That would probably be the most opportune time, with just the lack of slipstream that you get with the Nissan compared to the Aston.
Yeah, I think either up at Lucop, which is turn 10 as you alluded to, or potentially at 13, if there's a slight mistake from JC. With how wide Crocodiles is, it does allow you some extra lines, and if you can force the issue, place your car just right, and allow yourself to have entitlement to the corner potentially. But we'll see how these guys play out. Vinton has been pretty good today, though this car has copped its share of penalties over the duration.
There's a little bit of rubber banding going on. I don't know if you guys can notice that, with that GTR just kind of pulling forward and then dropping backwards again. But yeah, like you said, Kyalami doesn't have that many pure overtaking opportunities. Like you said, at the top of the hill, turn 10 and possibly Crocodile, the only real corners you can make a move properly as Vinton decides to head into the pits. So there we go. Vinton is in. He's decided that being behind, he's either out of fuel or he's decided that he's losing more time behind that GTR than what he's prepared to. So he's going to sit it down on his mark, hopefully. Looks pretty good, I think. I don't see anything strange coming off that car. It didn't get moved or anything, so I think he's nailed that pit stop. And that also leaves the possibility of an undercut, which, although not very popular in ACC, it's still obviously a strategy that can be used, especially when the car you're kind of facing is on very old tyres. So we'll see if JC can maintain his position on the track once he comes around.
Just a bit of a refresher with where everyone is. We've got Brady Adderton comfortably in the lead in the 7777777 Porsche. That car, Josh Holmes in the 69 Ferrari, the Valkyrie Motorsports car, running a nice race in P2 as it stands. They are currently 55 seconds back from Brady right now. Admiral Name in the 124 HPNT car. We just had Liam Hamilton with us, who is also piloting this car. It's actually 17.7 seconds, so they've made a little bit of time up to P2 as it stands. Those guys are having a nice race. Looking down to P4, we have Nathan Henderson in the number 8 Aston Martin. 8 laps down. They're currently about 18 seconds off the back of Name 2. JC, who we've been watching closely for the last little bit in their 888 skill issue GTR, is also quite a bit further back from that top 4. They're about a minute and 20 all the way back. Pete Chalmers in the 91 Kovacs Racing red car. They are about 50 seconds off the back of JC. Ben Vinton has just handed it over to Phipps in the number 90 Aston Martin. We were watching for this battle. As you can see, they're a little bit closer to Pete Chalmers at 6 seconds. Yep, that is correct. With Chris Taylor actually in the shot there in the 695 Honda, the smokestack guys or the thunderstack guys, whatever they're calling themselves this time around. Only 1.3 off the back. John Hislop in the 161 Wall-E car. That is also only 10 seconds down the road from Chris Taylor. And Bartlett is rounding out our top 10, about 10 seconds back off Hislop in the Convicts and Colonials 676 Aston Martin. Seen a bit of action from this car today. They're having a relatively good run to get a little bit of a helping hand spun around earlier, but yeah, still maintaining a steady course.
Yeah, definitely. So currently in the lead for Silver is Chalmers, but I think he should be pitting within the next sort of half an hour, because when I was driving, he came out of the pits. So yeah, he's got his pit stop to go. Another one. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work for their strategy, because I believe they're also going long as many of the Porsches are. So Phipps possibly in the net lead at the moment for that 90 Aston Martin, as well as Struick leading the Pro-Am class as well, just a bit further down in P11, which is a good effort from him and his teammates to be almost in the top 10 in a very competitive grid. So yeah, well done to Struick. And then following down the rest of the grid, we have just the kind of handful of Silvers and Pro-Ams that you'd kind of expect to be on the bottom half of the grid, as Tony Arcade comes in for a pit stop right now. And yeah, for these guys in the last sort of 2.5 hours, once you start getting into this period, you just really want to make sure you're not making any silly mistakes. You've driven 6 and a bit hours. You just want to make sure that you're keeping it nice and clean, no penalties, no track limit no going too hard on the track limits, because you only have 4 technically, well 3 for the race, but yeah, you don't want to be getting any of them in the last sort of bit of the race, because that can really hurt your effort after driving all these hours without incident. And then yeah, getting one of those penalties is the worst feeling, as I can definitely attest to, and I'm sure those watching at home can probably have experience too, as we're seeing Scott Rochford. Is that Underwood that is in front of him?
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah, so Underwood is in front in the Honda, although yeah, Rochford is in that Kovac Racing blue Porsche. These guys are very close to each other though, and I'm not sure if Rochford, looking for a move up the top of the hill into turn 10, decides better of it for now, but they were quite close when the camera did cut to them at sunset, so I'm not sure if there's been an overtake there or if that's how it is. And they're also getting shown the blue flag to McDowell, I believe that is. I recognise that livery of that Porsche, possibly behind as Rochford takes opportunity of that Honda of Underwood getting a bad sort of run into Crocodile. I'm not exactly sure what happened, and Rochford's going to duck into the pit. So all that was, yeah.
Seriously, I'm writing down these people's names in my journal. I'm going to DM them and I'm going to just send them a frowny face.
Allergic to racing, apparently.
I guess we are about at that time for some pit stops. I'm confused. Isn't that not Thurcolini ahead of Rockford that we're seeing? But Thurcolini's in the pits. What car is that?
I think that's McDowell. And he's...
Yeah.
Yeah, so Rochford got given the blue flag. I do recognise that livery, and I'm
yeah, it's
sure
like...
It's McDowell, yeah.
Yeah, it's Porsche Guys 2, that's why. I was like, what?
Multiple Porsche guy teams, yeah, makes it a little bit confusing for us commentators. As hey, I can see our team on the leaderboard. Let's go. Ignore the fact that that's because we're looking at P15 and the leaderboard's scrolling down. But we are into P24. I will take that from. I think we were like a lap down on pretty much everyone. When it happened.
We have made up a little bit. Yeah.
We have made up some time. So I will take it, and we are hashtag not last.
Yeah, I will say. I don't know if you want to hear it. You are a minute 30 down from the next car.
That's easy work. I'm sure that's only one lap. I mean, all he has to do is upgrade his Porsche and give it a few hundred horsepower, and I'm sure it'll be able to catch the distance. Didn't F1 used to race here like a long time ago?
I think definitely through the 70s. I'm not sure when that ceased. There has been talk of getting F1 back here. I do think they're undergoing works to get it as a grade 1 circuit. So we'll see how that plays out. But yeah, there's battles in that sort of Senna and Prost sort of era. I'm not going to speak too much on it because I'm getting a bit out of my depth personally, but yeah.
I wonder if they'll keep that massive sausage at Cheetah, and like half the fun will be seeing like what driver hits it and gets flung off the track.
They would like get aerial, like really aerial though, in an F1 car. That would be scary as.
It'd be like a replay of the Monza F3 crash.
Yeah,
Alex Peroni.
Mark Webber and the CLK. Was that at the Nordschleife? Am I getting that right?
That was at Le Mans. That was like aero based. He didn't hit anything. That was just the car just decided to take off. But yeah, like if any of you people in the chat have seen the F1 movie, who might see anything reminiscent of the crash in that. And I have noticed the track has dropped by a massive 1 degree in the ambient, but the track temp has dropped by 3 degrees. So luckily I did put my tires up a few clicks for my teammate who's currently in the car. Because with all this cloud, it does actually affect the temperature. It has been fairly pretty like stable over the past few hours, but as it gets later and later in the day, the temperature should get colder. And I'm not sure what time the sun sets in South Africa, but I'm sure that'll play a part too.
Yeah, I imagine it. I'm hoping to see it drop. The temperature that is just a little bit, just to keep it pretty interesting here if it's not going to rain, because we do still have 2.5 hours of racing. It is 4:30, so it's going to be finishing at 7 o'clock if you've for you mathematicians out there, which I would imagine we're starting to get at least into dusk. I don't know, yeah, as you said, I'm not sure exactly what that looks like. Looking up and down the grid, yep, Chris Taylor relatively close to Phipps in the Sofa King slow. Aston Martin, we also have Parker is pretty close to the back of Scani. That one's probably a little bit hotter. With Sakanius just a little bit down the road in his classic teal McLaren. But for now, Scani gonna have to get the mirrors out and have a bit of a look behind him if Parker can keep up this pace.
Yeah, you see that the GTR just drifting through the chicane, just like on the slip angle coming through, because that's really the only way to turn it. You see that absolutely ridiculous camber on the front of that thing. It looks like it's straight out of Fast and Furious. But yeah, Scani, currently that is John Hislop in front of him. So I'm not sure if he's going to be catching him or if Hislop's going to be driving away, determining their position. But Parker definitely closing up and giving Scani a bit of extra company here. And maybe we're going to see a replay of the Vintana JC thing where the Athens just kind of stuck in limbo behind the GTR as Chris Cooley sets the fastest lap of the race. The first 40 lap of the race, that GTR goes a bit deep, quite close to the back of his lot. But yeah, Cooley in that Aston Martin is going to be absolutely ripping that thing for the last bit of his driver's stint that he's doing. So keep an eye on those guys. They are quite a bit far down the grid, but yeah, anyone who knows what Cooley does, he definitely a very quick driver. So that GTR getting a bounce on the exit of Sunset, but managing to just keep driving. The GTR quite good at absorbing all sorts of bumps and that sort of thing in curbs as we watch him come through the chicane now. Just, yeah, that thing, I mean, I have to admit, it does look pretty good coming through there.
I can't unsee the camber on the Nissan now. It is actually insane. It does look quite squirrely as well. I wonder if those tires are a bit old. I haven't really been keeping track of the pit stops either.
The GTR always looks squirrely. It's got like next to no air, so it's just always feels a little bit on the edge, but it's bloody good. It's bloody good. That's why there's a few of them here. It's just tricky at times. Matt just shouting out though that Cooley purple lap is with a pretty much a full tank of gas, 100 liters in the tank, and doing a purple lap or 140 in race. That is wild stuff from Cooley.
Yep, definitely going to be putting in a few more purples, I reckon, if that was his like first or second lap. But yeah, Scarney's still holding off Parker. Can't say that I've seen Parker much in OOR. He might be a bit of a new kid on the block, or maybe I'm just out of touch. But yeah, he's definitely putting the pressure on Scarney now, and as well, it is obviously important to note that Parker is a Pro-Am, so not quite the same class. But they're still fighting for position, it seems. Scarney doesn't want to give this one up super easy, so the Aston is probably going to have to get it done the hard way. But yeah, just able to close right up to that GTR, but not able to get anything properly done in the braking zones. Although if you can stay really close behind like he is now through the chicane, he might have a go at turn 10 coming up the hill, because the Aston is pretty good on the brake there. He's got a mega run now. I think Scarney is probably just going to let this one go. Considering his position a little bit deep from the Aston, Scarney tries to come back for a possible over and under, but just bumps into the back of the Aston, and they both continue on their way. And as well, I've just noticed P4, that number 8 Aston Martin Henderson has come in for their pit stop as well now, so Convoy possibly going to overtake them on track, although he is still yet to pit, as we saw with him and Vintner. So he's still out there. As Liam said, he does have a 132 litre tank, so that can get that GTR quite a long way. And the interesting thing to note is that it doesn't have that tank at every track, so there's a few tracks where it's a little bit stronger because of that.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like a form of bop that I only had a handful of tracks that gets that 132 litre tank, which does, I mean, it's a good car regardless, but it does make it a bit more enticing to take. So the GTR, we've watched a lot of GTR and Aston battles through various cars throughout this race, but yeah, they are kind of at their butting heads in terms of strategy, with I think the GTR able to do 6 stops, with the Aston probably doing 7. 7 stops, 8 stints. So we'll see as these guys keep going around. Cricky in the chat just saying though that his car, the 39 pixel car on screen, is due for a pit stop relatively soon. So as I think Noah pointing out, yes, those tyres are pretty cooked.
Yeah, we've seen with like those Aston and Nissan battles as well. Obviously they have the straight line speed, but in the Sector 2 when we were watching the Convoy battle as well, they just do struggle in Sector 2 because of that lack of aero and downforce. And I didn't pick it for this battle, but he did get it done at turn 10 at the big hairpin. It seems to be where the Aston is able to kind of get the move done, despite the fact that you do have such a long run into turn 1, and that Aston already has quite a large gap. That's going to be longer than a second already, just with the free air. And as you said before, with Cooley with the fastest lap on a full tank, it is very strong in the open air, it looks like.
Ooh, someone in the background looking like they're doing a bit of grass mowing in the shot. Not sure.
Mate, that grass on Cheetah, that grass at Cheetah is already well mown.
Yeah, I think I would be surprised if there's much left of that curb at Cheetah by the end of the race too.
I do rate having the drinking game every time commentator mentions the cheetah corner and how much of a challenge it is to take.
Yeah, we should organise a bingo card next time around, next outing. I think it's going to be at Silverstone. From what Luke was saying, I don't remember. Was it November 24th, Glenn? Was that our calendar? A bit wide there from Scani. Watch this. I'm gonna make a. We've got. Oh, look at that! It's the cheetah curb.
$10 to anyone who absolutely sends it over the curb.
Speaking of absolutely sends it, one of the Pidgey boys just absolutely mugging Scani.
That's Cooley.
At Luke Cobb there.
That's Chris Cooley. Yeah.
Did I say Pidgey boys or Madden boys?
You said Pidgey, but
yeah, it's the Pidgey boys and the Pidgey.
Technically.
I mean, Cooley has a lot of pace, so Scani probably not fighting that one too hard. Obviously not for position, the Pidgey car is a fair bit of the way down, but Cooley with some massive pace as it stands right now. Oh, look at that picture shot. A few people staying very, very clear of the cheetah curb.
Come on, someone just absolutely destroy it, please.
Come on. There we go. 69 getting pretty close.
I was expecting that Ford to just like smack straight into her, but they're also staying away from the curb. But yeah, the clean air for these drivers is a huge thing. Like clean air, as you were saying, is worth so much time, especially around this track. Is that Honda is pretty close there. I reckon he's been the closest so far. I think, is that Cook driving currently? I would expect nothing less. Or Chris Taylor, possibly.
I think that was the other Honda, wasn't it, of Godfrey?
Oh, maybe it was. I might need to squint a little bit more then.
It's hard to see, they're only in the shot for half a second. See a bit of a moment there for Scani. Another one, a premonition about that moment. A bit of lawn mowing at the exit of the S's there. This guy definitely right at the end of this tyre life. It doesn't really look like there's any grip to be found. Does have Sicanius now bearing down on him, so doesn't want to do too many more slides. But I actually will predict that potentially he could pull in this time, and I'm not going to tee up this battle. We'll see as they come through the crocodiles. God, these corner names, they get me. No, he didn't come in this time.
Interesting, he's staying out.
What can you do?
Considering he's clearly suffering from the forms of tyre wear. But we're seeing Chris Taylor here now on the back of Phipps. Taylor, a very seasoned driver here at OOR. Maybe hasn't been around quite so much in the Sprint Series recently, but he does show his hand in the endurance races in that Honda. As the only Honda we've seen as well was Godfrey. So not quite the car choice of everyone here, but they've made it work so far. I think I've seen them yellow flagged once, but I'm not sure what that was for as I was driving at the time. But yeah, he's definitely going to put some pressure on Phipps here because he's definitely got the pace to pull up onto the back of the Aston. However, I'm fairly sure the Honda is the slowest car in the game on the straights, especially considering you basically need to run high wing or else it's a death trap. So he's probably going to struggle to get the move done on the straight, but if he can stay close throughout the lap, which he probably will be able to, then he can look at getting the move at, like we said, turn 10 or into Crocodile.
Speaking of car choice, I'm disappointed with no Bentleys on display, with the possibility of rain as well. I mean, maybe not now, but very disappointed. I love the Boatley.
As someone driving it right now in sprints and who did a longer race last night in it for another league, I can say it's probably because the fuel maps do barely anything, or at least from my experience. It's very hard to run long because the fuel maps really don't make much of a difference as compared to something like the Porsche, which we're seeing quite a few of here. So yeah, no Bentley teams. Maybe for the next Enduro, I'll have to rope along some of my mates into driving it because it is fairly fun. As like you said as well, it's pretty good in the rain. So yeah, maybe next event.
To be fair, there was at least one last time at Zolder. I believe the Valkyrie guys were running a Bentley, no?
Yes, that's correct. Josh Holmes and those guys.
So Josh Holmes is a big champion, a big flag bearer of the Bentley. I think he quite likes that car. God, maybe I need to give it a whirl. Did you not like it in your stint last season?
You talking about me or Noah? Because wait, the season's ended, hasn't it?
Yeah,
my brain is still
for like 3 weeks.
My brain is still just absolute scrambled eggs. But no, it was pretty good. At Monza, it was like insane. I think Patrick Johnson won the split red race, and I probably could have won if I didn't get myself a silly penalty. But yeah, it was a bit bipolar. Sometimes it was really good, and then other times you really had to work it. But maybe not the best car for beginners. I would still advise a newer car like Aston, Ferrari, McLaren, Ford, even Porsche. But yeah, if you want to try something a bit different that's a bit more of a real driver's car, then yeah, 100% try out the Bentley.
Also on the wrong side of the car as well, which is also a nice added challenge.
Yes.
It's funny that you say
Oh wow.
Oh no!
Honda's been Honda'd. Honda has been Honda'd. I think he just hit the curb, and I think we'll get a replay for that. But yeah, I also, speaking of Hondas dying, I had Godfrey also have a Honda moment right in front of me at the final corner, just lazy sort of spin. So similar thing happening to Chris Taylor there. I think just over that turn one curb, it's just really unhappy for some reason.
Yeah, I think we saw that on stream actually. Godfrey's sort of turnaround at the last corner, but yeah, that's just one of those things that happens in Honda. Yeah, it's why people mildly avoid it. JC in the pits in this Gillisher car might be handing off to Jaden Rondanella, Luti, that we had in the booth a little bit earlier. If you're not familiar with his game, I'll see if he was going to close out for these last 2 stints or stint and a half kind of thing. They said they're going to have the splash and dash, which I think is going to be the case for a few cars here. But yeah, that's put a bit of a dent in this chasing Phipps for the Thunderstack guys. That car behind them, not in this fight. That's the Oz team car. They're a bit further back. We do get a replay here. So putting on the anchors at about 100, getting it turned in, and they just... I
think you braked a bit too late there actually, and just when you tried to turn in, the rear just came around. So yeah, not even curb induced, just simply turning. Simply turning is enough to spin you in the Honda, it seems.
It's one of those things, they make the car look really good and not difficult, but it's like probably off the brakes too quick or too much turning input while you're still braking, and it'll throw the end around. Some of these more difficult cars are a little bit like that, and they just really, really punish you for things that you can absolutely get away with in other cars. Like the GTR will do something like that to you, but it is such a lazy slide in the GTR that you can really just catch it. Whereas the Honda, it just comes all the way around.
Yeah, the Bentley's a bit like that too. Like I had to pretty much completely readjust my braking technique after driving the Ford, because the Bentley you really have to trail it off smoothly and carefully, whereas the Ford you can just basically smack the brake on 100% and instantly lift it off, and it just does not care. So yeah, all different driving styles and sort of techniques you have to adapt to each car. But we're looking back on board with Scani here, who's under threat from George Sicanius in that heel McLaren. Looking pretty good pace-wise. Old Georgie's fairly quick driver, so I'm sure he'll try to find his way past fairly quick. But as we've seen before, that GTR not easy to overtake.
No, again, it's going to be having to be done probably in either this corner here or sector 2, because the GTR are just impossible to overtake on a straight line. And the Skies, they still haven't pitted, haven't they? And they've been out there for a while, so I wonder why that is. Maybe they're trying to push to only do one more stop instead of two.
That would be my guess.
Yeah, just trying to save the pit stop, which in the long run, I guess, is worth it. But when you're in the car, it must be a little bit demoralizing when you're just trying to hang on for dear life, trying to not send the car in a loop, getting overtaken by a few people. And as you can see, the gap all of a sudden down the straight is enormous. And then all of a sudden, even with the not so good brakes on the McLaren, closes the gap right back up.
Yeah, I mean, for me in the Porsche, the tyre wear I noticed was mostly under braking. Like, the car just really didn't want to pull up as much as what it was on the fresh tyres, even though I had less fuel. But yeah, Scani, is that his rain light on? I think he's got his rain light on, which I'm not sure if that is exactly ideal during the day, but yeah, maybe that's his rain dance that we were talking about, you know, trying to summon the rain to come from the sky in this last sort of 2-hour 10, although I feel like the rain coming now would cause more chaos than actual advantage for a lot of these drivers.
Bring on the chaos. As a commentator, that's, I mean, it would be hard to, you know, follow everything along, but bring on the chaos. As viewers, it'd be great. As drivers and as spotters, it would be probably a nightmare, to be honest. But I was thinking as well with the rain light, maybe it's like a reverse, you know, flashing situation where you have the lights on in the background, having someone trying to follow, you can get a bit distracted, you know, like the laser sniper sort of thing.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, that GTR just spitting fire from both sides of the car through Cheetah, that is pretty cool. And we're going to see the real difference on the straight here. So Sakani's about 4/10 back. That GTR, that is a definitely wide on the exit. I'm not sure if that'll be a cut, but there he goes. See you later, son, he says, and just absolutely leaves that McLaren for dead.
It's so tough when the Nissan has such good acceleration and top speed, with the downforce being kind of its only Achilles heel, so to speak. It's pretty tough. I mean, the Aston was managing to do it, but with the lack of brakes on the McLaren, they're finding it a little bit hard, as you see the ebb and flow of the GT3 cars, as you were saying before. You know, you have the part of the tracks that are better than others. It's just about picking your spots. You really have to plan overtakes, almost laps in advance, really, and always also hope that the other driver makes a mistake when you want them to as well.
Yeah, like if I was George right now, I'd be thinking, all right, we're going to go turn 10 or Crocodile, because that is where I'm going to have the best shot here, as he takes a narrower line on the exit, tries to get a better drive, but again, once that GTR hits 4th gear, it's gone. So he's definitely going to have to work for this one, as that Nissan just blocking the inside, nowhere for Sakanias to really go, and especially into that corner at the top of the hill, turn 10, it's because it's blind and it's very difficult to see a braking marker on a good day. When you're racing right next to someone, it's basically all just feel and sort of guesstimating. So it's a very tricky corner to do a clean overtake at.
Yeah, definitely a racecrafter's overtake there, as it goes a little bit wide on, you guessed it, Cheetah. You could even, you know, talk about racecraft as well, it can even be as simple as maybe faking going into turn 10 on the inside, then trying to do a switch back. There are ways to do it, but it is really tricky when you have such a straight line disadvantage, as once again we see it on the main straight.
Yeah, I think in some ways the Ford kind of woke people up to how good having acceleration and speed is in a race sort of scenario, because it just makes it so difficult for anyone to get past. And I think people have kind of recognized that in the GTR, and now that's why it's being used quite a bit more than cars like the Ford, which now have the restrictor, which makes it not quite so you know, insane on the straights. But yeah, I mean, there is one Ford in this race driven by the Americans, as we see Craig Dale under attack from Isaac Price Davies, I believe, into turn 1. There we go, Price Davies getting the move done. Is there a possible counter attack from Dale? I don't think so. Price Davies just getting a nice clean drive out of the corner, and already pulling a little bit of a gap, so possibly on a different strategy, or just got a bit of a pace advantage over that McLaren right now. Yeah,
He's-
or third in the Pro-Am Championship as well. Or not championship, sorry, well, the race position for them as Josh Jurek is leading the Pro-Am field, way ahead in P10. Although I think those guys might have a pit soon as well, as Scarni is now into the pits, so he's finally done. As Dale is now having a look again at little bit of a love tap there, as it's just a bit of a miscalculation between the mid-corner speeds for both of those cars.
So it's just a bit of a bump draft, no harm, no foul.
Just a bit of a boost.
Yeah, well, it's funny. It actually did pelt him down the road a little bit. There's quite a bit of a gap now, but I don't know if Price Davies would appreciate the help there.
As we see lots of blue flags in the background, this is a pretty big train all filtering through now. This final sector, there's a decent handful of cars all behind this group. I believe that's possibly Sasha Death in the background in that green Ferrari. And Scarni's still in the pits, so we'll see where he comes out, as he should be exiting the pits. As there's Callum Gibbons in that number 39 GTR as those guys leave the pits now. We're looking at Austin McNeil, who is getting blue flag, I believe, or he's causing the blue flag for the cars up ahead, particularly that Aston Martin, I suspect. Unless...
Nah, I think that's Thurcolini just jumping out of the way. So, because Gobe up the road a bit, McNeil a lap down from Tim Gobe, even though he's got quite the pace. This guy's having a bit of a rough go starting the race with that forward place grid penalty for an infringement in qualifying. I don't think this is where they'd want to be. Also in that recovery drive, like the skill issue Aston in front of them, but yeah, just not quite making quite as much headway thus far.
Yeah, definitely, as they're trying to look for a way past Gobe, who I think probably might just realise that it's not worth battling too hard, as McNeil's just come out of the pit, so he's going to have pretty much brand new tyres on that car, although I'm not sure what the current stint sort of time on Gobe's car is. And I also just noticed the Lucas Keys Brady Addison car in the background. That is, another victim of cheetah. I didn't quite see did he hit the curb on the inside?
Yeah, he definitely got a big chunk of it.
Yeah, Ferrari not a happy car over those curbs, so that's going to hurt the Arthurs. He's currently chasing after, or he's possibly in a battle for position with Goeb in front, I think. So yeah, it was a little mistake as well there. So doesn't want to be making too much mistake here. Trying to get past Gobby in front.
More blue flag action as you do see the Rotuma spin car. They are a little bit further down the road, so getting nicely out of the way there. Maybe even too nice. No, Damiano also ahead of them, so just letting just about everyone go by. I think even Viney got the free with the wave through. So very, very generous blue flag maneuver from the Rotuma spin guys. Austin Neal still. There's a lot of curb. It's way too much inside curb. He's not paid the price for it though. Aston just able to take it in stride, but is bringing. Well, it's bringing Darth into the fight, but Darth technically actually a bit further up the road than these guys. As we get towards the twilight of this race, you really do. You see all these different storylines come together and come apart as people are on different laps. We do actually see, like, speaking of, our leaders are just approaching this group of cars. Do have Brady Adderton at the helm right now. If you are interested, I think there's only potentially 4 cars still on the lead lap right now. Back to Hayes, I think, is a lap at least down. Yeah, it would be 1 lap down. 2 laps is just because they haven't passed the timing tower yet. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, 239 laps completed so far in this race, so a decent amount still to go, but yeah, that is a pretty big chunk.
There is no one else in the lead lap. Brady Adderton is a full lap ahead of the 69 car.
Yeah, wow. Those guys just... Yeah, those guys just absolutely putting the hammer down. Just left everyone else in the dust so far.
Yeah, so you've got the the next two guys are on the next lap, and then you've got a gaggle of cars 2 laps behind that from Saxon Hayes. So yeah, very, very dominant performance for these guys. Just really barely putting a foot wrong. We criticised Keys' pit entry that time, but that was kind of just to poke fun at a guy that never seems to put a foot wrong. Anywhere really, unless he's just having fun.
I didn't see it, so it never happened. Something to keep in mind as well. Name only now 12 seconds behind Connor Hind. Before, I think around half an hour ago, he was 18 seconds, so definitely putting the foot down, and definitely, look, 2 hours and 8 minutes left to go. There's definitely a good chance that there should be a battle for P2. Definitely be interesting to watch that in the long run.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, with my expert analysis, I did point to that as Hamilton was leaving the booth. If they were looking forward, he said yes, and as really good picking up there. They are dropping that gap, so that's one to keep a little bit of an eye on here. So you see Viney just getting well out of the way there for our P1 car. Do you get that kind of clout in P1 when you're a lap ahead of everyone and you're really ridiculous bright green car?
I have also noticed that Saxon Hayes is in front of Pip, so even after that pit stop and running very long for JC, the number 90 car did not undercut the GTR, so and there's a fairly decent gap between them as well, of about 10 seconds, so the undercut strategy not working particularly well for that number 90 Aston Martin. To possibly traffic or some other circumstance that have left them a bit further back. As Brady Addison clobbers the curbs, then the chicane. I do try that as well in the Porsche a few times, but it is a little bit risky. As George Takani's 10-second penalty for causing a collision on lap 233. I'm not sure if we saw that one, did we?
I don't recall such a incident for that Teal McLaren. Don't worry, everybody. Glenn is on the case.
Yeah, Detective Glenn is looking for the. Yeah, he's getting his microscope out.
One arm with camera 1, one arm doing camera 2. I don't know how he does it. Something also, Saxon Hayes back in the car when I thought Loopty was going to go back in. Maybe he's going to do a double stint at the end.
Because there's going to be, because they didn't pit too long ago, maybe like 20 minutes ago. They should only be stopping once more, hopefully. Which means that Loopty has been put on ice for the time being. They're going to thaw him out for the last hour and a bit. We'll see. Maybe my analysis isn't bulletproof this time around. He might let us know in the chat what they've got going on. Matt Powell also just shouting out, that was the first penalty we've had on track for 90 minutes. So it's gotten quite clean.
Come on, guys. Make it a bit more interesting.
No, I mean, to be fair, a lot of these cars are starting to get pretty spread out as we do sort of come to the latter third of the race. Hey, that's not Lucas Keys, so it doesn't matter. Bray's dipping a bit of a wheel into the grass there. Ooh, a bit of a slide too.
Very squirrely.
But yeah, so everyone a bit well behaved. So we do get this replay now of the incident with Sicanius. So we do have Scani up ahead coming into Crocodiles. He sent it down the inside. This is looking pretty aggressive.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hip and shoulder, as Glenn's just said. I don't think it was on purpose, but obviously that doesn't really matter. You still need to try and pull the car up.
No, I think the Macca's brakes are just a bit crap. It's probably just a little bit, I don't know, just getting a bit of a head of steam there.
It is quite a hard corner to judge. Using the GTR as a handbrake, as Glenn said, hip and shoulder.
Yeah, it happens. Honestly, that corner as well, because it's so wide, I feel like I miss the braking marker here and there. Not as much as Luca, but I don't know, it didn't get addressed whatsoever, but in the GT4 race that we had here, there was a shot as most of the field was coming through Crocodile, and you see me in the background act like just straight on, like straight through, like not even coming close to braking in time. It's very comedic.
I remember watching that in front of me and going, oh, I don't know where she's going.
The wall. Well. I miss that. Gonna miss the GT4 series. It's losing its spot to LMU, which is fair enough. It's really good fun racing those GT4s, though, I will say.
I can vouch for LMU. LMU is going to be good fun. Maybe not for spectating yet. They're still trying to iron out the look of it, especially because all the servers are in EU. But the racing's definitely good fun. Talk about traffic. It's one thing to manage there, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's we'll see how this future of motorsport sim racing plays out. I know, we're always keeping an eye on how things are going. For me personally, as someone who's not that fatigued on ACC, it's not, my heart's not in it for LMU just yet. Just the car behavior is just not, I don't know. I don't know if it's more realistic because I've never driven a racing car. I'm not even going to claim to know what it should be like, but I like it more in ACC. I also think the game looks better. So for now, I'll be here.
Yep, and as I've looked up, our car is back on the screen. One of the few times it's appeared today, but this is a battle for, I guess, P24 between Blake, who's my teammate, and the horse behind of Tio. I think that's how you say it. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, heading through Sunset now and into this sort of more technical mid-sector as well. And they've got the GTR of, is that Gibbons behind, who has been blue flagged for a while, so possibly not going to be too happy about this.
No, I wouldn't imagine so. They're going to need to get out of the way relatively soon. I do think this car has had 1 or 2 penalties for blue flagging. Someone, team rep, please shout out if I'm wrong. But yeah, going to need to get out of the way sooner or later. But yeah, guys, do you guys just get past Teo?
I'm not sure. No, I think we've had P24 for a little bit now. So maybe pit strategies just put him kind of behind us. Maybe. I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, either way, he's there now. So Blake will defend the position, I think, if it comes down to it. But yeah, as Gibbo is flashing Tio, which should be a good indication that he needs to let that GTR have the position. So I think Gibbo's going to try. This is not looking good.
Naughty.
Yeah, it's been quite a while, almost pretty much a full lap, that Tio has been in front and blue flagged. So I would hazard a guess to say that he's definitely going to be getting a penalty from this, as many of you would know watching along that you need to give up the position.
I'm going to put you on the spot. What's the Octane rules for how long you're allowed to keep doing it for?
Well, there's partly driver's own assessment of it, in that you might not get reported by some people, but you might also by others. So there we go, drive through for ignoring blue flags. So that's a pretty harsh penalty. That's a pretty harsh penalty, but in fairness, he has had quite a lot of warning, and he's still not getting out of the way. So yeah, I definitely understand the steward's frustration at this point, and Gibbons' frustration. Yeah, and the next thing is a possible DQ for just straight up ignoring the rules. So the rules do say that when you're within 1 second of a faster car behind, you have, I think it's 3 or so corners if they keep closing up, 3-4 corners if they're closing up, and then you need to give the position away to that car behind you.
Was it 3 corners? I thought it was 3 marshals posts.
I mean, yeah, I don't think many people are counting the exact number of marshal posts that they're crossing, because that varies quite a bit by track.
You underestimate me. Because I will look, as I've gotten a little bit better, I want to lose the absolute minimal amount of time. So if it's, I hope it's 3 marshals posts, because that's what I've been going to. I haven't got pulled up for it yet, though.
I do know there's also a bit of leeway from the stewards depending on where you are in the track. Like, for example, at Bathurst and Skyline, you have a little bit more leeway to not give the position if it's not safe to do so. I know in the ACC Enduros as well, the cops section, stewards were happy for us to wait until the long, I guess, front straight. So you do have a bit of leeway at least, but a full lap is definitely more than enough.
Yeah, you taking the P, if you will. You do see your team car getting out of the way pretty, relatively.
I've taught them well. I've taught them well. I'll take responsibility for that one, thanks. But yeah, no, Blake getting out the way for the GTR, and we see that 888 GTR in the background as well, getting out the way for the 124, I believe it is. So 2 GTRs are quite close to each other. Actually, there's 3 within about 3 seconds of each other, so they've all congregated on this one part of the track to celebrate their existence, I guess. But yeah, and Blake now jumps into the pits as well as Theo. So this is just, I think you're going to have to start sending the messages, like you said.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, to be fair to Theo, they are just serving a drive-through rather than pitting. So it does make it a little bit moot, but it is still quite comedic.
Brady in the pits too, I've just noticed. So P1 also pitting. They've completed their stop, I assume. Yeah, so they're probably doing what's similar to us, where they've run 80 minutes since the whole race, and then their final stint will be like more of a splash and dash kind of stop. So they'll be doing about 30 to 40 minutes on that final tank of fuel.
Do you see Pat Johnston taking the wheel of that P1 777 car for the time being? So we'll see who rounds out that final stint, if Pat is going to do both, or if we might see Lucas Keys again. Do you see Tim Gobe getting very, very nicely out of the way for Connor Hind, I believe that was. But right now, just riding along with Michael Babb in the very wholesome, woolly, liveried Bin Chicken Racing Porsche. These guys are having a pretty nice race, I'd say. It's been quiet on their end for the most part, which is generally a good sign. Keeping their nose out of trouble.
Yeah, early in the race as well, he's doing some actually pretty good defending as well, which, quiet race is usually a good race, especially in Enduros.
Just getting a bit of clarification on that blue flag penalty that we did have. As I sort of alluded to, and it was confirmed, that car did have a previous penalty for ignoring blue flags, and they do start to compound when you get on the bad side of the stewards for that multiple times. So yeah, just the severity of that one getting ramped up a little bit, as Glenn just giving us a nice little picture-in-picture of the Wally car. It's very, very cute. Good movie. Enjoyed that.
Yeah, I guess it's one of those movies that's probably remembered by everyone that saw it as a child in the proper heyday of Disney. As we see Wally with the compacted trash in his hands on the top of that car. Now, I'm not sure if it's a reference to anything specifically within this car, or if it's just they wanted to make a Wally car. I don't know if you guys know.
I can't say I'm in the loop.
What was the question? Is this a reference to something?
Yeah, like, is this like an inside joke about something? Because generally a lot of their cars have these sort of references on them, so
Yeah, I know what you mean. It wouldn't surprise me if there's like 2 levels of irony that I'm not quite across, particularly with Bab, but that it's a nice, awesome car, you know?
Sakanias with that 10-second penalty, which he will serve during his pit stop, which will put him down right in front of McNeil, who's currently 12 seconds behind him. So possibly going to lose a position over that incident, which is definitely not ideal. And coming into the final stint of the race, you really don't want to be serving any penalties on this final stop, because then you'll be right in the clutches of someone towards the end, which is when there's the most pressure, obviously, once you've been driving for as long as these drivers have, as we see the Aston Martin of, I'm not sure if Bryce Davies is still in that car, but his car that he's in, moving out the way for the cars in front that are a little bit higher up. So I'm wondering if a lot of these cars are going to try run out the hour to about the 1 hour mark, or if they're like some of the other teams which are going to pit in the next sort of 20 to 30 minutes.
As someone who is participating in the race, Aiden, I am curious with you, if you're spotting, are you making pit stop judgments based on traffic at all? Like, are you making any other decisions other than fuel, or is it mainly just fuel and tire wear?
Well, the main thing is you can control fuel and tire wear, whereas you can't really control traffic. Like, we did pit at an opportune time for me so that I wouldn't be in traffic, but as we see the Bartlett Aston just go for a move on Chris Taylor in that Honda, who has been running for quite a while now. But yeah, back to what I was saying, the main issue with traffic is, yeah, you can't really change it. So you know, once if there's traffic in your pit stop vicinity, if you do have someone with an app like ACC Drive, it will tell you where you're going to come out of the pits. But at some points you don't really have much of a choice. You just kind of have to go along with it, and that's how it goes. But for some of these teams, they will be making decisions. I think we've seen a few cars pull into the pits and try not to take the battles, and I'm going to guess that's to save themselves time. So yeah, definitely a few teams making that call to maybe pit at a less opportune time in terms of fuel, but that hopefully will make up time for them over the course of the race. Glenn joking that their pitting deciding is actually when they're on the camera, so that's why we've had so many instances of watching cars close and then just one or two of them both ducking into the pits quite a few times.
Definitely would agree, 100%. I think though as well, Kyalami, a lap around here is only 1:40 and change. If you look at the track map, like there's not that much space to find yourself in. Obviously it does ebb and flow a bit, but yeah, you're probably not too focused on like finding a gap, especially when, you know, there's at least 6 pit stops happening. So you just kind of do what you can. And, you know, I think unless you've got your fuel like really, really nailed down, like you're trying to just extend the fuel tank as far as it goes, essentially, really.
Yeah, 100%. Like for this stint as well, even though they could theoretically run more half and half stint for these last 2 sort of stints for the Porsche guys, especially, including Patrick and the top teams, they're still going to choose to fully fill up the car and run out the whole stint. So yeah, that's more the strategy as you get towards the end of the race. Also, that purple diffuser is just absolutely horrible. I hope I get that one out there.
You know what, as well? I think he's done this on purpose. The purple doesn't even match the purple on the wheels.
Yep. Yeah, but I think that's definitely on purpose. if Lucas was to make a livery, this is exactly what I'd expect. So
yeah, this is the standard fair Lucas Skis kind of livery.
Just some absolute just trolling on the decals as well, like just completely, just not even racing based theme or anything. It's just looks like Shrek if it was
tomfoolery and shenanigans. It's so funny having the smokestack Honda right behind it, which is based off a proper F1 livery, looks very formal, and then you just have this Pepe frog on the side of this bright green Porsche.
Love this car. This is, I mean, it's based on Rexy, right?
Yeah, our name for it is actually Barney, so like Barney the dinosaur. There's obviously purple, so yeah, this is the Barney car.
Surely Barney is too old for you, Aiden.
Yeah, it is. The only reason I know about it is because my teammates told me about it. But yeah, that's what this car is based off. As Star jumps into the pits as well, but yeah, based off Rexy. Obviously, those who watch, I believe it's Star is the main championship that Rexy competes in. So the green Porsche in America. It's quite famous, as we do see the USA Mobile behind the Porsche. They just need a few more bald eagles and hamburgers on the side of that car, and it will be completely realistic, I guess. There's that bald eagle on the side, but
I can hear the freedom.
Car. This car definitely knows what it's doing as well with this livery.
I still maintain, Dave pointed it out, there is definitely too many stars on the front of that car, and I don't think that's a regulation amount of stripes either. Just gonna say it, I'm putting it out there.
I was gonna say all they need is like a minigun on the top or something, so they can shoot all their opponents out the way. Like something out of a Mission Impossible movie.
I think, is this John's first enduro race?
I'm not sure. He might have done the previous one at Zolder, I think, but definitely one of his first, and I think his first in the Mustang. As Bartlett, the other American car, has now gone into the pits again. So they're doing a very short stint, it seems, compared to everyone else. Seems like they're always in the pit. So they're after not running as long than wide.
It does strike me as a little bit odd to see these guys in here again. I do feel like we only saw them in here maybe 20-30 minutes ago. So maybe an issue, we'll see. Glenn just pointing out as well, it's quite late in the old United States of America. Oh no, we just
that's pretty normal.
We just swapped cameras. I thought they just left. No, it's like they were doing so good.
It's a common thing. It's a common thing when someone does a driver change or whatever, or does a pit stop, you just get randomly flicked to a GTR on the track, and only a GTR. It doesn't happen with any other car. So the same thing was happening to us when we were spectating our teammate. Whenever the car drops off the jacks, you just immediately get teleported to watching random GTR.
Very fair. It's a beautiful car to look at. Yeah, feature not a bug. Tim Gobe in the 153 skill issue. Aston Martin also in the pits. Those guys doing relatively well. Not the result they probably are looking for. Looking a bit further up the grid, that the battle to watch between Hind and Name has not really come to fruition. Name not actually able to claw back any of that time, or claw more any of that time. Still about 13 seconds right now. Henderson, though, they're not having to look back whatsoever. Henderson is about 30 seconds at least off the back of Name, so it's still one to look out for as this battle rages on, as this race finds itself towards the final stages. But yeah, for in at least checking in at this point, the gap maintains. It's a pretty big spread right now. There's not too many battles to look at. Just jumping on with Pete Viney. He's got, I think that's Matt
There's
Shine.
the Oz Team Ferrari behind it. Yeah, that's Shiny in the ATR gold and green Ferrari, I believe. Yeah, their race hasn't exactly gone to plan, kind of like ours either. But I'm not sure if Shiny's driven yet, because I know he was busy earlier in the day and couldn't drive, but he's in the car now. He's quite experienced in that Ferrari. I did a duo season with him a few months back, so he definitely knows what he's doing. And although I think they are the last car in the order, he's still got some pace on him. Shiny, so he can definitely make his way past some of these cars if he gets the move done. But the difficult part about being towards the back of the field is all your overtakes are technically kind of unlapping yourself, so it's doing kind of the opposite of what you're supposed to do in a blue flag situation. But if you have the pace to do it, you are allowed to overtake the car in front of you, so long as you can pull a fairly decent gap over the next few laps.
I will say they are at least on the same lap as Gormley. They are about 40 seconds shy though. Yes, we do jump over to Gormley now. He's heading into T1. So there's a lot of time to make up. I'm not sure we'll see that happen. Just jumping on board, showing a little bit of love to some of our back markers. David Marshy filling in on the 333 KM Motorsport car. I know Marshy was going to be running with Nick Brown, I believe. I think Nick just getting falling ill potentially, question mark. We might. So unfortunately not able to race this one. But yeah, these guys, it's a bit of a steady race, but I think they've had a few small incidents here and there. It's not quite shaken out the way that they would have wanted. Good point, they are winning the amateur class though. Are they the only amateur car though? Glenn, have you thrown me for a loop? Alright, come on Glenn. Scotty Rockford's...
He's not wrong.
That's fair. That's so fair. I feel the same. No, on Scott Rockford's very handy live timing. I think something's glitched mildly because it is showing most of the cars as either pro or am. So I wasn't 100% sure. If I looked back at the our live screen, I was like, "There's not a lot of other red squares there apart from next to Saganius." So I'm surprised. So I feel like these guys could be pro am. Well, they're pretty quick on their own right.
No, they wanted the glory of, yeah, they wanted to take the win in AM. Fair enough. I would probably do the same. But yeah, coming into 1 hour 40 left of the race, so we have completed 7 hours and 20 minutes, going from this morning to now. As we come through, what's the time now? So yeah, it's about 5:30 if you live in the Eastern States, and for me it's about 3:30. But the sun should start to dip in the later stages of this race. I don't think it's going to quite get dark, but you can see a lot of drivers already have their headlights on, and they are making a bit of a difference. You can see the track is being mildly illuminated, especially from that porch. I don't know what they put in the light bulbs of that thing, but it seems a lot brighter than the other cars. But yeah, so we look at Neil Wood in the 959 Routemar spin car. Actually, that doesn't make sense. Isn't there like isn't Routemar like amateur backwards and they're not even in AM?
Yeah.
They need to change it to whatever Pro-Am spin is backwards. I can't think of it in my head right now, but...
Routemar or?
Yeah, or wouldn't it be Orp spin?
Well, they're still Pro-Am. So, or is it, like, do you want it to be Ma-Orp spin?
Yeah, well, that would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but the Rotuma part actually rolls off the tongue. Ma-Orp sounds fucking stupid. Okay, Glenn, beat that one in post, please. But on the topic of weather, it has picked up. The wind speed has doubled to 2 kilometers an hour.
This is truly going to change. This is going to change the outcome of the race.
Yeah, it's literally, nothing will ever be the same.
Can you do the /rain command, Glenn, in the server?
Probably rain in the practice session. It has gotten a bit cooler though on the track. We've dropped about 3 degrees since last time we checked in, which was probably about an hour ago now. So it is a factor. The ambient there has stayed relatively steady. Do see a bit of a gaggle of cars here. Just jumping on board with Cooley and the Pidgey Racing team. We'll hear from Matt Madden in not too long. He's running alongside Chris Cooley, sorry if you're not familiar, but this gaggle of cars, who have we got in here? We've got the Kovacs blue car, I believe that's Price Davies.
So the 400 Porsche as well, so Joe Spenceley just in front.
Yeah, yeah. So a bit of a, real gaggle here. We'll see who gets out of the way. A bit scrappy there. Price Davies actually, not actually necessarily needing to get out of the way, but Cooley obviously kind of bringing up the rear with insane speed right now. Back marker, to say the least.
That Astons have been insanely quick on this track. With the GTRs as well. They're definitely the 2 strongest cars. Obviously we have some Porsches as well up in the top 10, but yeah, the Astons have been kind of roaring pretty much throughout the field.
I will say, actually, we just, Price Davies just lost that spot to Viney there through that sort of blue flag shenanigan.
Yeah, right. I do believe in terms of BOP, the Aston is the strongest car here since the Ford got its restrictor. Or in terms of like weight added, the Aston has the most weight here.
Yeah, I think we alluded to it a bit earlier, but a lot of people saying it's a very, very handy piece of equipment here. As we do just get a little bit of a bop check. Porsche +3, Nissan with -11, and Advantage with +16. So yeah, that does hint that to its ability. Who else we got? We've got what's that Mac?
Honda with -15, Macca with +12.
Interestingly, I do have as well Porsche +3. Yeah.
And the Ferrari with 0. So Ferrari's just completely balanced, I think, according to the game at least.
JC just pointing out in a previous intro, it was cloudy all day long and then rained for the last 40 minutes. We can hope. Drink that copium, JC.
We shall dance as hard as we can to make it rain.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I think someone mentioned that, like, in a more recent update in ACC, the weather's just not quite the same as it used to be. My personal thing is it seems like it's on a bit of a 2-hour loop, and that's why we've seen like a Bathurst and Zolder, it sort of would get vaguely dry and then just rain again, and then get vaguely dry and just rain again. That's my 2 cents personally, but I don't sit around and just loop weather in ACC to see what it does in my spare time, believe it or not.
I think a lot of people, Glenn's saying he does, but I think a lot of people have PTSD after the last few endurances being dry, wet for, 9-12 hours straight. So I think for quite a few of these drivers, having just a nice, easy, dry race is, they'll enjoy this with no tricks unless we do get some weather towards the end.
Yeah, I think, you know, a lot of these guys probably won't be complaining too much. I think for me in the booth with not much stake in this, I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of rain to end the race to spice things up just a little bit.
Bring on the chaos. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Bring on the chaos.
Yeah, except then if there's going to be a safety car, we need a big enough crash to justify it, which it can be done, but I think the drivers at this point with 1.5 hours left are probably going to be taking things a bit more carefully. Like Matt said in the chat, that penalty was the first penalty for Sicanius that happened about an hour ago now, probably. It was the first penalty in 90 minutes for the stewards, so everyone keeping their noses fairly clean out there.
We need a Michael Massey intervention, surely.
What?
I think he works with Motorsport Australia, does he not? Like, I swear I've seen Michael Massey around, like, at certain things.
I know he was stewarding some V8s not too long ago.
Yeah, I think he was at, like, Supercars or something, or doing something along those lines, so our Lord and Saviour has not left us completely.
Michael Massey, if you're watching, I'm sure there's a stewarding gig waiting for you at Octane, if you so wished.
I'm so out of the loop, to be honest with you.
You surely know about the Michael Massey story though, right?
No, I don't know if it's come across, but I actually only got into motorsport I don't know, 2 years ago, kind of thing. I've always been a bit of a petrol head in some capacity, but yeah, there's a few things that I'm not, don't know all the history.
All right. Well, once this race is done, you definitely need to get educated on the cinema that was the 2021 F1 season. So I'm sure there's a YouTube video out there that talks about it completely as Viney just gets the left side of the car off the track on that grass. Even more mowing. I'm surprised there's grass still there, honestly, after today. I think it would all be dead. But no, it's still there, ready to catch anyone out that's not quite paying attention.
What are the bison gonna eat if there's no grass at the exit of Cheetah? These guys need to be considerate of the local flora and fauna.
Cars always being famously environmentally friendly.
Oh, absolutely. Do you see Kane Phipps in the Sofa King Slow number 90 Aston in the pits? I think feels a little bit off sequence, so they're probably going to have to stop again. Chris Taylor also in the pits in that 695 Honda, the Thunderstack guys. I don't think that's particularly surprising. We do know that this car is a little bit fuel hungry, a bit of a thirsty one. But I think we won't see too many more cars in here until closer to the hour.
Yeah, if their strategy's gone well, then yes, that is the case. There's Austin McNeil also in the pit, although I don't think we can see him from... Oh. Okay, interesting. I think there's some strange internet things happening for some of these cars. You see that Honda as well, kind of glitching in and out. But yeah, McNeil in for his pit stop, and Cooley as well is also in the pit. I'm not sure exactly where he is. So actually quite a few of these cars, seems to be a few of the Astons pitting at this 1 hour 30 mark.
Yeah, interesting as well. And the Honda kind of on that same sort of trajectory. Chris Taylor just chiming in the chat, had to save fuel an extra 4 laps, so had to fuel in that stint for Brad's driving time. So that's a little bit spicy. As you see Cooley peel out of the pits, does appear to still be coolly behind the wheel. So we'll see if he's going to finish at this race, or we do know, unless there's going to be some major fuel saving, they are going to do one more stop. Has come out straight in front of our leaders though, so I know Chris is very fast, but he is going to have to give way to Johnson.
I don't know. I think knowing
is he betting?
I think they're probably in communication anyway. Knowing those guys, so I think they're just gonna let Chris go, because there's no point in forcing Chris to get behind the Porsche and then Chris immediately trying to overtake them again, because he probably can.
Fair. I mean, if he's got new boots on as well, he's probably feeling pretty good, feeling pretty fly. If you look up the grid a bit, we do see Bab and Carpenter actually very close together as well, with the 6th place car, who eludes me at this moment. It is Stefano Rasciuti in the Sofa King slow car. So this is one that's heated up with some of these pit stops. Pete Chalmers as well in the back there, that's still positioned. He is 3.7 down the road, but it's well within striking distance if these guys start squabbling very, very hard, which does look like Carpenter is going to put his nose in Michael Babb's business in a moment's time.
No, Bab has been defending very well all race, so even if he does get putting a nose in, I don't expect him to let him go very easily.
No,
yeah, although if he is running map 2 or map 4 Porsche, from my experience, that Aston will absolutely eat him alive on the straight. So you have to be careful here, especially if that Aston is running all lower wing settings. So we'll have to wait for the straight and see what that sort of gap is, because Bab is running map 4, which is a lower fuel usage map and does hamper your straight line speed quite a bit. Another thing is possibly Bab is on a different strategy, or probably he definitely is actually, considering the time left in the race. He's probably going to drive for another 10 minutes or so, and then he's going to hand the car over for the final stint, or he's going to drive the final stint himself. Obviously, I don't know if he'll have the leg to attack Rasciuti, as he does go wide at turn 1, so possibly suffering from some tyre wear after being out for quite a while.
We do have a yellow flag. It looks like
he's wide on the grass, very on the grass.
Yellow flag in the pit lane, the number 400, I think that's Spenceley, just having potentially, so not in the pit lane, but that is a flappy bonnet. Damiano, it's not Damiano, it's not quite chicken size, but who might breathe a sigh of relief, I guess, but it does look drumstick size potentially. So maybe a bit of a lazy spin around the final corner, if I had to hazard a guess, and into the wall potentially. For the 400 Porsche guys at number 2. Do you see, I think that is the number 8 car in the pits currently. Yes, it is Henderson in the pits, just a bit after the rest of the Aston brethren. So still another stop yet for them, I would say, as well. Carpenter, though, has been able to put a little bit of a gap between himself and Bab for the time being. I think Bab probably at the end of that stint, Carpenter probably on something a little bit fresher. Chalmers, though, actually, I think Chalmers might have had some kind of moment, because he's gone a fair bit further back than when first reported.
Looks like we're gonna soon get a replay of the spin as we come up to it now. Here we go. Let's see what happens. I think you were right, Blake. Going to Cheetah, goes a little bit wide, hangs on, comes to the final turn, and just drops it on the exit. There you go.
Well, that's kind of strange. especially driving the Porsche myself for an extended period of time. Can anyone spy what TC is on? Because I was not having any issues through that final corner in terms of traction. So
yeah, I don't know. It seemed weird.
Interesting.
Because it felt like he was like through the corner. You know what I mean? Like I didn't.
Yeah, it was very late that it broke away from him. So
yeah, I wasn't paying attention to his accelerator and brake inputs. I do wonder if he got lift off or oversteer trying to not get track limits or something.
Yeah, but unfortunately it's cost expensive for the time being. Going to be running with damage for foreseeable future. I don't know if they're going to be pitting. They probably are pitting relatively soon though, so they may opt to. I mean, I guess it becomes more difficult when there's less race left. If you're not feeling like it's hampering you too much. Through your guys' stints, have you guys had a favorite driver that you've been watching? As in, sorry, your stint in the comm booth. I know that you have been actually driving in this race, Aiden.
Yeah, that's a good one. Definitely one of the cars up the front. Maybe the AAA car. Just all 3 drivers. They did have an accident at the start, so they have kind of bounced back from that. So yeah, they would probably be my pick, as well as car 8 for doing what could be considered definitely an alternate strategy. We'll see where they actually finish, but in terms of doing something different, yeah, so car 8 and 888 are my picks.
Yeah, solid picks. Noah?
Stole my answer. I was going to say the 888 Nissan as well. I was watching the stream before as well, and as I said, they were down sort of in the bottom of the top 10, and the drives from both Hayes and JC have put them in a really solid spot. They had a little bit of a battle early on, but now with a bit of free air, have kind of just managed to keep all 4 tires on the tarmac and have just managed to stay within that top 5, and looks like they don't have any threats on either end as well, so it's just about keeping the car in a straight line pointing forward for the rest of the race.
Yeah, good pick. I think it's been a pretty good story for those guys. Unfortunately, Jaden just committing crimes on Dan Madden. He's not even here to defend it this time. It makes it so easy. They are about 23 seconds back from this number 8 Aston Martin as it stands. I haven't been keeping track of that one, but we'll see what they can kind of pull. I think both of these cars have got at least one more stop to do. So they're going to be relatively equal. We'll see if those skill issue guys can just pull it out on the track, because that's where it's going to have to be. Just looking at our other screen, I don't think that is for position, unfortunately.
And the other car's pitted anyway, so
yeah. Wow.
The classic move.
Yeah, great. Hi, Loopty. Love you, mate.
I know we were hyping up the battle for P2 now, but looking at the gap, I think it's around 16 seconds from P2 to P3. Name just not able to rope in after making a solid 6 seconds before falling a little bit behind now. A little bit disappointing from definitely Names and that team's perspective, but also just as a commentator and spectator. But behind them there's a 1.5-minute gap, so podium still looking in the bag, but P2 maybe starting to get a bit out of reach now as we get closer to the 1 hour left mark.
Yeah, I think there's still a bit of a blink in and out there for Chalmers, I believe that is. This is actually for position, so this is keep one eye on here and one eye on me. I do think it's still a chance for the 1-2-4 to move to the second step of the podium, but they're going to have to really keep at it. There will be one more stop for both of those cars at the very least.
Luke, quickly just say that Chalmers was overtaken by Cook for that position. So Chalmers obviously hanging out long in the Porsche, and the Honda, who's on a bit of a different strategy, just getting through, and also he was letting by that AAA car as well in the background.
Okay. I think that does make sense. When we were looking on that battle with Carpenter and Bab, we did see Chalmers was in it, and well, close to, and then did fall off the back. So as you're saying, coming to the end of that stint in the Porsche, tyres probably feeling a little bit secondhand. As you do see Parker in the 416 Aston Martin copying a DT, no penalty, so that is probably a track limit infringement, which is a little bit rough at this late hour of this race to be suffering one of those.
I think he just went in the pits.
Okay.
So
Pit speeding injury.
Possibly be pit speeding, or he could have come out of the pits and immediately got a warning. That is also possible. Yeah, I did notice he did pit like very recently, like 2 minutes ago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's rough. Anyway, you split it. And he's back in there serving that one now. As he do. Yeah. No, you're all right. A couple of blue flags getting out of the way nicely for Cookie here, or for Cook, sorry. I usually George Cookie is Cookie to me. Looking back at Chris Cooley, Pidgey Boys, very garish, pink and blue car. I'll never slander a pink and blue car too much though, personally. This guy's on a bit of a recovery effort. Matt, if you're in chat, who's finishing out the race? Are you putting Ding Donk in for the rest of it? But this guy's currently in 24th. Your car, Aiden, just hanging out behind them. I think they are no, they're not quite a lap down actually. 30 seconds in pocket for Cooley, but a bit of time to make up if he wants to get to Wood currently.
Well, I think Cooley possibly has to pit again, or
I mean, probably
something. Yeah. Whether he can make that time up is, you know, that's entirely possible. But I think, although we have to pit again too, so I guess we'll have to see. But I do believe we were in front of that car at one point by quite a margin. So maybe I missed something while I've been commentating. But we do look at Callum Gibbons here in the number 39 Pixel Race GTR, always the staple of every OOR endurance race, and the Duo series as well. You will pretty much always see this really nice looking GTR with that lovely blue and purple livery on it.
These guys have had a pretty good race. We've seen a couple of moves here and there, but relatively quiet as well. It's always a good sign. These guys just pretty steady as they go. I was going to ask Glenn to look at Spenceley, but that battle's fizzled out before we even looked at it, dropping about 7/10 off the back of Nippers there. Even more, 1.8 now. So I'm not sure what's going on with Spenceley. We did see them have that damage earlier, so maybe I've looked at it too late and Nippers has actually got past Spenceley. Gibbons, though, relatively close to the back of Parker here. Parker just had that drive-through, no? Was that car?
Yes, that was the 416 of Parker.
Jeez, so much space on track they didn't actually drop down the timing tower too much, but it has put them within reach of Gibbo. I will say the 991 Porsche, the direct competition of these guys would be feeling pretty good right now in their position. I'm touching all the wood and my fingers are crossed for you, Sean. Those guys leading the Pro-Am charge right now. So Parker going to have to start looking back if Gibbo keeps up this pace.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure how long that GTR's been running, but yeah, he's definitely going to be a threat to Parker if Parker keeps making mistakes in front. As you see that American Mobile in the background. He's giving away, or what's he doing? Okay.
Just, freedom things. It's free to
he
do
can
whatever he wants.
Exactly. It's a God-given right.
I do think we saw this car pit a little bit ago, but I think they're just sort of firmly in their stint right now. Maybe like 20 minutes in, so they'll be running for a bit, but I do think they're going to have to pit one more time at least. So you do see Spencer, I mentioned earlier, in the pits now. We'll see if they opt to repair that damage. Running close to their sister car, the 500 Porsche guys number 1, with Thurcolini behind the wheel. Big shout out to Damiano here.
Just having a look at the timing sheets, looks like, that Gibbons in the Nissan that we were looking at before is kind of the only car that's even close to having a battle on track, which, from a commentating and spectating point of view makes our jobs a little bit harder. But we still have mostly one pit stop, I believe, for a lot of these cars, so still anything can happen.
The Porsches are doing their last pit stops now. That is Layla getting past Underwood. That's not position, but Layla just making her way past, because they're about halfway through their stint, I believe. But sorry to cut you off. The Porsches will be doing their final stops now if they've stayed on schedule properly, as they can run this last an hour and 20 or around that pretty easily without much fuel saving.
Yeah, I do think Underwood might have had a bit of a moment, because they were a similar gap back to Price Davies as Gibbo is now. It was about 1.3, and it's just gone down to 2.1. So hopefully Bell hasn't absolutely forced that issue and mugged Underwood in there, and it's just been their own doing. They've fallen back, and Bell's just taken advantage of that. So no battle brewing there for the time being.
Interesting enough, it looks like with the Porsche of the McDowell that just pitted, I don't think they actually opted to repair their damage, so they must be feeling that they're not making too much of a difference to lose the time. Just having a little look on the second monitor there, as we now are on the main screen for everyone else to see. If we see the front bonnet there still poking up a little bit from what I can see. Yeah, definitely still a little bit of damage on the front there. Obviously not enough to waste the 20 seconds plus it probably would take to get it fixed up.
Yeah, I think with the race coming close to the end, the cost benefit analysis, or whatever that saying is, it becomes less fruitful to fix that damage, because you're not losing as much time over as much time. I will say though, ACC as a spectator, sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. The damage could be fixed and it's not showing it. Sorry, what's caught your eye, Aiden?
Oh, just on the other screen, there's a bit of lag going on and people disappearing and reappearing. I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but yeah, some little internet issues. We also experienced the same thing. Chalmers' car's been kind of popping in and out throughout the day, and we had the same thing a few times. It's a little bit scary, but you just gotta hope that, your car stays okay.
I couldn't imagine what that would be like. Pete Chalmers, though, actually in the pits for the time being, so one of our sort of leading Porsches through the sort of upper midfields. Quebec Spread having a pretty good time out thus far. Jumping back on with Callum Gibbons in the Pixel Races, Nismo GTR. Yeah, just not quite getting on the gas as much as we like, but staying relatively steady is Callum Gibbons. Yeah. Brad Cook still relatively close to the back of Michael Babb. It's about 1.5 seconds. Glenn giving me something to talk about. Don't forget to sign up for our Thermal Take Sprint series starting the 24th of September. It runs on a Wednesday and a Thursday night. If you were to run in the early split, that's on Wednesday. Great racing there, prizes to be won. We've also got the Academy Series happening on the 23rd. That happens on a Tuesday night. great racing for those that are getting their head around sim racing and learning ACC and the ins and outs of sim racing in general. It's a great learning environment. And a big shout out to our sponsors. No, I'm on a roll. Simrigs, our sponsors here for the Endurance Series. If you are a Patreon at Octane Online Racing, you get 5% off any purchases made with Simrigs. And if you're a Patreon of Octane as well, you get free entry into all of our duos and endurance races. Thank you to another sponsor of ours, Go Setups. There's plenty of fantastic setups you can get. If you use the code Octane5 at checkout, I believe you get 5% off your subscription at Go. Come on, Glenn, throw out the Moser one as well.
No more graphics left.
There's no more graphics. Hey, you didn't throw out the Club 50 one, to be fair.
Yeah. Is there a duos one too? Yeah.
That's all right. Do you see the 147 Pidgey Racing guys car in the pits? Chris Cooley has handed over the keys to Dan Madden. Dan, try not to scratch it this time, mate. Cooley would be saying to him, I wouldn't say that, that's rude. He is currently out in front of the number 8 car there. So Dan, bring it home. We should hear from Matt relatively shortly.
I was going to say, can you get him to tell his teammate that it's time to jump in the box?
I think he'll be here shortly.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just...
Come on, Aiden. It's only like 4 o'clock there.
Yeah, that's why you're supposed to be here. You got to stick to the timetable. Anyway.
We do have
for Herbert, and yeah, yellow flag. You were going to say?
Yeah, 700. I believe that is one of our MRT cars.
On the exit of Crocodile.
Yeah.
Seems.
Is it all in one piece from the looks of things?
Is it a cheetah curb victim once again? We might
cheetah curb taking bodies tonight. Oh my goodness.
Might get a bit of a replay of that one in a mini potentially. If we look up actually to Brad Cook though, that battle has heated up on the back burner while we've not been looking. Brad Cook only 3/10 down from Michael Babbs, so Michael Babbs gonna have to get defensive in a minute. Here we go. Oh no, we've missed it. We've missed it. It's alright. Don't worry everyone, because I believe that Matt Madden is in the building. Matt, how are you doing, mate?
Hello, I'm here. I was just checking the microphone was all set up and ready to go. How are we, team?
Good.
Getting weary.
Yeah, I bet Blake is. Yeah, definitely.
Getting our ace. We're just about to tick over into the final stanza of this race. How are you doing, Matt?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. It's been a pleasure watching Dink Donk just make it look ridiculously easy for the last... He's just been in the car for an hour and 15. And it was just such a pleasure watching him just skirt around. But it was a bit of a Moses moment. He was just parting the Red Sea in front of him. People were seeing his name coming and they were just moving out of the way.
Yeah, I do think there's I don't know if they have it in other sports, but in basketball, there's people talk about superstar calls. When you see a name like that coming up behind you, I think you do get out of the way just that little bit quicker potentially. So Cooley maybe benefiting from that, but he can make that happen with the pace that he has as well. So to get a little bit of a replay here, so this is Cook on Bab. We just missed this one, looking like we're going up into Lucock. Cook just sending it up the inside. Bab, I don't even know if he saw that coming or let it happen, one or the other, but yeah, Cook through cleanly and precisely there. Yeah,
it did look like Babby was caught mid-stitch there on his crochet just up the top of the hill, possibly not paying attention. Late in the endurance piece, he's thinking about other things, and Brad just snuck up the inside. So, you catch him napping, that's exactly what happens.
One hand in the bag of chips, so to speak.
I'll tell you what, I was drinking a tea during my stint, which was a new level of coordination that I hadn't thought I'd possessed before today. But it can be done. The straight is just long enough.
Yeah, it's always a bit funny. It's funny. My rig is on. It's against the wall. The wall is to my left. It means that all of my drinks are on my right, which is unfortunately
I have the same issue.
So it's where the shifter is, right? So when you're on the straight, it does make it a bit tricky if you are trying to have a bit of a sip. Because I generally had to do like the lean over and shift with my left hand as I take a drink. It's not optimal, but it is the way that it goes in my setup.
I think the only wheel I know with a bar shifter is actually the Fanatec McLaren wheel. That's probably the one time that it comes in handy. Maybe that's why they designed it the way that they did. Got another replay here. We're watching the back of Nipris just coming down, sailing down the hill there in the Aston Martin number 700.
This was his little accident, I think.
We saw a bit of an accident here for the MRT. Lost our away card. Nipris piloting this one right now, I think.
Bomb. There we go.
That's
Aston
Yeah,
Airlines.
you can't park there. Can't park there. It's no good in that one. That curb. I tell you what, we've been lucky enough not to hit it today in the PG Racing Team car, but we have seen a couple of whoopsie daisy moments from a few cars that have just clipped it and gone sailing. Lupti and I had one earlier in the day, which was pretty spectacular.
Oh yeah,
you guys
mentioned that one.
You guys didn't even hit that curb though. That was the interesting thing.
Oh no! Yeah, Danzo, he just went full send and he hit the brakes probably just a touch too late. Back of the car, tried to catch up with the front of the car, tried to make friends, sit down, have a cup of tea. But as you know, it's not a long corner, so it just went sailing around the outside, hit grass, and then whoop, just literally ran out from under him. But you know, the upside of that was that we got a cheeky little French kiss from Lupti as he drove through. So not at all a bad day.
I'm glad that you can see the positive side of that one, Matt.
After 8 hours, I'll see the positives in anything at the moment. So.
I mean, it's been good fun. You know, I don't think you can't hold your head down after 8 hours of effort as well.
And on that note of 8 hours and having fun, I think it's time for me to leave the box today after being in here for about 2 hours, I think it's been. So good luck to you guys closing out the end of the stint. Blake, I hope you can have a good night's sleep tonight, because you definitely deserve it after all your commentating and coordination, and Glenn on the cameras and everyone behind the scenes, like the stewards and stuff. So yeah, see everybody. Keep it up.
Thanks, Aiden. I appreciate the effort, mate. Yeah,
Thanks,
Glenn
Aiden.
and I, after this, we're gonna crack open a bottle, and then we're gonna fall asleep before we even drink any of it, I think.
I think that's a great outcome.
Well deserved.
Yeah, so do you have our Pro-Am leaders, Sean Muller, in the pits right now? It's been a fantastic race. Matt Powell just pointing out, they started from near the bottom of the grid. They did have a 4-place grid penalty for a bit of a whoopsie in qualifying. So they're running out. Struick takes the helm. He's going to hopefully bring that one home. It should do. The Porsche can run on for nearly ever. Do also have P2 Connor Hines in the pits, and P5 Saxon Hayes in the pits. So we should see a bit of Jaden Rondinella action, if you don't mind. Connor Hind coming out of the pits, going to bring that one home. Connor Hind with a stonking qualifying lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Unparalleled, mate. Especially, I spent half the qualifying mentioning that this was just not a Ferrari track, and I'd highly recommend nobody touch the thing. And then Connor Hind must have been listening in, because he went, okay, try me. And just put down that heater.
Did he make you eat crow or what?
Pretty much, yeah, and I'll wear it. I'm never going to stand here and say that argue the point when I'm clearly wrong. The fact that these guys are so talented, mate. Even watching the way that Name and Johnson have been driving as well, it's just unbelievably consistent. Super diligent. The cars that are around them, they put down the heaters. They have a bit of fun. This is as good as it gets. I just adore the enduros. This is racing at its finest.
No, 100%. These guys are so talented. You can put them in any car. You can probably put them in the cars that are, 10 years old, and they'll still be at the top of the grid. They're just that quick. I mean, Johnson and their team, the team 77777, they're one lap ahead of literally everyone else. So it just goes to show how quick these guys are.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the livery or the pace or just something else in these guys. Dude, you actually know, I can't find it on my ACC drive because I joined that sort of session a little bit later. But I don't know how many pit stops they've done. I know that my car's done 4 since I was last in the commentary box, I think. But Johnson has only done 2. So the Porsche is in full fuel saving mode. And it's unreal. It just takes me back to Coda when we saw Peach win that one with his team in the AMG purely because of how good the fuel saving was. It's just unbelievable to watch the skill and talent, as you were saying, Noah, like the way that you can utilize the specific attributes of each car. It's better to get the Porsche to last as long as they do. Like some of the Porsches we saw had been out before for like an hour and 25, hour and 30 minutes. I think Tio, I saw him hit an hour and 30 minutes, which is pretty impressive.
No, 100%. You're saying before, questioning what maybe is the 7.7 car going so fast. I have a feeling, you can debate me on this, it's the purple diffuser on the back. Look at that. Absolutely just standing out. I reckon that is going to be at least 10% of the pace right there. No one else has that type of diffuser, that color too. And the purple rims as well. There's got to be something in that pace there.
The purple nurple. I think that's probably making, I think it's Gobi cry inside. Gobi loves a livery where you keep the carbon fiber, the natural of the car on things like the diffuser and the wing. This is a straight up middle finger to anyone that thinks that. It's just, if it's a flat surface, we'll put color on it.
Yeah, having a look now, name ahead of Connor Hines, but they'd probably still have to do a pit stop there, so I don't see that changing the order of things. Speaking of liveries as well, we'll probably get to see it again. The Connor Hines livery is an interesting one, to say the least. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it.
Yes, yeah, the Sydney Sweeney livery.
That's it.
I don't know if that's a sponsorship or not.
I think it's a simp ship.
Yeah, simp ship.
There it is.
There it is. The beauty in all its glory. So an update. So yeah, Name's just in the pits. He put together an hour and 20-minute stint. We've now got Taufik in the car there. Johnston has been out for 59 minutes as well, has Paddy. So we'll be pitting probably in the next 15-20 minutes, I'd guess, just to try and do a splash and dash to the end of the race. Hines obviously on fresh wheels. Yeah, Sydney Sweeney she's got a couple of bogeys sitting down there. Lo and behold, Sydney, maybe we need a tissue sponsorship next.
Oh,
so that's a mean sneeze.
I don't like the implication of that, of the Sydney Sweeney simp ship with the tissue sponsor as well, but I'll leave that one for you guys.
Is there a tissue brand that starts with S? Anyway, we can get some serious information going.
Isn't it Sorbent or something?
Oh, is it Sorbent?
Yeah, something like that. Anyway,
the Sydney Sweeney simp ship sorbet spectacular. Sorbent spectacular.
Say that 10 times fast.
Yeah.
No thanks.
I will say, importantly though, for P2 and 3, that's pit stops done. This is the final sprint to the line. It's Connor Hines in this 69 Ferrari, and it's Taufik is going to be bringing the HBNT car over the line. Unfortunately, those guys not quite able to, or fortunately, if you're Joms in the chat, not able to close up that gap too much more, and not too much interesting happened in regards to the pit stops to that gap. So it is 19 seconds that they'll be trying to make up, but I think unless something happens, it's going to be pretty hard to get done on the track. So do flick over to John Hislop, who has inherited the 161 car and has inherited a bit of pressure from Sasha Death in the 200 MRT car. Right now, this is for the last honors in the top 10 of our Kyalami 9 hours. So this is going to be hot for a bit. I'm not sure. I think Hislop would have pitted very recently, maybe while I stepped out of the booth. because that was Pab not too long ago at all. So
yeah,
do we know?
His lot has only been out there for 3 minutes, but Sasha's been out there for 52 minutes.
Okay, that was my next question. So while the battle will be fun to watch, it's a bit of a formality, as Death will tumble down the order after that pit stop.
tumble down, so aggressive for a simple pit stop. But yeah, absolutely, it's sort of hard when you have that baked in the back of your mind. You're mid battle and you're sort of thinking, yeah, I've got to go into pit soon. This is all just for formalities at this point. I was in my last stint just before, I was sort of battling off and on with a car in front of me. Had a bit of to and fro action. Eventually got past them and I watched them pit behind me and I was like, oh.
It's been a running joke the whole race. As soon as any on-track action happens, someone decides to pit. It's made life, a little bit difficult from a commentating and broadcasting perspective, but it has been funny to see. Anytime a bit of action happens, they decide now is the time to refuel and put some new rubber on.
Legit anticlimactic to the T. That's okay, because we've still got 53 minutes, 45 seconds left in this race, and we've got a bit of action forming. I guess the key thing that I'm really keen to watch in this last hour is actually the class positions. So obviously, Pro occupying the top 5 spots there pretty easily, and then we've got the silver car, the leading silver car of a shooty. The team, I just got to get the enunciation on this one. The Sofa King Slow team of
I think you made that worse.
I think I did. The more I focus on it, the worse it gets.
I've only just clocked the name of that. Oh my goodness. Oh man.
Welcome.
Yeah.
We are the joke.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think you definitely made that worse if Noah's clocking that one.
Yeah. So they're up obviously in first for silver, but we got a pretty tight battle, as you said before, between Deeth and Carl Johnson there as well. But Deeth sitting hard on the tail of Johnson as well. But only 6 seconds between second place for silver and Pro-Am. There's a pretty healthy gap of 16 seconds between Parker and Sturrock at the moment. Parker was the real surprise element in qualifying, actually pulling a top 10 there, his car, which was pretty substantial. But yeah, seeing them now, they're doing quite well, sitting mid-pack pretty consistently. And hopefully not too far. I keep seeing a different thing pop up, either 2 laps or 16 seconds, I'm not quite sure. But we should get some pretty tight racing down through the field for the remainder of this 52-minute race. Simrigs Endurance Series Kyalami 9 hour. What's your take on 9 hours versus the sort of 12 hours? Do you reckon that there's a different approach to it, or is it more just a formality of the fact that Kyalami is a shorter track? Doing 12 hours here, that extra 3 would just be, injury prone.
I don't think you can ask me as the person that has to organise the comms booth.
Fair shout.
No, but to answer your question more directly, I guess it's an interesting mathematical thing that you propose there with the slightly shorter lap time. What was our lap time at Zolder? That was...
it's about like a minute 40 as well-ish, I think.
Yeah,
like minute 38, minute 40-ish, maybe?
Yeah.
Someone correct me in chat.
I'll look at it in a second, but I don't know. I think 9 hours is going to feel like a pretty comfortable sort of race. I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, it's up to the drivers. I'm not really a big enduro head myself in terms of racing.
So fair enough.
I don't know if it's my place to say, but do you have any thoughts on the matter, Noah?
No, I mean, as someone who hasn't raced in an enduro, also probably not the best person to ask, I'm sure that teams like Toto and Gobi are probably happier with the 9 hours, and it's just those two running it compared to 9 hours versus 12. That's 3 less. I mean, I'm sure they love driving, but 3 hours less. I mean, if you split that, you're running 2 hours less each roughly per driver, which I'm sure is a lot nicer. But I remember the Zolder, they did both the Zolder and then the 24 hours of Spa straight after that, so I don't think it would even be an issue for them now that I think about it.
Yeah, those guys are a bit whack. They also did Kota as a 2-man. So some of these guys are just so committed. I don't know how they do it. I don't personally. I don't know if I'd even find it fun. But at the end, I'd just be like, I'm over this. Get me out of this car. Get me out of this rig. But yeah, it is an admirable thing that some of these guys do. Also, for your fact checking, it is a good time around Zorda is like 127, 128.
It is in the 20s.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. So a similar sort of thing. I don't know. How have you been feeling about it? I think you put in a pretty good steel stint. Just as we do see his like just getting all on the grass there, but not close enough to capitalize. Yeah, sorry. How have you been feeling about your race and the length?
Not too bad. I love it. Like I really get around this. I think that the best thing about this, without just sounding like a positive Polly the whole time, I think it's awesome that I get to just sit and chat with a good bunch of people all day. Which is exactly what I've been doing between here and also just sitting and chatting with Tink Tonk and Danzo in my little Discord. But I think it's good. Like, it really brings out a lot of strategy. Obviously, the tough thing is that if you drop out of the race early for any given reason, whether it's an accident or whether you have some pit issues or technical issues, you are out for the remainder of the race, and it's sort of hard to pick up and keep going and not throw your toys out of the cot. But I love it. I think that this is the pinnacle of what OOR puts on. This is the bee's knees, the duck's nuts. It's rigid edge. It's great. We love it. Speaking of things we love as well, we have Brad Cook sitting hard on the tail of Austin Carpenter here as well. We are fighting for position. Cookie is 0.2 behind. Really going to use the speed of that Honda up the hill here, try and capitalize on the lag that occurs in the Aston. However, Carpenter too good going into Lukop, sitting there. Brad Cook sitting tight in behind, getting a look under the rear wing there, just having a look, seeing what's going on, see if he can get in the boot or at least hook onto the tow bar. They come down through Mineshaft. This is going to be a good chance for Brad to try and get close ahead of the main straight, but I think too good from Carpenter here. Looks like he's going to Crocodile there and holding on nice and wide, using all of the track there. Bit of a, there we go, out the rear vision. Just seeing if Brad's just trying to get in. Maybe you can just have a look into the helmet, just seeing if he's trying to look for a boot latch or something that he can use to just pop and jump in, get a free ride, free tow at the very least. Sitting there, very nice. Oh, good carbon fiber in the rear of these cars. This is quite good. We're learning a little bit as we go. Tucking up into the first corner here. Are we looking for Cookie to make a move the next couple of laps?
Oh, I think so. Hey, you've got ACC drive. Cookie needs to do another stop, does he not?
Cookie, they both... Oh, no, hang on. So, yeah, they both need to do another stop. So, Carpenter's been out for 58 minutes. Cookie's been out for 42. Don't know too much about the Honda's fuel conservation, but I don't think it's going to go another 47 minutes without a stop. I would imagine that these two would be trying to play a game of cat and mouse as to who pits first. They both got to do one stop. So, if they've got ACC drive, you'd only imagine that they're going to sit here and try and make it happen.
Yeah. Whilst there's a quick break in the action, I'll sign off. Thanks to everyone that has had me in the booth today. Blake, thank you for all your hard efforts organising and sticking it out in the booth, as well as you, Glenn, for all the hard work you do with the broadcasting, as well as the admin team and steward team. I will be signing off. Thanks for having me, guys.
No worries, Noah. Thanks for jumping in, mate. I will say, okay, two things. Importantly, Chris Darth has gotten a drive-through. I'm going to assume that's a speeding into pits penalty for that 200 car, so that is a rough go with less than an hour to go in the race for that MRT car. Just while we were watching this battle, Scott Rockford did get past Underwood and has put a substantial gap there, so nicely done by the Kovacs blue car. Scotty Rockford with a good last little stint. And sorry, I'm just hearing something in. What was that, Glenn?
Gibbo, a really nice pass there in the Nissan, just sort of playing a bit of under over with the Aston of Clarkey there. Really, really talented move there in a tight bit of track. Pretty good. I think. Have you seen a few overtakes today that you'd sort of label as your thermal overtakes of the race so far, Blake?
Oh, yeah, definitely. There's been some really nice moves. We've seen, I think, I don't even know if it ended up being a move, but the HPNT guys, one of them did a real nice, like, sort of outside to inside at the last second dive that was pretty good. Seen a lot of great moves up into Lukop, but honestly, my brain is a bit mush right now. They're all sort of melding
together.
Yeah, absolutely.
The one that I've seen that's worth a call out is JC and Benny Vintner. A bit of under-over action through sunset and a snapping of ankles as JC got around Benny Vintner a little bit earlier in the race, a couple of hours ago, but that one sticks out to me as probably the best thing. And I was pulled up literally just behind them, so I got a free ticket to the show, sat there and watched them dance around each other, which was just awesome to watch. And I think it was on stream as well. What a bloody great overtake.
Yeah, it sounds familiar. Also, just from pit lane reporter George Sakani is just saying, I think that their car has dropped out. I don't see it on the timing tower anymore. They were running in the middle of the pack. I think, was that 277, Glenn?
Yeah, I think it was Kyle Billett.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyle Billett's off and out courtesy of a disconnect. Poor things. I've had that happen mid-race, and there's just really not fun. And we also just heard, I think the 333 car has just hit the cheetah curb, possibly again, by the sounds of it, the way that message is phrased. That is no fun. Poor guys. Don't know. It seems they're okay. They might have just got away scot-free, having the gravel slow them up there, which is pretty good.
Matty Niferis in that 700 MRT car in the pits for the final time. I do think, a lot of these Astons will be seeing them in once more. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of the GTRs come in one more time for a bit of a splash and dash. I don't think it's quite worked out in such a way that they could just max the fuel tank every single time. I think only a handful of Porsches will be running all the way to the end here.
Yeah, so going down my ACC drive list, we've got still requiring a pit stop is Paddy Johnston. We'll also need a pit stop from Herbert as well in their Aston. They've been out for 42 minutes. Raschuti will need another pit with 47 minutes on track at the moment. Brad Cook as well, 47 minutes in the Aston. Austin Carpenter and Monks all still needing a pit stop. So I think there's going to be a bit of toing and froing. Going to be pretty interesting to see who comes out on top there. I've also just noticed that the purple lap has switched off Chris Cooley and gone by 0.004 of a second, I believe, to Connor Hind. It was probably some time ago, but I've just noticed that. That's a great way to nab it with just a couple of 40 minutes left in the race.
That is such a minuscule amount of time. That's incredible.
Yep. I was going to be. I said to Donk earlier I was going to be surprised if anyone beat 40.844 was his fastest lap. So incredible to see that that's actually been nabbed as well. My mistake. 8.845. So it's been nabbed by 0.005.
Yeah, 5,000ths of a second, is that?
Yeah, that's a pretty good. It's still, still a purple lap.
We take those. We take those.
We take them when they come. Austin Carpenter as well, pulling away from the pack there of Cookie and Monks. Great effort, the Convicts and Colonials car. For those viewing, Glenn's whispering more sweet nothings into our ear, letting me know that Connor Hind actually followed up his own purple lap with yet another purple. Jan's in chat as well, yelling, "Go Gibbo." Good to have you back in, Gene, honorary matriarch of OOR. We're all here rooting for Gibbo as well, mate. But thanks so much for jumping in for your Saturday evening now. We got 40 minutes to go. It's 6:26 in game. We're going to get a bit of a sunset. Behind clouds.
Yeah, it's still looking a little bit dark, but I think it's actually looked a bit darker earlier on in the race when we had some serious cloud cover. Track 20, ambient 19, it's stayed pretty consistent thus far. Is still 2 k's an hour on the wind, so I'm not expecting too much weather to play a part through the last part here. I think these guys are just going to have to settle in, get focused, lock in if they want to make anything happen. Just looking at that gap, Taufik to Connor Hines, our podium holders right now. Taufik has lost probably 5 seconds since we last reported that. So I don't think that one is quite on, but it's been a stellar drive nonetheless for these guys.
Yeah, too right. Hey, random question for you. Do you know if the wind actually plays a bit of a part in this?
You know what? It was funny. We were talking about the weather earlier, and I'd never really considered it, but I think Loopty brought it up, or Aiden potentially. But yeah, because like the wind blows in the weather. Like obviously, it's something I've never thought about, but like of course it does. So if there's not a lot of wind, the weather isn't super likely to change.
Oh, okay. That's actually quite clever. I sort of now want to go back to races where we've had super variable weather and understand whether or not that played a part. Interesting to see whether or not in the future of the games that we move through. I was talking to this about with Loopty about this earlier. Whether or not the way that weather is handled changes when we go look at games like AC Evo or even LMU, and you get the less like random showers, you get more dumps of rain and then nothing. Yeah, it'd just be like, it's interesting to see how games bring weather effects into this. Now seeing Connor Hind as well coming up, blue flagging on Dan Madden. Dan's going to have to move the hell out of the way up here coming into Crowthorne. Yeah, look at that. You're going to move right the way over, possibly chuck an indicator, late on the brakes and let Connor Hind go up the inside. I'd say, never mind. I'm just going to eat my words. Dan's going to keep holding that. Actually, an interesting point on blue flags as well. I saw possibly one of the most interesting blue flag sets, which I know was on stream a little bit earlier. Between Jason Teo holding back Gibbo for quite a while because he was in a battle. It's a tough one to manage, right? Because you got Teo was battling Brenner in front of him, and they were sort of going, tit for tat and getting really quite close. Oh, there we go. That's one way to let through a blue flag. Danzo, lovely stuff, mate. You had them going tit for tat, and they didn't want to give up the battle, but in doing so, Teo got a drive through because he held on, literally blocking a blue flag for 2 laps. It's such a hard thing, and I was actually quite surprised that we didn't have stewards calling out over the radio, move over. So, yeah, it's a tough one, the blue flags in this enduro sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, it's just how it goes, it's how the cookie crumbles. You got to get out of the way. The thing you have to remember, like, you don't want to give up that time, and you want to do everything you can to minimize that time loss, but your opponent is going to have to get out of the way too, so hopefully the time loss is going to be pretty minimal.
Speaking of time loss, we've just had some updates in the chat. Thank you everyone for being our eyes and ears on the ground. 333 big crash at pit entry. If you can get us a replay up, Glenn, whenever you're able to, we'd love to see what happened there. And then we've also got Dave Stevenson coming back fresh from a go-kart meet all day. Busy boy tuning into the stream. G'day, Davo. Good to have you. But an interesting point that he's just raised, we need to watch where the P4 take tyres on it on their pit stop. If they don't, the P4 and 5 battle is going to be spicy. Particularly if we look at P4 and 5 at the moment, so that's Taufik and Herbert. Actually, no, sorry. Herbert's not going to need a pit. Herbert's been out there for 20 minutes now, so he's fine. We've just got Herbert and now probably Rashuti, who is the closest person behind. I think they're going to be safe, Davo, if you're sitting listening in chat. I don't think we have too much stress on the tyres or not. They might be able to catch up to the cars in front if they come out without tyres, but it's a big ask of that stint.
So I think I dropped out briefly there as you did get a replay of the KA Motorsports car. I did see people rumbling in chat. There was a bit of a pit lane blunder potentially happening here. So looking at a cheetah, bit of grass. Yeah,
bang. That'll do it every time. That is a heavy collision. 5 chicken.
That is so much steering damage as well. Oh my. So yeah, just a lot of steering lock and then a bit of grass has just sent that Ferrari careening into the opposite wall. It is these guys won't find it very amusing, but I do find it.
Oh no,
left hand down.
That is left hand down to the max.
We do see a bit of incidents that come out of Cheetah. Oh no, we've missed the pit box as well. Insult to injury. And people this is going on way too long. But people crawl themselves across the track just straight into the pit lane after a bit of a whoopsie.
Yep. JC asking in chat, can I check the pit timer again, please? Absolutely, mate. Sorry, I got a bit confused there before. So Herbert has been out for 50 minutes in their stint. And then as opposed to third place and you guys in fifth, JC, with Rondinella driving, you guys obviously have been out for 25 minutes and 22 for Taufik. So Herbert's going to have to go in a little bit. We got an Aston, so I'm gonna guess their fuel saving is not too great. So they're probably going to be in 20 to 25 minutes. They're going to need to pit. So they're going to have to go in once before the end of the race, JC. I'm sure he's passing that strategically onto his teammate. You guys will have a pretty bloody good chance of making a move on them there. You're a minute and 9 seconds behind at the moment, I believe, looking at my ACC drive. But you guys are going to have to lay down the law. Loopty also putting down a 1:41 flat, which is a stellar time.
Yeah, I think it's going to be relatively tight, but what's if one of our racers in chat could enlighten me with 30 minutes to go what our pit lane transit time is? I think I heard someone say something along the lines of 27 seconds before.
That sounds about right for me. When we had a couple of drive-throughs to test it, so, you know. About 27 seconds. You add a bit of a pit stop on top of that, fuel and or tires. So we'll see where we go. JC is just saying, yeah, so we don't need to stop. When full stops, they come out 15 seconds in front of us with old tires. Let's go. There's absolutely an opportunity there for currently position 5 car 888 of Loopty, JC and Saxon. There is a chance that they can start to push the envelope and catch up to our 4th place car number 8 in the Aston with Herbert.
I do just see our leaders in the pits. Not too much of a story there. They are well ahead of the rest of the field, but that is their last stop. Bit of a splash and dash. So, yeah, they are. It's a bit of back and forth in the chat on where that number 8 car is going to head out. By my math, I was with Hamilton that it was going to be more like 50 seconds. JC suggesting 15, so we'll see what happens there. They don't pay me to do the math here, and I don't like to do the math on stream.
No way, we just talk. We just talk.
I just talk and look good. You guys are lucky that there's no webcam stream in here. You wouldn't be able to focus on the race, but I mean, Marshy says he's got a face for radio, but I got a face for TV. Good to know.
We can never move to in-home video content because there'll be no focus on the racing in that case. So moving back to the program, we've got the man that we were just talking about, Jaden Rondinella, aka Loopty, coming up on a blue flagger here as well. He's going to have to really lay down some super times to keep within fighting distance of the car that we were just talking about, of Herbert there as well, which will be going into the pits in probably the next 20 minutes. Patrick will take tyres to take purple lap back, reckons JC. They've got the time to do it. They've got a lot of time up their sleeves as well. They are fresh out of the pits. It'd be interesting to see whether or not we think they took tyres.
I think I've actually bungled up what Hamilton was saying. I think he's saying, sorry, it's 19 seconds for DT. It'll be about 50 seconds for a stop with tyres in total. So that would put them closer to JC's figure there. Sorry, JC. He's also saying they're definitely going to take tyres. They have that time in hand to do so. Lucas will want that.
Chris has just said as well, Lucas Key's in car now with fresh tyres, going to go try and take that purple lap back off Connor Hind, who is currently babysitting it. So it's going to be interesting to see. We've got Steve-O in chat just letting us know now. Thinking short stop. He's threatening. We have a short stop for the Pidgey Racing 147 car, and Chuck Dink Donk back in the car for the last 30 minutes. Give Connor Hind and Lucas Keys something to think about, maybe, on the purple lap front.
Oh, that would be such a F1 last season maneuver. Pit fast lap for softs.
Yeah.
Has to take the fastest lap away.
In it for the points now. In it for the points.
Daniel Ricciardo sends his regards.
Do it. There's calls now. 9 hours of purple. Do it, dog. Take the purple lap from Lucas. I don't think it'll be happening, but we shall wait and see. I know Dig Dog's been dialing into the chat occasionally, so we'll see whether or not he comes in. My guess is he's probably sitting down, one eye on the stream with Danzo, one eye in hand patting his dog. So I reckon he's wrapped up, done and dusted for the day, but we shall see. We watch Lukey here laying down the law, putting down some really, really good times. Currently sitting in 5th, but as we've just been talking about, could put 4th place position in danger. As long as he keeps doing what he's doing, as we watch those Nissan tail lights tail off down the main straight of Kyalami.
Do you also just see they are out of there now, but that Convicts and Colonials, Aston Martin was off in the pits. They would be out there now. So they should be settled. Where are they? Help me out here, Matt.
Convicts and Colonials, give me the name. That is 676. Let me just look. 676, yeah. So P8, Brookie is in the car now. They've just pitted and they are out sitting in 8th position as well. The car in front of them of Brad Cook is going to have to pit. He's been out there for an hour now, so he's going to be the definition of a splash and dash with 29 minutes left in the race.
Yeah, so those guys looking pretty fresh. They are currently, they're about 50 seconds off the back of Cook, so that's, I mean, I would assume that Cook won't drive a swap and they'll just take fuel so they aren't in any danger too much, but I guess it's something to have a little bit of a look at.
Yeah, living rent-free in the minds of Brad Cook will be Brookie there as well. Cook and Brook, the battle for 7th position as they sit a couple of laps behind though, so not going to be too close for the moment, but we shall keep an eye on them once Brad Cook goes into the pits. Anything can happen in these games at the best of times. We've still got a Zolder sticker on the front of that. Good to see the legacy coming back for more. They love the Enduros. Got the Zolder sticker there. Well done.
Chris Taylor in the chat just squashing that discussion of this potential pit stop spice up because Cook is going to stay in the car, so it'll just be fuel.
Love it. Well done, Chris Taylor. Thank you so much for that. We love that.
Yeah, nah, it's all right. Chris is really good. I'll say some crap about what they're doing, and he'll just be like, no, they're doing this, and it's like,
they're doing this.
Yeah. Nah, I appreciate the updates though.
Yep. So we got Rashuti as well. Rashuti also still needing to pit as well, having been on the ground in the Aston for an hour and 2 minutes now. Pretty much dead level with Cook there. Cookie sitting, I think, 10 seconds behind Rashuti too, so it's going to be a pretty tight race there as we see him. And Glenn, we're making you jump around. I'm so sorry, but yeah, Rashuti and Cook are going to be a pretty close little battle here, I think, because they both have to dive into pits.
Yeah, these two Astons interesting. Herbert obviously a fair bit further up the road than Rashuti as it stands. And Rashuti though should still be taking out the silver honours even with that pit stop. Ryan Anderson in chat just shouting out Lucas was 1/100th of a second off a purple lap. So yeah, washed.
Absolutely washed. Garbage. Has no idea what he's doing in this game. Clearly. Yeah, sitting with a cool, calm and comfortable 140.857. Got to think that he's still going to be looking to do some damage here with 26 minutes to go on freshies. Freshy grooves.
Nah, yeah, he's washed. He's not doing it. Just looking down the grid a little bit, McNeil is pretty close to the back of Michael Clark if we wanted to see a little bit of action. I would say it's looking pretty dark out there, Matt.
That's what I was saying. I reckon that we're going to get some darkness just before the end of the race. A little bit of racing under lights, some sunset actions and moments for all of us. Also just got a DT, as we called it out, for Austin McNeil. Oh, it's so easy to do. There's 2 corners that you can do it on at this track, and it's happened. The inevitable has happened. Fastest lap for Lucas Keys, and he's done it by more than 0.2. Or just under 0.2, sorry. That's impressive. No way that he could let that stand.
Yeah, well head in hands moment there. Sorry, Austin. That was a pretty thunderous commentator's curse to come through. And I guess sort of in reverse, we called Lucas Keys washed, and he said, "Oh yeah."
Yeah.
So-
So now we move straight from Wash to Lucas. Go touch some grass, man. We hope you're okay. Fastest lap. What are you doing, bro? Like you've been out there for
come on,
9
man.
hours now. You're still out, dude. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. You're gonna win. It's okay. Yeah, sunset's 7 p.m. game time, so we're gonna get give or take, like 2 minutes of darkness towards the end of this, maybe 3 if we get an extra lap in. Track is awful in the dark. There's nowhere near enough lighting. Completely agree, Chris, especially around Cheetah Corner. That curb is so hard to see in the dark, especially at sunset too. Clouds will make it darker. Everyone coming in, commenting on the sunset. Sunset gets the chat going. So thanks everyone. Saxon's just come in and said, Luke just had to wait for the weather to go down a degree to get the lap still washed.
I love it. Moving the goalposts like that, chef's kiss. But I mean, he's got a point though. Connor did that in still sunshine, The track was like 2 degrees warmer. No, the track was a few degrees warmer and the ambient was 2 degrees warmer. So, try again, Lucas.
Try better luck next time.
Yeah.
And did it on half the fuel of Connor. And, obviously bigging up my teammate here as well. Chris Cooley doing it earlier in the day. Obviously now 0.2 behind the lap of Lucas Keys, but doing it with full fuel in an Aston when he's basically just driving with one eye closed, hanging out with us amateur drivers. What a man, And no one remembers the how, only the purple. Ask Jonesy, says JC. JC, look, I pushed the poor Rickard 9 hour, but apparently others don't have taste.
Yeah, JC just getting in a few final shots at Kyalami before we finish this race.
Yeah. Matty Powell, 9 hours of Paul Rickard. The good thing is you can basically just put something heavy on the accelerator of that back straight and then go off to the loo and, brush your teeth, have some lunch, and then come back and you're almost at that right-hander after the big straight. So there could be a couple people that could solo 9 hours of Paul Rickard, I reckon, pretty comfortably. So all you need is a brick and a bad idea and you can actually just do it on your own.
Don't give these people ideas. Please don't give these people ideas.
I do know that JC did a 12-hour solo once. I still think it's...
What?
Yeah. It was one of the first things he told me about when I met him, and I don't understand how that happened. Like, it doesn't matter who you are. I know for any Hamish and Andy listeners out there, the Gone in 60 Seconds exists. It's a thing. I get it. But your pit stops are 30 seconds. So unless you're calling your partner in, maybe a friend, get your dog, get your cat to come in and drive into the pit for you, how the hell are you doing that on your own? There's absolutely no chance. Wash, touch grass, everything, every insult. JC, I don't know how you do it. Lucas, he's done it again. 40.56. He's probably only got one hand on the wheel too.
No, yeah, he's probably firing off tweets or something. I don't know what he does, making some kind of terrible livery in the meantime for the next enduro. Yeah. We actually also need to note the wind speed has crept up 3 kilometers an hour, so that is up another, I don't know what that is, 50%. Obviously, he's got a big backwind, tailwind down the pit straight.
Yeah, look at this. It's down here. We're getting full wind down mineshaft, and then we're also going to get a bit of wind coming into the main straight there after Ingwer. I think maybe we play athletics rules here. I'm going to misquote the exact wind figure, but there is a figure where if you have a certain number of kilometers an hour of wind back behind you, it doesn't count. It doesn't count. So, Lucas Keys, you're not getting purple. Blake and I are overruling. The purple lap goes to Connor Hyde, who did it when there was only 1 kilometer an hour wind. Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
Them's the brakes.
Them's are the brakes.
Them's are the brakes.
Still yet to see Herbert in the pits yet, unless I've missed that. So they're running this pretty late. I would imagine we're going to see that imminently, if not right now, with the way that this has been working out today. See a little bit of grass. Not quite this time, but still just on that watch. Lukey's been putting in some pretty good times.
Lukey is sitting a minute and 7 seconds behind the car of Herbert, who has now been out for 1 hour and 4 minutes. are so desperately going to be looking for an attempt. Loopty's made up about 10 seconds or so from the way that I've been collecting the info. We've also still got the cat and mouse game between Rashuti and Cookie, who have both been out there for an hour and 10 and hour and 9 minutes respectively. And interestingly enough, in the background, I've got my brother Dan's stream running. It is dark out there, folks. It is. The stream is lying to you. It looks like there's still a little bit of twilight. It is nigh on like darkness. We're in nighttime now. It's getting scary.
Grab your blankets, grab your lights.
Run up the stairs like there's something chasing you. You know, we all know the feeling.
Yeah, flick off the light and run up the stairs as quick as you can.
It's like the oldest cultural thing. Everyone just gets it. It's like flick off the lights, hang it upstairs, get out of the way.
No, I do think though there is smoke to this battle with Loopty and Herbert. As you said, he has put about 10 seconds, or gained about 10 seconds, and that was in potentially about a 20-minute stint, I believe, or 20 minutes since we checked in. So if there's a mistake from Herbert in the pit or anything, it really, it's not quite over. It is going to be a bit of a long shot. I don't see that, but there's still a chance.
Hey, Lucas, if you're listening, we get it. We get it. It's fine. You don't need to keep pushing the car. You've done this the 303 laps. Hold it together. Just cruise home. It's all good. Don't stress.
I will say they are actually technically Connor Hind is on the same lap now.
Yeah.
So it's not as comfy as I thought it was. At some point, I don't know how the pit stops played out. They were like 2 laps ahead. Nothing particular has happened. But yeah, Connor Hind is on that same lap now. So if Lucas was to have something absolutely diabolical happen, Connor would be in the shout potentially, but I'm not, fingers crossed, touching wood, all that stuff. Burning sage.
26 seconds, burning sage. 26 seconds is the gap, the way that I read it, between Hind and Keys at the moment. So pretty good after 9 hours to keep in that tight.
Yeah, Taufik as well, our P3 runner, is also a similar sort of gap there. Still on that lead lap, that would be just as well. So these guys are really, really evenly matched throughout our podium.
Sure, so washed you could do a Mando ad, says below average Counter-Strike player. Sitting there looking like a Bosch dishwasher, mate. He's absolutely washed. Just absolutely terrible. But, 124 is on the same lap too. We've just seen too. Taufik sitting 26 seconds behind the car of Connor Hind. So a combined 52 seconds behind Lucas Keys, but on the same lap now, which is just stellar after, almost 9 hours of this. Fantastic. Rashuti and Cook are in the pits as well. Brad Cook going in too. These guys are going to be looking to pull out first. This is going to be a potential undercut opportunity here if you get it right. And Rashuti already pulling out the definition of a splash and dash, except we're just watching the slow dash at the moment as we come to the end of the pits. We're going to get there, we're going to hit the line, then we're going to watch the slow turbo lag of the Aston wind up and pull off, and then we've got Brad Cook there out of the pits too. What's the gap going to be? We entered in with only about 9 seconds between the two of them. I think that Rashuti's actually come out well on top with a 13-second gap here now, and probably steadily increasing there too.
I feel like that was a while in there for 15 minutes of fuel,
Yeah, maybe left it on the 120 setting.
Yeah, definitely not that long, but I don't know. Maybe Chris can give us some insight there. But I thought Cook was going to be ahead of Rashuti, but we probably didn't count for Rashuti.
Oh, Herbert's wagging and he's off, but he's back on. He's coming here. Rondinella is going to take a big advantage out of that. Easily dropped 2-3 seconds coming down mineshaft there out of Lukop. Bad position to tail wag. They are on some old tires and they're going to be feeling this. He's been out there for an hour and 9 minutes now. We desperately need to go in the pits, but we're not going to get some fresh tyres. You've got to wait for that really weird ACC moment where the tyres turn back on for 2 or 3 laps. But it's going to be a tight race at the end here. I think Lutey licking his lips.
Your man Dink Donk just giving us an update. He's got warm milk and kicking off his slivers. Oh no! That's a question. I thought that was a statement.
That is a question. That is my dad coming into chat. Hello, bud. Any update? Yep, no update. I think he's looking, and Dink Donk is taking the 7th day of Genesis. Not to quote the Bible for any random reason, but he's taken a look at what he's done and said it was good, and he's wrapping it up. I don't think he's got a glass of milk. He's probably more likely to have a beer or something. But he's put in a good shift today. So yeah, Dad, I think you're absolutely right. He can kick off. Maybe if we got Jan Tully in here as the matriarch, maybe Bud from Blackstone can be the patriarch. Good to have you, Dad. What a man.
Chris, just giving us a little bit of info. They worked 34 litres in, which was worked out for 18 minutes. So not too much extra there. I guess me being impatient, wanting to see them battle, it felt like forever. So it's gonna have to be a bit of work there for Cook if he's gonna want to catch up to the back of Shooty.
For sure. We're watching Danzo here. Lupti is going to be coming up to the back of Danzo as well any moment. We know the last time these two tangled, there was a bit of French kissing involved. So we're gonna wait to see whether they stop for a quick peck on the lips as they go past these two old friends, two people that really didn't know each other before today, but God, it feels like they've known each other for absolute years. Danzo's gonna have to get the hell out of the way as Lupti is not looking to drop any time. Oh. Herbert is gonna be doing a splash and dash on old tires. Now 13 minutes 40 seconds left in the race. Everyone to Matt's place says Sam O'Brien. Absolutely. I've got the beer. I've got one in front of me. This is why we get to this end of the race. This is the time that we get to have some fun. We're going to watch Reagan here. I reckon Herbert's going to be out of the pits any second now, putting in more time than what I thought. Are we looking for tyres too?
Surely
this is too
not.
long for fuel. We're putting on tyres, I think. Help. Someone?
No, God. What? I feel like, was there also a moment into the pits? It looked like it shook as we all sort of came on board. We're getting a picture here of Lupti. The car is dropped. He is only coming around Crocodiles now.
I dead set think that Herbert has put freshies on. He's put some fresh tyres to try and go full Lucas Keys purple moment, trying to look for some lap time where there is none. Lupti coming onto the main straight. We are watching this in real time. Lupti now sitting only a couple of seconds behind the car of Herbert. We're waiting for our timing table to update. We'll get that to you as soon as we possibly can. Lupti sitting about 13 seconds behind with 12 and a half minutes to go in the race.
Well, you need to look at that live timing, mate. It's only about 9.5 seconds. We'll
I haven't got my live time up.
You need the live timing, mate.
I'm running out of screens.
Yeah, Lupti obviously been out there for a bit, feeling pretty comfortable in that car. Herbert, obviously just getting out of the pits on that outlap, so this is the time that Lupti needs to make up that time. He's only got 12 minutes if he wants to make up that sub 10 seconds.
My live timing has just updated. I've got a standing rate of 9.4 seconds behind. I've also got the stream of Danzo up behind me. I'm watching that and I'm looking at how dark it is. It is not easy to drive out there, folks. Again, our stream is still kind of lying. It's a little bit darker. Can we get a bit of an onboard, Glenn? Let everyone that's watching now just look at what it's like on track. Give us someone, not particularly with Dan, just any old car. I love it. We're going to see what Dan's up to in 24th place, negotiating some flags in front of him and behind him. But it is not easy. One thing I want everyone to see is how terrifying Cheetah Curve is towards this time of night. It's almost pitch black out there. You've only really got your headlights in front of you and the cars around you. There's no light here as we go through Crocodiles. Diving in, trying to find the apex. There it is. It's like trying to find your ass in a dark room. It's really difficult back there. Watch this into Cheetah Curve. We're going to go left, and there it is. Oh, and there's a yellow curb out of absolutely nowhere. Dan's held it together really well. That's enough of Dan. Let's not commentators curse him. Commentators curse him, Glenn. Let's go back to the action. Put us on board with someone up the front there. Let's look at kicking around that Lupti and Herbert battle. Let's get back to that, see what's going on.
If you want to look at a bit of a scrap, the car's actually ahead of Dan there. That was the Porsche guys having a bit of an intra-team battle. See if papaya rules apply for the Porsche guys or not. It's about 0.5 of a second. We'll keep Loopty in the back of our minds right now. It has crept up to about 10.5 seconds, so it's not going the way that he needs. There is Loopty, speak of the devil. But for the time being, these guys are fighting on track. We'll see if Damiano can stake his claim as the Porsche guy, or if Dylan McDowell will have the last laugh.
Battle of the Porsche guys. We've got Kyalami here out in front. Thurks is really trying to just break away, but cannot shake Dylan McDowell. Star Wars Episode 1, Anakin style. I can't shake him. No, that wasn't. That was Episode 3. Sorry, my mistake. But, we're quoting Star Wars. We're at that point of the day, Glenn. I know Glenn's sighing as I probably get my episodes wrong, but we're doing our best here, man. I've got so much happening in front of me. Car 500, the Porsche guys, Kyalami managing to hold it, but still sitting only 0.5 in front of Dylan McDowell. Not used to seeing him out of his matte black and orange Porsche Cup car, but here he is laying down the law, and the Porsche looking for a way around here. Crocodile's sticking his nose in, just living rent-free in the head of his good mate there. No, don't apologise, Glenn. We've also got to keep an eye on Loopty. You are doing Lord's work here, my man. Coming in, look at this little pack of cars here. We've got the blue flag of, I believe that's Chris Wren, or one of Chris Wren's team. Sorry, it's Dan Wren there in the Ferrari that's just made room for everyone to go past. Well handled, mate. You've had a lot of blue flags today and you've done a bloody good job. We've got the Porsche guys here going up the inside, looking for some room around these blue flag cars, getting it, finding it. We've got the Ferrari as well of Gosling sitting up the back there, has just been overtaken, but made some nice room. Got these two Porsche guy cars going neck and neck. Bart Thurks is pulling away and put 0.2 on his compatriot comrade there, McDowell. And an update on the timing for Loopty as well. Loopty is sitting a bit of a gap behind. We've lost some time. We're now 13.4 seconds. If Herbert took tyres, it was absolutely the right play. And apparently, we've just heard in from Saxon, Loopty went for a ride on the sausage curb. We might have had a bit of a whoopsie.
Not going the way for Loopty, not going the way that he hoped to, but looks like he's going to be in control of this one towards the end. It's been a very, very valiant effort, but I think getting acquainted with that sausage curve with sub 10 to go is going to put a big dent in this comeback effort.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. And, it's been a valiant effort, but maybe Loopty can't give up the dreams of mowing lawns just yet. There's plenty more lawns to be mowed out there and plenty more endurance races to nab that position back on. But as we go on board here, we're going to see him tackle this sausage curb again. It always lives in your mind rent-free. Yeah, a bit delicate that time. You can't get too close to it after you've just hit it. So difficult to manage as we've got him here. I believe he's sitting, blue flag in front, moves out of the way. Still reading qualifying on the dash. Someone needs to change that MFD. But he's going to be 14 seconds now behind Herbert. Herbert should be home and hosed from this point forward. But let's stay on board and just watch this lap. Listen to the GTR singers. Old tyres also impede Loopty's ability to get drive out of Crowthorne. We go through the Juxie sweep, turning left here into Barbecue, looking for a big long straight before sunset. You can see, as I said, just how dark it is on track. It's unbelievably difficult to try and find your line when it's this dark. A lot of tracks out there, particularly tracks like Coda and everything, have fantastically well-lit pieces of tarmac as you go around the circuit, but not here, not in South Africa. You fend for yourself here as you go wide, run onto the bison skin before kicking into the S's here. Another really difficult section of track, but watch the GTR take as much curb as they possibly can there. They're running the ride height pretty high up. I spoke to them earlier as well, Blake. Running the ride height super high, just trying to hop as many curbs as they possibly can, cut off time wherever.
Ooh, interesting setup. That's clearly worked out. Saxon just hitting up the chat saying they're pretty happy regardless after that intimate moment with your brother, I guess.
Super intimate, super good way to get acquainted. We've also got a bit of a battle here too. We've got Hislop and Johnson battling out for 9th and 10th place. in amongst some blue flags there as well. We've got Struick holding on just for 11th there, so we get back on board with the McDowell and Thurkalini Porsche guys battle. This is going to get pretty damn tight. We got a few compliments in the chat as well. Super unlucky for the damage that the 888 car received. 57 seconds of damage after a brief French kiss moment with my dearest brother. But the two of them managed to hold on and put it all aside and jump in, have a laugh and drive another day as we watch this continued battle. Thurkalini copping a lot of curb there, but McDowell copping even more as we go through barbecue and onto the straight before sunset. Wiggle waggle in the Porsche.
Yeah, a bit of a light show here across the dash, just showing that ABS and TC engagement here. But McDowell did fall off the back of Thurkalini a little bit earlier, but has caught that time back. It is just about 0.2 of a second, so he's keeping Damiano very honest as to who will have these honours as the #1 Porsche guy. 5 minutes to go, guys. 8 hours, 55 minutes down, 5 minutes to go.
The ideal time of the race. This is when things start to get fun and funny. We've got coming up into Lukop here, these two Porsche cars are going pretty much, tit for tat, staying nice and tight here as well. We've got 0.28 separates the two cars. And I believe they're on the back of, looks like Loopty up there in the GTR. Hard to tell from this distance. We've got Herbert here as well. Taufik, we're hopping everywhere. Don't apologise, Glenn. We're moving and shaking as we see it. You've been doing this a long time. We've got 4 minutes, 24 seconds to go. We're on with Herbert as well. You got to think he took tyres. It was a 30-second pit stop, as we've just been told by Ryan Anderson in chat just before. So I reckon fresh tyres to go out there and maximise the amount of damage that you've got. I think that's a smart play.
Yeah, I think if you're confident in what you can do and you're feeling good in the car, you have that time in pocket. You're going to come out with 10 seconds, then yeah, go nuts.
Holy moly. What you guys can't hear on stream is Glenn having a heart attack. Someone go around to Glenn's place and check on him. I think you almost lost it there, Glenn. There's a lot going on here as Herbert smashes every curb here at the South African Kyalami. Oh my goodness.
I feel like if we were in a mid-engined or rear-engine car, that might have come around, to be honest.
Might have come around.
lot of steering lock.
Just let us know that he was full pucker during that brief moment there from Herbert. So I'm glad that they've kept it together, and I hope your chair's okay, Glenn. Well done, mate, on putting us on board at the right moments. Fantastic. It was fantastic watching you. Rondinella up here coming into Lukop. Tight hairpin, especially in the dark. Where does it end? There it is. Find my line, exit out. What's the waggle of the hands dancing, trying to find some traction out there. Great race, great league, says Sam O'Brien, mate. Could not agree more. Absolutely everything. P10 still chasing P9 with blue flags. Good fun. We got Johnson and Hislop there. They're second between the two of them. This is going to be some really good and tight racing with 2.5 minutes left to go. Hislop here, hard on the tail there of... Johnson hard on the tail of Hislop. No, where are we? Who's in front of Hislop here? Underwood, that's blue flagger.
Yeah. But we do have our P1 car has inserted itself into this conversation for the time being. So Johnson losing out a little bit here, but hopefully will regain as Hislop does have to get out of the way. Do see Underwood getting well out of the way there, at least for the first car, but he's got 2 more to contend with, so hopefully he's aware. No, he's slotted himself back in. Fair play. Play on.
It's a good point. Lucas Keys knew that we hadn't talked about him in about 20 minutes, so welcome back to the stream there, Lucas. You've still got the purple lap. We know, purple like the underside of your car. You're doing well, mate. Keeping it in the mixer there. I don't think the gap has now extended between first and second to 32 seconds. He's home and hose, I think, from here, so long as nothing insane happens. But nothing insane is going to happen because we're not commentators cursing this. Carl Johnson now sitting, looking for a way around. There we go. Blue flagger moves out of the way. Well done.
Yeah, Underwood's been very courteous, I think. Obviously, he's got quite a bit of pace, that car, finding itself a bit further down than they would have liked, had an incident or two. Has the pace to sort of keep up. We're getting nicely out of the way for these guys still battling. Johnson, 1.6 right now on my live timing. It is 1.6 also.
Yeah, it's so hard once you get into that cycle of blue flags. You lose so much time every lap. Really, the goal is to just try and stay out of it. Oh, no! The Porsche guys' cars have had a moment. They've watched too much of Dan and looped it. They've been having a French kiss off at the corner of the crocodiles, it looks like. Oh,
he's gonna give that one.
He's gonna give the position. There we go. I believe so. McDowell has conceded the position. Probably we can assume that it was McDowell's fault, looking for a way around at the crocodiles of Thircolini. We're going to get a review and a replay up of that for everyone on stream, but for now, let's stay on. Leader is now on the final lap. 30 seconds to go of this sprint Simrigs Endurance Series race here at Kyalami. This is round 3 of our Endurance Series. Next one up is the Silverstone 12-hour. These two cars going tit for tat for the last couple of laps. And they've just gone so tit for tat that they've just ballsed it up.
Yeah, a bit of Porsche on Porsche violence between these Porsche guys. Yeah, I don't think they'd be calling their number, to say the least. But Damiano probably not particularly impressed with the antics from McDowell. As you do have Lucas Keys just throwing it through Clubhouse now. We're really at the twilight here of this race, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting super, super dark out there. We're in full darkness now, 7:07 p.m. We're just getting that replay up for you, but we're going to watch the final minutes of this race wither down. We've still got Carl Johnson sitting 0.6 behind Hislop as well. They are neck and neck coming into the final. That's probably the closest battle I think we have across the board. Be nice and tight towards the end. We're going to get a brief replay here. We've got McDowell coming up behind Thircolini, taps him there. Thircolini spitting off to the side. McDowell conceding that one, probably in the same chat going, sorry mate, didn't mean that. Put us on board as well if you can, Glenn, for Carl Johnson. Probably going to look for a way to make a move here, but hasn't got long to go. Our leader, Lucas Keys, coming around the final bend now onto the main straight. That is race wrapped up for him. But just behind him, we have some cars still tight as in this battle. An update on the Rondinella time, 19 seconds behind. Herbert has fallen back. The fresh tyres stuff work. Carl Johnson now sitting 0.4. This is our tightest battle. Oh, finished over.
Yeah, so they found themselves just behind the leader on the lap that they're on, so they didn't get to finish having that battle. Hislop survived another day. We do look back towards Connor Hines. Was about 30 seconds back from Lucas Keys, our winner of the Kyalami 9-hour. There he goes. Connor Hines, a very, very great race. It's been in control for quite some time. Only bested by Lucas Keys there.
Yeah, absolutely. Watching Taufik come across the line now. A noble position is third place. Absolutely incredible. We've already got cars doing donuts. I'm watching the stream of Danzo off in the corner. He's doing donuts up the back end, celebrating a race hard fought. Taufik going across the line in third. A valiant effort. Chased not too soon after by Reagan Herbert. The fresh tyres play definitely working for him there, Blake. What a move.
Yeah, lovely. Just bet on himself and it paid off. Put about 20 seconds actually, well, put an extra 10 seconds, a 20-second gap onto Rondinella. These guys, though, I don't think you can be too mad at that after about a minute of damage needing to repair with a humongous clattering of steel. These guys bring it home in P5. Cannot be too mad. And that's going to be the checkered flag for everyone. What a race.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal stuff there, Blake. Thanks so much for having me in the booth today. What an awesome race. Fantastic as usual. Just some incredible stuff. We also saw some fantastic overtakes and not too much carnage, which is good. I don't think we had too many people take each other out. Didn't seem to be a wealth of penalties for collisions. Moreover, just the track limits, wearing us down and things like pit lane speeding when you've got the weary eyes and weary mind of a 9-hour enduro sitting behind you.
Yeah, definitely. I think these guys did a pretty good job. Not too much to complain about, particularly as the race went on. We will run through a little bit of results here. Do you want to take this away from me, please, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Happy to wrap this one up. You've just been watching the Kyalami round 3 of the Endurance Series for Octane Online Racing. Proudly brought to you today by Simrigs, our partners in endurance. And the longer events that you see here plenty more action coming up in the next couple of weeks. We've got the wonders of the Sprint Series and Academy Series kicking off, and there'll no doubt be community events coming in soon after, pretty much 2 weeks from now. So stay tuned for that. But thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Thanks for engaging in chat. Massive shout out to our man Glenn, who sits on the cameras. Huge shout out to Blake as well for occupying the commentary box and doing everything that you do, mate. Thanks so much. Also massive thanks to the community, the stewards, the race director Alex as well. Absolutely fantastic. I think every single person involved in today has earned themselves a drink. Go off and have it. We'll leave you to your Saturday night. Thank you so much, and good night.
Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you so much, Matt. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time.